She decided it was time to tell the truth. She opened her mouth, trying to gather her courage and finally ask for help. Maybe this time they'd believe her. The man, busily filling out the report, didn't even let her begin her story when suddenly, without looking up, he asked, "Does she know how to lie?" The man in military uniform, with a cold expression on his face, said sternly, "Her file says something different. Prone to deception, talented in negotiations, eloquent and intelligent." The girl smiled broadly. She understood that the conversation had to be conducted with extreme caution, without saying a single unnecessary word. She innocently remarked that she had never lied and didn't know how to do so. Meanwhile, the ship Veachus slowly plowed through the ocean waves, confidently approaching the mysterious island. The man looked at his smiling interlocutor, wondering who he was dealing with. She looked innocent, but her record stated she was a repeat offender. He chuckled and dryly reminded her that the same words, "never lied," had come from her lips during the resentencing. She only smiled wider and, with a mischievous twinkle in her eyes, replied that he had missed a detail, the same words she had spoken during the arrest. The man, remaining unperturbed, looked straight at her and calmly asked her name to be included in the record. The girl held his gaze boldly, chuckled slightly, and asked with a smirk why he was even asking such questions. Looking at the stern officer, who exuded authority and confidence, she suddenly thought that he didn't look like a man from the backwoods. He was too confident, too well known in his circles. Still smiling, she answered the question with a question. Were there really still people who didn't know her name? The man calmly remarked that those were the rules. He had to ask. Then the girl said, "Rosen Walker." She emphasized that this was her real name, but the man waved her off irritably, saying he didn't care what she was called. He only wanted to record the name she chose in the documents. Without taking his eyes off her, he explained in a monotonous voice, "The name written in the protocol is necessary for data verification." The girl's gaze dimmed. A shadow of sadness fell across her face, and, as if forced, carefully, with pain in her voice, she said, "Rosen Hauos." Rosen recalled those very same leaflets that had once fallen from the sky, with the image of the man who now sat across from her. Fate, perhaps, has a way of playing tricks. Who would have thought she'd come face to face with a war legend? When his voice came on the radio, everyone froze and looked up, listening in awe. We were enchanted by him, she thought with a hint of sadness. The government made the right choice then. A young, noble pilot was the ideal embodiment of heroism for ordinary people, a symbol of courage and faith in victory. She thought again of that same hero, Ian Connor, but now his voice was not coming from the podium, but right in front of her, irritated and demanding. He impatiently repeated, "Let him state his accusation." "What charge?" Rose asked, confused. The cold shackles that gripped her wrists chafed her skin, and her hands had long since gone numb. He laid it all out, word by word, repeating clearly and firmly. It was necessary to state the reason why she was being sent to Monty Island, the place where the most dangerous prisoners served their sentences. The girl wearily replied that the reason was simple. She had run away twice, trampling the pride of the Imperial Army and incurring its wrath. He raised an eyebrow and asked, what was her first charge, the one that got her arrested? Rosen repeated evenly that she was innocent. The man coldly replied that it was all just a formality. No one cared about her opinion. Rosen didn't even blink. With the same calm, she said again, "I'm innocent." Ian chuckled. What criminal would admit guilt? The girl firmly stated that God knew the truth. Then Ian, losing his composure, sharply reminded her that her faith would change nothing here. Her opinion still didn't matter. At that moment, the door swung open and a young man rushed into the office and shouted indignantly, "What, in his opinion, is going on?" There was silence. Both Rosen and Ian stood frozen for a moment, unsure of what to say, until Ian finally stated the obvious. He was having a private conversation with the prisoner. The young man hesitated, clearly nervous, and awkwardly explained that such work was not Ian Connor's responsibility. There were people specifically assigned to do that. He added that this prisoner must be handled with extreme caution. Her case requires special attention. He glanced furtively at Rosen, as if wary of her even in her restraints, and he continued to broadcast that the most notorious criminals were sent to the island, to which the girl, smiling, continued calling herself a witch from Alcafez, and a famous one at that. As the boy continued to explain to his boss that it was dangerous to be alone with such a dangerous person, Ian pointed to the yawning Rosen and asked if he thought it was dangerous. The subordinate did not calm down. He looked at the girl with fear and said that even though she looked like an ordinary ragamuffin, she had escaped from Alcafez and should not be underestimated. When the guy reminded her about her case, the girl finished for him, saying that she was charged with the murder of her husband when she was 17 years old. Ian ordered the criminal to be taken away. The guy took her arm. The girl continued to insist on her innocence. As she was being led away, she thought that, compared to the previous guards, these gentlemen would have long ago swung a military boot at her. But still, he was a guard, and she was a criminal, like a cat and a mouse. If she relaxes even once, she will be caught. Then it will definitely be the end. But she is an expert at finding loopholes for escape. She examined the warden more than once and saw where the keys to the cell were hanging. This key stood before Rosen's eyes. It was not just a key, but the path to freedom. Rosen was led through the hall where the party was taking place. Her escort asked if the party was over. Yes, the event had come to an end. The man was told how he would lead the witch through the gentlemen, but he said that these same gentlemen were sailing on a liner on an excursion to the prison. So, in his opinion, they would be interested in seeing the witch in person. The girl watched in surprise at the bottles and confetti lying around. Everything seemed like another reality to her. After the war, a lot changed. The steamships intended for military purposes were converted into passenger ships after the end of the war, just like this liner on which Rosen was transported. Not long ago, this liner was used to transport wounded passengers, but now it has become a place for luxurious parties. Our heroine realized that Monty Island is considered so deadly that staying alive there is already an achievement, so she must escape at any cost. While her warden was leading her, he was going on about how if the gentleman saw her smelling so bad, it would only cause a stir, so it was right, there was no point in looking at her. Rosen found something to reply by declaring that during the war, they themselves looked no better than her. Ian turned to the man leading Rosen, calling him Henry, and asked him not to waste his energy on the criminal who killed her husband. But he did not relent, declaring that Sir Connor must not let his guard down. This woman could really be a witch. The girl was brought onto the deck. The first stars appeared in the sky. Ian told Rosen that he wanted to show her something. Rosen looked out into the ocean, and it was so beautiful that she couldn't take her eyes off it. The moon was bright, shining with a silvery light, leaving a trail on the water. Our heroine thought that she had to become a world-famous criminal to see such beauty. She never thought that she would see something so beautiful in her entire life. She was brought out of oblivion by the voice of Sir Connor, who clarified that her method of escape from Alcafez was done by digging. The girl confirmed it, and he then asked if it was true that she had walked across the cliff naked, to which Rosen replied that he was waiting for a detailed description of her actions. But she was shocked by the words of the warden that people said that she used magic during her escape. She thought that she would no longer be surprised by rumors about herself and her adventures. But she realized that she was wrong. The last successful escape from Alcafez was made by a witch 36 years ago. And that's why the press also labeled Rosen a witch after her escape. People are afraid of things they can't understand. So much for the era of science, the girl thought. Traces of the past, mysticism, mystery, everything unidentified are not so easy to erase, even with scientific progress. Rosen answered directly. If she were a witch, she would now be standing in front of him in shackles. He himself does not find the presence of a witch on this ship absurd. The girl shook her chained hands in front of them and smiled bitterly. So she was a witch. Henry said that Ian shouldn't trust her, that only lies come out of this woman's mouth. Remembering one dossier where she shed tears and almost deceived the entire empire, Rosen called out to Henry with a smile, saying that if she really were a witch, she would sew his mouth shut. She laughed, saying, "What other facts are needed? Can you really be so stupid?" She even did a procedure to identify abilities, which did not confirm anything. Rosen was truly amused and hurt by how overgrown she was with ridiculous speculations. Henry lost his temper, came up to her, and wanted to hit her, calling her trash. But at that moment, Ian stopped him and ordered him to take his hands off the prisoner, threateningly promising that he would report it to his superiors if it happened again. The man looked at Henry and with his whole appearance demanded immediate obedience to the order. Henry, not expecting such a turn of events, began to fuss, trying to object to something. Rose made an offended face. Ian turned to the girl and reported her nickname as the most famous fugitive of the Empire and the witch Alcazefa. Ian then continued in an official tone that whether she was lying or not was completely indifferent to him. She was a prisoner who had been sentenced to life on Monty Island. Escorting her to the island is his goal and an order from above, and she is not the first to escape from Alcafez. Then, in an icy voice, he added that no one had ever managed to escape from Monty Island, not even a witch. His words seemed to seal and paralyze her will. and a feeling of hopelessness appeared in Rosen. He spoke calmly, coldly, clearly, as befitted a warden, politely crushing morale, Rosen thought. But they must surely have the keys to the lifeboat and the handcuffs. She kept her eyes on the keychain hanging on Ian's belt. If she wanted to escape, she really needed to do it before she got to the island. Henry returned and showed that he had brought what Sir Connor had asked for. Rosen looked at what the man had brought. Ian saw that at the moment, the prisoner was simply watching with interest. The next minute, a tray with raw meat appeared in front of our heroine. The girl looked at the red pieces of meat in bewilderment. Ian told her to watch carefully. Our heroine tensed up, not understanding what he was going to do. A second later, the warden threw pieces of meat overboard, but she still didn't understand what he wanted to show her with this. Then he said to look down at the water. What waters they were sailing on, what she was seeing now. The meat thrown overboard sank down, leaving behind crimson traces of the blood that remained on it. Henry, calling her a witch, rejoiced and urged her to watch further. She would be interested. Bloody stains and huge backs of sea creatures appeared, judging by the shadows they left, showing their gigantic size. The girl watched as the sea monsters circled around the ship, and Henry added with satisfaction that she really had nowhere to run. Ian, pointing to the keys, added that if he wanted to become a snack for a sea monster, then he should take a boat and go on a journey. He walked up to Rosen, pointed to the bunch of keys, and said that she seemed to really want to get them. He was mocking her now. He was cruel and cold. Looking into his eyes, Rosen thought that he was no gentleman. The girl understood that it couldn't be any other way. How could a warden behave any differently? She stood opposite him and peered into his face and thought that this was also the face from the leaflets, but he looked completely different from himself, like a different person. I don't know about others, but he clearly doesn't stand on ceremony with her. He wants to break her will and makes it clear in every possible way that she is doomed. When she saw the prison cells of the liner, she felt like a rat. Rosen was overcome by difficult thoughts. Was it really true that there was no escape from here? Her cellmate brought her out of her thoughts with an offer to tell her everything. The girl shrugged and replied that there was nothing to talk about. Her cellmate was hinting at a personal meeting with Ian, but our heroine made it clear that she was hinted that there was nowhere to run. Everything was banal. While the neighbor was asking if he had said anything else, a charming, blue-eyed baby looked in on them. Rosen didn't understand what Maria expected from her, but she explained that Rosen was young and attractive. She then went on to explain to her companion in detail that she, young and attractive, was left alone with a handsome man. When Rosen realized what her neighbor was getting at, she said that nothing had happened and could not have happened, and even if we assume that she would try to seduce him, her ragged appearance would clearly not inspire him. Maria, smiling, suggested attacking him, recalling the incident in Alcafes. Rosen replied seriously that the problem wasn't just Ian Connor, but that the ocean was actually teeming with marine predators. As she spoke these words, the girl's voice trembled, as if she was trying to justify the impossibility of the attempt. Maria put her hand on the girl's shoulder and looked into her eyes, asking if she was going to give up. Maria from Alcafes was heading to the island with Rosen. All the power was within her. If someone was not to her liking, then they would not live to the end of their term, and the guards could do little to interfere with its internal domains. When Rosen was brought to Alcafes, she managed to become famous for one escape. She was in despair, scratching her plate with a spoon, and then Maria came up to her, asking if she intended to wake up all the guards. Whether Rosen's popularity played into her hands, or whether it was personal sympathy, she and Maria became friends. Everyone treated her well because of Maria's patronage, but the girl didn't understand what was going on. But at that time, prison life was quite calm. When Maria persistently demanded an answer as to whether Rosen was about to surrender, the girl understood what her neighbor wanted from her. She looked into Rosen's eyes with some kind of fury, and our heroine understood that they needed her victory. They need her to demonstratively trample the pride of the Imperial Army, to erase any traces. It's a kind of ideology. It's their idol, and perhaps to some extent it gives them the strength to live on. Rosen replied that of course not. She was not going to give up, and she should know that perfectly well. The girl looked her neighbor resolutely in the eyes and repeated that she would never give up, that she was their idol and would not let them down. Maria smiled contentedly and said that it was a good decision. Then she offered to smoke, which confused Rosen, as she wondered how she had even gotten cigarettes. They were smoking, and Rosen started talking about Ian. What he was doing here anyway? Wasn't he a pilot? A man like that with a bunch of awards should hold an important position in the government. She thought maybe Maria knew something, but she, taking a drag on her cigarette, replied that she had no idea. Then she suggested that he might have been injured and demoted, but Rosen refuted this suggestion. Physically, he looks fine. Maria noted that when she says the word crippled, she does not mean physical injuries. When Rosen asked for an explanation, The woman put her finger to her temple. Understanding what the neighbor was hinting at, the girl snorted and asked him not to talk nonsense. But she, without being offended, replied that she didn't really care what happened to him. Maria added that the main thing for them was to hook him in order to get out of here. But Rosen thought that this only worked on the brainless. The girl reasoned out loud. Well, let's say she steals the key. She will only be able to get out by water. The lifeboat has no motor, and there is no other one here. Taking a drag on her cigarette, she added that the problem wasn't just about the monsters. She imagined herself theoretically floating in a rubber boat without food and water. She wouldn't survive, if not the monsters, then hunger and thirst. While thinking, she heard something being thrown on the floor. She did not understand who or what was distracting her. Looking around, she was stunned to see a little girl with a ball. Her first thought was what the child was doing here. Rosen wondered out loud how the child had gotten down there, and Maria's answer nearly knocked her senses when she innocently replied that the girl had brought her cigarettes. She shouted to the girl that she couldn't walk here, where her parents were. The girl looked at her with huge blue eyes, and instead of leaving, she walked up to the camera. Carrying a pink ball in front of her, the girl stomped towards them. The girl said hello and introduced herself as Layla Revel, which made Rosen jump. She asked the girl if she by any chance knew Henry Reveal. The child replied that he was her uncle. In a teacher's tone, the girl said that this was not a playground for playing, but noted that the girl was completely different from her uncle, and that was a joy. The girl pouted and said quietly, upset, that she had promised her friends that she would meet Rosen Walker here. Rosen, cheerfully asking if she knew who it was, the girl happily replied that it was the most famous fugitive in the Empire and a witch. Lyra said that people on the ship say this about her, and her grandfather is the captain of the ship, and she said that she will meet Rosen Walker, but no one believes her. The girl happily said that she had come to the right place. She was Rosen Walker. Henry complained about the work, which was nothing but a headache, and cursed that damn runaway. Ian advised him to think of this task as a vacation. Look at the money people pay for this excursion. Henry grumbled that people were getting fat and bored with everything. Only the war was over, to which Ian laughed and said that the war had made an old man out of Henry. After a pause, he said that this witch from Al-Kafez also came from Riora 10. These words had an effect on Ian. His face changed. Ian Connor saw the city in flames and smoke, as he had seen it for the last time. Henry said it looked like she lived on the outskirts of town until she killed her husband. He added that he just wanted to warn Sir Connor to know. He nodded that he knew this, and Henry noted that he had specifically written this down in the report. Ian spent his youth in Rioriton, where there was a military school, where he first boarded a plane and took to the skies. During the war, the city was bombed. Henry noted that the luck of the prisoner Rosen was even annoying she did not die, but got out of this city. He went on to become a real celebrity and is heading to Monty Island under your personal guidance. Ian reminded her that he was waiting for her on Monty Island. He nodded and said that he knew, and still. He remembered that nightmare and tears welled up in his eyes. Monty Island or not, she was alive, and his beloved sister was gone. He remembered her medallion, and the events of that day replayed themselves and hit him with new force. Incredible anger at Rosen clouding his mind. He remembered her in that photo holding baby Layla. How beautiful she was. Layla Revel exclaimed in delight when she heard that it was Rosen Walker herself standing in front of her. The girl, excited with delight, began to chatter, and whether it was true that she had dug a hole with a spoon, as they wrote in the newspapers, and whether the witchcraft was also true, Rosen did not have time to nod. Rosen asked the girl's name and leaned towards her, saying that she wanted to ask her something. The girl tensed as Rosen looked into her eyes with all seriousness. Our heroine smiled and said that if Layla answered her question, she would show magic. The girl didn't know what to do. Her grandfather forbade her to fulfill the prisoner's requests. Rosen hinted that if she didn't answer, we wouldn't see the magic. Maria watched this scene with curiosity. The girl calmed the little girl down, saying that she wouldn't ask anything like that. She was just curious about something. When the girl agreed, Rosen asked if she knew Ian Connor, to which the girl reported that he was her uncle's boss, a war hero. Rosen asked him in a wheedling tone if he was close to Layla, and the girl looked offended and said that he was not at all. Layla remembered her uncle telling her that Ian looked cold, but was actually kind and loved her because he had known her since she was in her mother's belly. She also added that he told her to think of Ian as another uncle. The girl immersed herself in those memories and added that she was somehow not sure about it. Rosen's eyes sparkled, and she began to ask if Sir Connor had a fiancé or a wife. The girl didn't understand what it meant to have a girlfriend or not, but she confidently answered that he didn't have a wife and that, unlike other adults, he didn't think about it at all. Rosen asked the girl if she had ever seen women enter Sir Ian's room or be alone with someone. and she blinked and answered honestly that she had never seen anything like that. And having gathered herself, the girl asked seriously, drawing out her words, whether Sir Connor was a very compassionate person. The girl innocently replied that she did not understand the meaning of this word. Rosen exhaled and did not know how to explain, but Maria came to the rescue. Maria explained the meaning of this word using associative examples to make it easier for the girl to navigate. Rosen looked closely at her neighbor and was surprised at how cleverly she could pick out examples. Maria gave the example of a puppy in the rain that you feel sorry for, or when you start to cry when you see someone else crying. Rosen couldn't help but think about Maria's words, not even knowing what to add. The girl smiled happily and said that they meant love. Rosen, sighing with relief and sweating, smiled back and confirmed. Maria teased her by asking, "Since when witches get nervous and start sweating?" Rosen, remembering Ian and his demeanor, noticed that he was not the type of person who could simply love someone, but the girl began to defend him. Although she agreed with Rosen's words that Uncle Ian was still a very good person, Rosen thought how naive this girl was, and said out loud that she had heard enough. Now it was her turn to show magic. For magic, she asked Layla for some small thing. The girl gave her a coin. Rosen took it in her palm, without taking her eyes off the baby, and, while performing manipulations, told the girl that magic is a special power. She waved her hand in front of his wide-open eyes and added that magic must always have intermediaries, showing an empty palm in which a few seconds ago there was a coin. The girl, impressed by such a miracle, screamed that the coin had disappeared. But Rosen reached for her ear, and the next second, she pulled a coin from behind her ear, giving it to the lucky girl as a talisman. Rosen winked mysteriously and said that at sunset the coin would turn gold, and the girl should not tell anyone about this. Otherwise, the magic would dissipate. Maria asked Rosen if she really used magic. She just smirked and said that it was just a trick. Later, Layla would figure it out. Maria glanced and said, "Wasn't it she who claimed that she couldn't lie?" But then she agreed that if she were a real witch, she would not have been shackled. Maria said that she had heard of a place called Witch Island, but no one knows whether it actually exists. Then she laughed and said that Rosen must already know about it herself. Rosen listened to her neighbor with her eyes closed. She continued to say that, according to rumors, this island is not far from Monty. Opening her eyes, Rosen added that it was impossible for an ordinary person to get there so easily, and it was unlikely that they would be happy to see her and greet her with shouts of hooray. Maria said she was just joking, then added seriously that children are easier to deceive by playing on pity. She suggested trying this method on the commander. Why not give it a try? Rosen replied resignedly that apparently there were no other options left. The plan was to use the noble hero and get a ticket of compassion from him. Yes, such methods worked on idiots, but they would not work with Ian Connor. But he is a military pilot, and a war hero at that. The complete opposite of me, Rosen thought. He is surrounded by an aura of admiration, glory, adoration. His life is a series of victories. The girl thought about herself, how she dreamed of reaching his level, but became a pathetic and trampled creature. Of course, the feeling of superiority over someone is much sweeter when someone depends on you. Rosen sadly concluded her mental dialogue that feelings of pity are easier to achieve than love. Love is something completely different. Ian was thinking at this time about what Henry had said, that he would be fine, but that something like this would happen from time to time. He remembered the words of one girl who said that sometimes Henry's feelings would burst out, and it was unclear for whom they would be experienced. She advised Ian to simply listen to his friend. You just need to give appropriate answers until this ends. Ian stood thoughtfully, staring ahead into the darkness, his mental dialogue interrupted by Henry. Henry looked at Ian with some concern and said out loud that they had been here too long and it was time to go inside. As they walked, Henry was indignant at how they could force a war hero to transport a prisoner witch, but Connor replied that an order was an order. Henry was thrilled to learn that Sir Connor would still be promoted to a high position after this work. He continued to encourage Ian by saying that he was a hero, and that only the pathetic lowlifes from Riorton could hate him. Ian just listened. He was accused of failing to protect Riorton, and now they want a demonstration of how this witch is punished. He understood that they wanted him to show how he was taking this scum that had escaped from Riorton to the island. Then they would turn a blind eye to the loss and start applauding him again. It's just a show that should go on without any flaws or imperfections. Henry told him that as soon as he finished this work, he should definitely rest and live for himself. He wanted to hear from Ian's own lips that after all this was over, a brilliant path awaited Sir. Ian wondered what this brilliant path meant to him. He realized this concept after the end of the war, walking through the triumphal arch in his ceremonial military uniform. People threw flowers at him and shouted his name. But was he happy? He tried to remember the face he had when he walked through the triumphal arch, but he couldn't. The memories seemed to be layered on top of each other. He should have been smiling, but he couldn't even remember that, or whether there was a smile, and if so, whether it was convincing. It is impossible to protect everyone. There is no absolute victory, and you are not a god. He heard Henry conclude his thoughts. He added that everyone knows that a commander must always choose the lesser of two evils, and Rosenwalker is not worth paying attention to. Henry offered to take on all the responsibilities associated with it, but Ian assured him that he would deal with her himself, and Henry himself needed to focus on regaining his strength. He looked at Sir Connor's tired face and assured him that it was not his fault. That at that moment, all aviation strategy was one big sick gamble. He added that if it weren't for Commander Connor, everything would have come to ruin. But Ian remembered the faces of the dead and thought, if he wasn't to blame for their deaths, then who was responsible? When he was assigned to escort prisoners to Monty Island, the warden told him to keep a special eye on Rosenwalker. Rosenwalker. The name kept popping into his head, or Rosenhaus. He had seen her on the front pages of the newspapers. The famous fugitive from Rioriton and the only survivor. Ian stood over the newspaper with Rosen's picture and remembered Henry's words. She was the only one who survived. Afterwards, they brought Rosen to him, but he didn't hear her and remembered their conversation with Henry. Newspaper reports. But then the girl loudly called out to him. Why did he call her if she wasn't listening? Folding her arms across her chest, she asked with displeasure if he had listened to her. He perked up and looked at the girl with some fear and forced out that he had been listening. Then she decided to continue by touching on the topic of sharks. But he sarcastically quipped that she should know the shark's diet well. The girl got angry. What kind of person is he? He wants to put pressure on me morally. She jumped up and leaned towards him, shouting for him to stop. She added that she understood the lecture and that it would be stupid to run away. But with lectures about sea monsters, one also needs to know one's limits. When asked if he considered her an idiot, Ian calmly added that the only thing that distinguishes an idiot from a hero is a piece of paper. Both the idiot and the hero don't think about the consequences, but then he added instructively that if you think with your head, you can avoid doing stupid things. The girl asked defiantly if he meant that she was not in her right mind right now. He noted that he could call her brave, but many probably see her as a dark heroine. The girl in turn asked who she was to him, an idiot or a heroine. He thought and replied that by his criteria, she was an idiot for escaping, and seeing that Rosen was starting to get angry, he asked her not to get angry. The girl commented on his answer, which means she should have quietly served 50 years in her opinion. That is much dumber. She tried to look at his reaction. Trying to find the key, she asked what she thought she should do. He began to speak calmly, that when the initial sentence was passed, she should have admitted guilt. Then she would have received a mitigated sentence. If you had behaved decently in prison, you could have applied for early release or a transfer to a prison with better conditions. Yeah, and then she would have died, Rosen stated smugly. She reminded what happened to the city of Rioriton. He didn't know what to answer. The girl decided to get the sore point out of the way and continued her discussion. Why should she rot for 50 years and murder is punishable by 8 to 50 years? That's how it's written in the law. Okay, let's say she couldn't take it anymore and killed. Let's just assume why she's 50 years old, and the man who lived next door to her and beat her husband to death is only 8 years old. Ian pointed his finger at her and said that was also written into the law. He nodded towards the books, but the girl said that she couldn't read. He said that he knew about it. Sir Connor stood over her and said that everything was written in the law, and now she was sentenced to life imprisonment on the island of Monty. Looking into his condemning and coldly looking eyes, the girl involuntarily grew cold, after which, as a judge, he repeated that it was only her own fault and that he had been lenient towards her for too long. This outraged Rosen. She jumped up, but he categorically added that the personal conversation was over. He ordered her to get up and move towards the exit. The girl frantically thought that if she left empty-handed, then all this would just happen again. Thinking about how to catch his attention and that this was her last chance, the girl nervously tried to say something. But what? What could attract Ian Connor's attention? Then she blurted out that he is the same as her. The man stopped, turned without saying anything to Rosen, who was standing behind him. The girl said that he was also an idiot. He asked what she called him. Our heroine bravely answered the same way he called her just recently. Looking into his eyes, she continued repeating his words about how a hero is separated from an idiot by just one sheet of paper. So aren't they the same? He is a bright hero, and she is a dark one, and both are idiots. He was really touched by these words. How are they different? No one believed in victory in the war, a small country that pompously has the name of an empire, while Talus had already captured several states. He listened as she spoke about the victory and what had come from it. Broken people lying in ruins, destroyed cities, and he himself, who was dressed in a beautiful uniform and called a hero. And now you're escorting pathetic prisoners. And the question is why he does such work. They stood opposite each other. He holding her by the chain of her shackles. The words had an effect. He began to burn with rage, which is what Rosen was looking for. Finally, he yelled at the girl to shut her mouth. He was caught, she thought happily. Now that he was one step away from hitting her, she waited for this action, deciding to push him, and added whether he was proud of his grand victory. Come on, pin it to the floor with your combat boot. The girl looked at him defiantly, as if to say, come on, what are you waiting for? She was already used to pain, but he replied that her words were true. The girl's face changed, but he added that she had no right to say them. His comrades in arms, defending the empire and the lives of people, died in the sky, and all she knows is how to run away. If she can't feel gratitude, then at least she shouldn't insult. He leaned towards her and said harshly that not everyone lives like her, and he saw through her tricks, trying to provoke him with her words. Rosen was indeed taken aback when he called her provocations and lies too limited for him. He squeezed out his anger and wants compassion. Let him look for it from someone else. When she said that she had not lied, he pointed to her chains and said that the worst thing was that she did not realize the gravity of her crime and that they had changer in them to show how fallen she had become. The sin of taking another person's life. His words would have hurt more if he had simply hit him in the face. The girl could not believe that these words were spoken by the same person she saw in the leaflets, and then she hissed in her heart that he really was an idiot. To which Ian Connor stated that he had fully understood what she was like, and he said that there would be no more personal conversations. Standing at the door, she wondered what she had expected. I remembered the words from the radio that if an air raid alarm sounds, you need to go down into the dungeon. They are under protection. Closing her eyes, Rosen told herself that she had clearly misheard his voice, imagining that he would also talk to her. It's as if she falls out of reality and falls into constant self-deception. Why did she constantly think about hearing his warm voice like from the radio back then? Then the girl exploded and cursed. How annoying he is. He walks around here like a hero. He has achieved everything. You think Ian Connor can break me? There will definitely be a chance. Rosen assured herself decisively and firmly. Her thoughts were interrupted by Henry's mocking voice, who saw that she had wiped her face and gathered her hair, and he caustically remarked that the only thing missing was red lipstick. Our heroine didn't lose her composure and replied that of course she would put on makeup. It was worth looking at her clean and tidy. Leading her to the cell, he asked what trick she had this time. The girl answered that it was a bottle of drinking water, which she had saved to wash herself properly. Then, walking down the corridor, she decided to laugh at Henry by confessing her tricks. His curiosity played a role, and she winked, telling him about women's secrets when a man and a woman are alone. He even jumped. Rosen teased him that he liked her because he was courting her so much. Henry immediately lost it, broke out in a sweat. Looking at him, the girl thought, why isn't Ian Connor such an idiot as this one? How easy it would be to influence him then. Henry acted like a first grader. Rosen enjoyed teasing him, and she smiled and offered to be friends. As they walked up the stairs, she saw a familiar girl. It was Layla, playing on the stairs. Rosen frowned and thought that the girl was left to her own devices again. She looked at Henry, who wanted to get rid of her as quickly as possible by sending her to a prison cell, and thought that if you look closely, she and Layla are very similar. Suddenly, the girl stopped him and with a serious look made it clear that she wanted to say something important. Then she said that his niece was so cute and smiled slyly. Looking the man in the eyes, Rosen smiled ominously and said that she thought her name was Layla. Henry's eyes widened in horror. He turned pale. A trickle of sweat rolled down his face. He croaked out what she had just said. He asked in a trembling voice how she knew about his niece. The girl shrugged her shoulders and said that it was not difficult at all. She wanted to tease him some more, but suddenly Henry turned to the girl and his keys fell. The girl stood with her back to them. It was impossible to see what she was doing. Rosen calmed him down by saying, well, what could she do in handcuffs? He exhaled, saying that she was definitely a witch. Then the tirade began, that he would expose her, that she was definitely a witch, if he just tried to touch even a hair of Layla. Suddenly, his scream almost deafened Rosen. He turned to the girl and screamed. Layla turned red, wheezed, couldn't utter a word, held her throat with her hand, and her eyes rolled back. Rosen looked at the baby in horror, wanted to say her name, but the words stuck in her throat. The girl looked at them pleadingly with tear-filled eyes, her hands still clutching her throat. Rosen realized that the girl had something stuck in her throat and started calling for a doctor. She shouted at Henry, calling him an idiot, asking if there was even one doctor on the ship, but he was frozen in fear. Henry, at that moment, turned to himself as if from the outside, asking him to come to his senses. But he could not force himself to move from the horror that he would lose his niece. Our heroine realized that he would be of no use, and began to scream and call for help, but there was no one. She tried to frantically figure out what to do. As luck would have it, they were in the most deserted part of the ship. Suddenly, she remembered how Emily taught her CPR, how she reluctantly watched the recordings, and didn't understand why she needed to delve into all of this. Turning sharply to Henry, who stood there like a mummy, she screamed at him to free her. The girl needed help. Remembering Emily's notes, she claimed that this could always be useful in life because people die not only in war. Henry opened the shackles, and Rosen kept thinking how fragile a person is, how one can die for absolutely absurd reasons. She didn't understand why Emily had worked so hard to learn these first aid skills and pass on the knowledge to others, since no one would know about her efforts. As Rosen ran towards Layla, Emily's words echoed in her head. That one person cannot save the whole world. Not everyone is given the ability to master magic, but this knowledge can be needed at any moment. People began to leave their cabins after hearing the noise. Rosen pulled the object out of her throat, using the technique she had been taught. After which her legs gave way, and she sat on the floor, clutching the baby. She heard snatches of voices that the girl almost died. Thank God, this girl made it in time. Layla, overcome with fear and stress, began to sob, clinging to Rosen. As Rosen hugged the girl, she thought she had just saved this child. A sobbing Henry ran up and grabbed the girl in his arms. People echoed to each other what had happened and how Rosen had saved the baby, and new passengers were getting off. Rosen's consciousness began to clear little by little. The girl had something stuck in her throat. People looked at her and said that they had seen her before. She was a familiar face. Suddenly, Rosen's gaze fell on a small object lying on the floor where he and Layla were sitting. The girl took the thing in her hands and saw that it was the candy that Layla had choked on. She thought it was strange that a bullet and a piece of candy could kill a person equally well. Still sitting on the floor, she realized that it was not only the military who were capable of saving or killing. How right Emily was when she passed on her knowledge. The girl heard footsteps behind her. Someone was standing above her. Had this idiot finally come to his senses? Rosen said that her skills were also useful. If she wants to say thank you, let her give her some water. Then she noticed that she could leave the package in the cell. Well, why was he silent there? When suddenly she saw Ian standing over her, who replied that he would do so. The girl asked, not knowing what to say, why he was here. He just looked at her. Rosen also looked into his eyes, trying to understand what was happening to him. Suddenly, they heard a loud voice asking if Layla was okay, and both turned their heads. An elderly man was hugging a girl, and looking at them, it dawned on Rosen that this was the captain of the ship. Then she realized that Ian Connor was still standing next to her and answered him that she hadn't helped for the sake of a reward, but that she had simply said what she asked, to which he replied that such a reward was a mere trifle, adding that the Empire's army always pays for a life spared, even if it is that of a criminal who will be imprisoned on Monty Island. He held out the hand shackles to her to put them back on. Seeing her eyes, he said that it was necessary anyway. Rosen calmly agreed. As he was putting on the chains, she asked if he really would let her wash, and Ian nodded in agreement. But he specified that her hands should continue to be tied. The girl was indignant. How could she wash herself with her hands tied? Just pour water over herself and that's it. A voice interrupted their dialogue and said that they could assign a servant who would help. She would be able to be a princess, although this was not supposed to be in her destiny. These words were spoken by the captain of the ship, who stood behind them and heard the conversation. Ian turned his head to see the captain, and before he could say his name, he heard the captain's cry. Captain Revel called Ian a lackadaisical bastard. Where are his manners? And did he really teach him that the savior needs to be chained up? She and Rosen were speechless from this, and the thought flashed through the girl's mind that he was quite a grandpa. The captain came up and said that he had sent everyone to their rooms. Let him let this lady go at least for a little while. After all, there was the sea all around. Ian replied that it was impossible. The captain yelled that it was possible, that in general, everything is possible in the world. Ian tried to remind him about the law, but the captain yelled that on this line, the laws of the land do not apply. Here he is the law. Ian and Rosen stood like schoolchildren in front of a teacher. The captain continued that in front of him was his Layla's savior. In any case, the shackles can be removed while he expresses gratitude. While the captain was indignant at how he could thank a man who was in shackles, Layla's satisfied face appeared from behind the captain. Rosen smiled and waved at the girl, while Ian tried to convince the captain that Rosen was a criminal. The captain placed his hand on his granddaughter's head and said tenderly that, first and foremost, Rosen was a savior. Ian, on the contrary, insisted that she was, first and foremost, a criminal. The captain again attacked Ian, calling him a scoundrel who definitely needed his 2 cents in. The captain straightened up. turning to Rosen, Lady Hawthorne, ignoring Ian's buzzing about the fact that there was an order from above, there could be no exceptions. The girl was amazed at how the captain warmly and fatherly expressed his gratitude to her and apologized for Ian's bad manners. He bowed to her and said that he forgot to introduce himself. He was now retired. And once he was an admiral of the Navy, he became a little embarrassed and added that maybe she had heard of Alex Reveal. She had definitely heard this name, but where? When suddenly it dawned on the girl that this was his bronze statue, standing in the center of the Capitol. It was all written on Rosen's face. She was speechless and pointed her finger at him, to which the captain chuckled and said that he was glad that she recognized him. When Rosen regained her ability to speak, she stammered that of course she had heard his name. She remembered his portrait. He was a hero of the old war, whose name was known even to children like her who did not go to school. In turn, Rosen coughed and said seriously that she was neither a lady nor a house. Her name was Rosen Walker. He asked permission to call the girl Miss Walker, and, hugging Layla, said that if it weren't for Rosen, his only granddaughter would have died today. Then he asked her seriously if he had heard that she would like to wash and eat. Rosen replied that she would be grateful if they brought water and food to the cell, and asked for meat, but the captain replied that this was impossible. The captain stated that it was not customary in the Rivel family to treat a benefactor in this way, so if she has no plans for tomorrow evening, he invites her to dinner. Rosen stood there dumbfounded. Captain Revel had just invited her to a dinner party. The girl began to stutter and refuse, imagining a dinner party in the form of huge ballrooms, special utensils, words, etiquette. The captain reassured her that it was just dinner with his family. Rosen thought that this grandfather was grand in himself. The girl was surprised and grateful for such an invitation, but she wanted to politely refuse when she heard Ian's voice. He declared that this was too much, and in the end, he stumbled. But Rosen repeated in her mind, murderer, witch, commoner, and also dirty and dangerous. That's how he saw her. Yes, he saw her exactly like that. A despicable murderer unworthy of sitting at the table with high and respected people. She thought of the poor and abandoned people, and a glimmer of hope once glimmered in her heart. And now, he can't say it, but he thinks of her as a murderer of the lower class of society. And so, the girl smiled at the captain and said that she would consider it an honor to accept such an invitation. And she added innocently, why refuse such an offer if she is always hungry? Moreover, she assured that she would be able to eat, and that with her hands shackled, the chances of escape were negligible. Then, glancing at Ian, she continued to tell how Sir Connor had kindly shown her the terrifying sea creatures of the ocean. Ian glanced at her nervously, wanted to add something, but remained silent. Rosen recalled being told off for picking up flyers with Sir Connor's picture everywhere. She made excuses, but she was accused of being dependent. Yes, that's true. He was her hero and idol. The main thing was that her husband didn't see, and she carefully collected the leaflets with his photo and pressed them to her chest. I didn't want to admit it to myself, but I was in love with this man. She had high hopes for him, and when she met him in person, she realized how different he was from her imaginary image. That's why she started to get angry. She wanted him to remain the man from her dreams. Smiling radiantly and looking at Ian, she realized that life was always taking her somewhere other than where she wanted to go. Opening her eyes, Rosen could not understand where she was. She was surrounded by luxury and beauty. Stretching, she asked herself if this was paradise. A beautiful bed, a soft bed. It certainly didn't look like her camera. Maybe it was a dream, so she needed to close her eyes and watch it further. She closed her eyes and decided to continue watching this beautiful dream when she heard footsteps. 3 maids entered, introducing themselves as Michaela, Louise, and Maya, and said they had prepared a hot bath. A barely understanding Rosen was dragged out of bed and placed in a hot bath. Our heroine began to come to her senses, remembering the old captain who invited her to dinner, but Ian Connor didn't like it, so she agreed despite him. And then they brought her to these royal apartments. Rosen closed her eyes, enjoying the warm water and the enveloping fragrant foam. She didn't even remember how long ago she took a bath. The captain sent these people to help her. The girls apologized for their curiosity and asked if Rosen was really a witch. She smirked and asked if they believed this nonsense. The maids laughed and replied that they didn't believe it. It was just little Layla bragging about meeting a witch. Rosen agreed that children are trusting and often take everything at face value. The maid poured more hot water for greater comfort, although Rosen insisted that everything was fine. When she was left alone in the hot bath, she thought that she didn't want to get used to this warmth. The longer you stay in the warmth, the more painful the cold wind becomes. Such warmth had always been a luxury for her, but she didn't understand it then and reached out for this warmth, throwing herself like a fool into his arms for the sake of this warmth. She will not let this happen again, so as not to experience pain and cold again. Lost in thought in the bath, She heard some voices. The girls were saying that this was unacceptable. When the maids said that they couldn't go there, the male voice said that he himself didn't want to, but was obliged to guard. They tried to convince him of Sir Revel's order, but the man insisted that Sir Connor himself had given the order to keep watch. At that moment, everyone's mouths dropped open as Rosen, covering herself with a towel, came out and stood up. Henry said, "Let him say what he wants to say." Covering his eyes with his hand, he muttered what she was doing. He was a man. When Henry gathered his courage and asked the maids to leave him alone, seeing their frightened faces, he said no more than a minute. The girls stood hesitantly. He added that this was confidential information. Sir Connor ordered to pass it on immediately. He was not stopped by the maid's words to wait until the lady got dressed. In the end, they had to go out. Rosen asked what he wanted to say, or whether he would conduct a personal search. Henry immediately flared up and replied that she was naked. Why should he search her? He was not a pervert. Rosen said, "Who is he if he kicked the girls out and came into her just when she was swimming?" Our heroine smiled and said that he was a lousy liar. Henry blushed and tried to say something. Rosen added, "Well, why was it necessary to send your lieutenant at the moment when she was taking a bath?" He came because he wanted to say something personal. The commander could order a guard at the door, but not at the bathroom. That's a secret conversation. Henry was silently embarrassed, realizing that he had been exposed. Rosen said that there is no need to hide behind the boss. Let him speak if he has something to say. The man croaked that it concerned Layla and shifted, not knowing how to continue. Finally, Rosen said that he was no good, and he agreed. To somehow continue the conversation, Henry said that the baby was already fine, and the doctor had examined her. Rosen answered this well, but something was definitely not right. She asked if he was really a pilot and was sitting at the controls. The man replied that he had destroyed more than 50 enemy aircraft. When asked about his timidity, Henry said that he had an older sister who got married, and they had Layla. Talking about the bombing in Rioritena, Rosen became sad. It was painful for her. Was she there at that moment? No, she wasn't. During the bombing, she made her first escape. I found out about everything when I was already in Al-Kafez, that Rioritan is no longer there. His brother-in-law, sister, and Layla were there. The girl had just been born. Henry added that at first, he also couldn't believe it, that the city no longer existed. Rosen listened silently, Henry's voice breaking. How could a fairly large city disappear from the face of the earth? He continued to say that the funny thing was that he had the opportunity to prevent it. He knew that his sister was there with her husband and child. When Rosen told him that he had been unable to stop the bombing, she did not want to know anything about it. It had all been too difficult. Why couldn't he? She asked. Henry explained that that day they saw an enemy squadron. There were a lot of them. They wouldn't be able to deal with them all. Ian learned that they were heading to Rioritan, the capital of the Malona Empire and their native Rioritan. Sir Connor had to make a choice, the capital or Riorithan, and the captain gave orders to Henry that they would defend the capital. Henry, shaking, said that the boss made the right choice. It was necessary, and he did not hold a grudge against him. So they spent the entire war on planes. He thought he had overcome everything, but after the war ended, Henry was never able to sit in the cockpit of an airplane again, and he's really not the same as he used to be. But Layla is here with him, so everything is okay. Rosen, after some thought, said that he hated her because she, being a criminal from Rioritan, survived. While his innocent sister died there, the man nodded. The girl's gaze became sad, and she replied that this deserved to be hated. Let him continue to hate. Everything was fine. People always need a hero to admire like Ian Connor, and the one you can hate. They are like two sides of the coin, the hero and the witch. Her thoughts were interrupted again by Henry, who said he had come to apologize. Apologize for pestering her and showing the monsters the meat fillet lure. Oh, that's what it is. It wasn't Connor's idea. Be that as it may, if it weren't for Rosen, Layla would have suffered, and for this he is very grateful to her. At this time, Ian stood at the door, hearing the maids whispering about whether it was really worth leaving them alone. He opened the door and walked in. The maids looked at each other in fear. After expressing his gratitude once again, Henry heard a splash of water. Rosen peeked out from behind the screen, smiled conspiratorially, and asked if he had come to her empty-handed. Henry muttered that he had come to thank her sincerely, and there was no need to spoil the atmosphere, to which the girl replied that she was not joking. Rosen said he needed to prove his sincerity, not just a thank you. Henry hesitated and said that he could give her money, but what would she do with it? Rosen exhaled and said that he needed to be more flexible, glancing at the keys hanging on his belt. When the hint reached him, the man said, "No way." And it wasn't that he wasn't grateful. His position obliged him to. Rosen added that if he thinks the problem is that she is a prisoner, what if she didn't kill or if she did endure it hundreds of times, snapped and killed. He didn't want to listen any further as Rosen continued to talk about the reasons that had prompted her. They started having another verbal altercation. She said that she never lies. Henry reminded her that she herself said that she didn't save Layla because of the reward. Then Rosen proudly replied that it was true, but he himself came to her and made her proud. Then she calmed him down, saying that she would forget about the keys. And besides, she wouldn't survive in the ocean anyway. After which, beckoning him with her finger and smiling slyly, she asked him to come closer.
He began to resist, then the girl grabbed him by the sleeve.
At this time, Connor's shadow was moving towards the bathtub. He heard the hum of voices, but could not hear what was happening. Henry asked what she wanted. Rosen replied that nothing special, just a small request. Ian stood outside the door and thought he heard Rosen begging Henry if he would do it for her. A turn of the handle and he's in the bathroom. Rosen and Henry are standing close to each other. Ian loudly asks his subordinate what he's doing. Henry turned white as a sheet. He began to stutter incoherently. He wanted to ask how the boss got here. Ian's icy eyes pierced his subordinate, and he coldly asked him again what he was doing. Rosen stood and looked at them, not knowing what to do. She herself was confused. Ian pressed Henry hard, telling him that he better give him a clear explanation right now. In the end, he couldn't say anything, and Ian yelled at him to run away. Then he approached Rosen and handed her a blanket and told her to sit down on the couch for a while. Wrapped in a blanket, she looked at him with her eyes wide open, not understanding anything. Ian stood there, his thoughts confused about what she was like and how, but he didn't say anything out loud. Rosen wondered why he was still standing over her like this, and how long they would continue like this. Then Jan began to shift from foot to foot and put his hand on his head. Not knowing how best to ask, he finally spoke ingratiatingly, asking if Henry had done something to her against her will. Rosen, not understanding anything, continued to look at him. Then he asked whether Henry had tried to force her, whether he had touched her body without permission. When the girl realized this, she jumped up and screamed, "Of course not! What is he talking about?" Ian said that she could tell him everything as it was, and he could change her supervisor until Monty, and no one would be able to get close to her. Rosen asked if Henry wasn't his lieutenant. Ian seriously said that if he did something to Rosen, then no longer. But the girl said, well, he's a hero like you, and she's a witch. Ian asked what she meant by that. The girl, surprised, clarified that he didn't trust his own subordinates, even those like Henry. How did he even get through the war? Ian replied that he sincerely hates such things, and people are unpredictable. Even if Henry is a good subordinate, it does not mean that he is flawless. He continued to look at her as if she were a victim of circumstances, and tried to read her face to see if anything had happened. Rosen realized that it was time to clear up this misunderstanding. Otherwise, she would even feel ashamed, and she replied that nothing happened. They were just chatting. Ian still asked suspiciously what they were chatting about. The girl explained that Henry was embarrassed to thank her in front of everyone for saving Layla. She smiled and said that why should she do anything if she won't get anything? Not understanding what exactly she could get, the girl smiled and hinted at what a prisoner could get from a guard, and vice versa. Ian replied that he didn't understand how everyone fell for her lies. She was still just looking for the right opportunity. Then Rosen said seriously and sadly, if he wanted to know the reason, she wasn't deceiving anyone. They just pretend to be deceived. It doesn't matter whether she knows how to lie or not. Everyone hears only what they want to hear. No one needs the truth. Everyone needs a scapegoat whom they can calmly curse from the heart. Smiling sadly, the girl finished by saying that it didn't matter what she said. Her words will never change anything. But one thing is clear. He is a true hero. Surprise and some confusion flashed in Ian's eyes. The girl continued, he has a heightened sense of justice since he cares about some prisoner like her. Ian was amazed that she thought he was a hero too. Rosen chuckled. What was so strange about that? It's strange that someone like her could admire someone like Ian. Yes, she liked him. She was also a citizen of the Empire, no matter how much that angered him. And she collected his photos that fell from the sky. Ian asked again if she collected his photos. Rosen said, what's wrong with that? Doesn't he himself guess what's going on? But Ian apparently didn't understand, and the girl laughed and blurted out that he was a handsome man. Didn't he guess? Then she blushed at what she had just blurted out. She felt embarrassed and said that it was time for her to get dressed. Let her take poor Henry and leave. She asked the girls to come in and reassured them that he wouldn't knock them out or run away. He could be standing outside the door, and she will also put on the shackles as expected, when suddenly she did not expect further action. Suddenly, she saw his hand extended to her. It was unexpected. Not knowing how to react to this, the girl could not take her eyes off her hand. Ian said that he was not angry. He was just confused. Rosen was embarrassed, and he reminded her of her words about them being the same. He thinks it's true. They are similar in some ways. She was confused, falling into a stupor. They are similar. Remember when you said that? In what way are they similar? My consciousness is completely clouded. He said that it was time for her to go. The girl didn't understand where. He reminded her that it was time to get dressed and go to the long-awaited dinner. Her hand itself reached for his. Her hand lay in his hand. Thoughts flashed that she needed to go, but then everything broke off. He pulled her towards him. They were so close. Rosen's breath caught in her throat. The very next minute, he put her on his shoulder and carried her. The girl was indignant. She was like a sack of potatoes. Ian said he was sorry, but it was really necessary. She asked to call the girls. Ian calmly said why he should believe her and continued. He knows what she was planning. He shouldn't have listened to the captain in the first place, she said. And Henry, let him keep an eye on her. Ian answered gloomily that now he couldn't trust him either. Taking the shackles to put them back on the prisoner, he said that he would supervise everything himself. He told her to hold out her hands. It seems he was too impolite to her. Rosen indignantly wanted to blurt out when he had ever been polite to her. But Ian replied that she had saved the child, and Layla reveal at that. Looking with narrowed eyes, he listed, Henry, the captain. Layla, the crew. He is the only person whose heart has not yet wavered in front of her. Rosen blurted out that he was so afraid that she might run away. It was not for nothing that he carried a gun with him. Ian nodded. But he didn't say out loud that he was afraid of her. And it was true. The girl scared him, or rather, what he was beginning to feel for her. He told her that he was afraid that they were similar in some way. Rosen did not understand, but in what place, why. When he brought her into the room, the slightly frightened maids were already waiting. Rosen glared at Ian and thought it was she who should be afraid of him. He had all the control. He turned away, leaving the door ajar, and lit a cigarette while the girls dressed her. What he's really afraid of is that it's absurd that the prisoner was given a first-class cabin. Nothing should happen. There are veteran conductors here, and Henry, by the way, is his report. He went into the office and took the papers with Henry's report. There was so much of it. Ian was anxiously sorting through the papers. There must be something underneath him. Where could it be? He saw a folded piece of paper. He definitely gave the order to burn it. Ian took a drag on his cigarette, remembering the pile of newspapers with articles about Rosen Walker. In the newspapers, any mention of Rosen Walker, who she was, where she had run away from, was marked with a red pen. These newspapers were collected into a magazine, which had already become thick. At first, it was just a pastime, a hobby he tried to kill time with. But then, it turned into an addiction, even an obsession. After the war, he had the same dream, a nightmare in which he and the plane were drowning in the water. He woke up from this nightmare. He tried to convince himself that everything was okay with him. No one should know about this. You can't break down. He is a symbol of victory. They believe in him. Every time a nightmare overtook him, he grabbed a newspaper. He needed something to fill his head with, until my eyes caught the mention of Ryori-ten, which he had been forced to abandon. No one in the article mentioned his name, that he had abandoned him to his fate. And then a certain villain appears on the front pages, a witch who has replaced Ian Connor, the image of a witch created by journalists, the government, and the military. When he saw the mention of Rosenhaus, it was as if he was under the influence of a spell. He looked for mentions of this prisoner in the newspapers, circled them with a red pen, and made clippings. It was as if she were another side of his personality, the same desperate loser. But even though they were both equally unlucky, why did she become an evil witch, and he a hero who saved the country, the man who took one life out of malice, and the man who was forced to kill 15,623 people? Is there any way to determine the weight of sin? Whose sin would be heavier? He immersed himself in reading the notes about her, dreaming only of her running faster, so that only she would survive. Is she a witch or not? Did she really kill, or was she framed? She is the only one he saved and who survived, and Ryoritena. He sat at the table and thought, if someone could see his thoughts, the war hero would empathize with the prisoner. And what's more, he would become obsessed with her. Suddenly, Layla came in, apologizing for disturbing him. She was holding a bunch of toys. Seeing the toys, he asked what they were. The girl replied that she wanted to give Rosen a gift that evening, but she didn't know what to choose and whether he could help. Looking at the newspaper in front of him, Layla added, after all, he knows Rosen better than anyone. Before he could ask why him, the girl pointed her finger at the magazine, saying, it's definitely his. Ian asked how long she had known about this. He felt very awkward, but the girl answered without surprise. So what? Now you can collect everything connected with Rosen. Moreover, Layla herself was looking for newspapers to put together an album, but someone cut out the photos. Everything. Ian sat her on his lap and, trying to speak as softly as possible, asked if she had told anyone about this. The girl honestly answered that she hadn't told anyone, not even her uncle. He asked Layla not to tell anyone about this. The girl asked if he could get into trouble because of this. He answered that yes. Ian explained that she was a prisoner and that his job was to escort them, and Layla assured him that no one would know. Then Layla said that she always thought he hated Rosen and that probably everyone thought so. Ian explained to her that he didn't hate the prisoners. He was just doing his job, and he shouldn't have feelings for them. Moreover, she saved her. If he had been rude to her before, it would not happen again. The girl trustingly asked if this meant that he liked Rosen. He remained silent and replied that no. Then Layla asked if it was possible for her to like Rosen. He began to explain that Rosenhauer's. The girl interrupted him and said that she knew that she had killed her husband, and she added, but she also saved her, which means she covered up the bad with the good. And now Rosen might like her. Ian held back with all his might. Layla asked him to choose a gift, even though Ian assured her that she would have to give up her things in prison. They chose a teddy bear, and then Layla shared her special coin with him, explaining that he needed it more. He guessed where she got it from, and the girl said that it was a magic coin and Rosen gave it to her. Ian sternly told her not to dare take anything from Rosen anymore. Tears welled up in Layla's eyes. He took the coin, promising that he would take care of it, and said that both she and he needed to change clothes. When the girl asked where Uncle Henry was, he answered that Rosen was guarding in the hallway. As she was leaving, the little girl replied that he was not in the hallway. Ian had a picture and words in front of his eyes, where Henry and Rosen were hurrying so that Ian wouldn't see them. She could go through anything, even with the jailers. He didn't hear the knock, and as pale Henry entered, he tried to push away the thoughts of why he was so angry in general. Why Henry, who begged him to believe that they were just talking, irritated him so much. Ian sat stone-faced. He had to bury his feelings, then told Henry that his actions were a threat to both Rosen and himself. While Rosen was being dressed and she heard their loud voices, the maid added admiringly that she could go out. How beautiful she was, everyone would be amazed. Rosen couldn't bring herself to take a step, but the maid nudged her, saying that she really had no idea how beautiful she was now. Entering the office in a beautiful emerald dress, gloves, emerald shoes to match the dress, with her hair beautifully styled and in shackles, Rosen felt awkward. When Ian and Henry saw her, Ian tried to hide his expression, and Henry, with his eyes wide open, couldn't take his eyes off Rosen. She stood in front of them. They looked. Rosen didn't know where to hide from their glances, not understanding whether she looked funny or good. In the end, she asked, offended, why they were both staring at her. Henry apologized and asked who she was. Rosen thought that Henry had decided to tease her. She said that she would give him a hard time now. Anyway, she would be in prison for life. But he gasped and admitted that he really didn't recognize her. Then Rosen coquettishly said that she had told him earlier that she was worth looking at, and the man assured her that now she was like a real lady. Rosen sincerely thanked Henry for the compliment, and Henry and Ian were dressed in festive suits. But why was Ian just looking and saying nothing? Rosen wondered if he could see clearly when she suddenly heard Lady Walker address her and extend her hand. Henry bowed politely and asked permission to accompany her. God, Henry, you make my heart flutter, Rosen thought. He is very gallant, she added sarcastically. And wasn't he going to push her away later, saying that she stunk? Henry added as best he could. Rosen flirted and said that she would probably trust him, thinking that this guy was quite cute. Suddenly, Ian blocked Rosen's view, telling Henry that Henry was making excuses. Hadn't they sorted out this misunderstanding? He said that they sorted it out, but in another sense he could not trust him, since excessive friendliness and excessive hostility are equally dangerous. Henry was shocked. Did Ian really think he would free Walker and let her escape? Ian, looking at Rosen, said that he had some reason to think so, adding to himself how he knew what they had agreed on in the bathroom. Henry started making excuses again. Rosen simply asked him to tell the chef to prepare one dish that she would like to try. Oh, you bastard, Rosen thought. How could you say that? Yes, she confirmed. But when asked what kind of dish it was, the girl didn't have time to answer. At that moment, there was a knock. Ian didn't have time to get an answer and turned around. The captain and Layla entered. The girl was delighted with the sight of Rosen. Rosen waved to her, thinking that Layla would also be at dinner. Apparently, she had managed to persuade her grandfather. Layla enthusiastically said that Rosen was just like a real princess. The girl was pleased to hear such a sincere compliment, and she said that Layla was also like a princess. The girl wanted to come closer, but Ian told her to take a step back. She just wanted to thank him, but Sir Connor was adamant. Layla had to step away. Everyone felt awkward, and Rosen thought that he was merciless even to children. Here the captain exploded, calling Ian a wary boy. He was the king of this ship. Ian replied that Rosen Hayworth was a cold-blooded criminal, and the argument would probably have continued. But then they announced that food had been served. The captain, realizing that Rosen's shackles would not be removed, ordered Henry to help her during dinner. Ian stepped forward and said that he would help personally. Everyone looked at him in shock. He asked what was wrong with it if he was the one helping. Rosen had no objections. So it was all decided, and Ian took her hand to lead her to the table. He held her just below the elbow. She looked at his face. Strangely, his look. It was not like the look that had been looking at her from the very beginning. It may seem so, but those gray eyes linger on her longer than usual. He wrapped his arm around her wrist below the shackles, and she thought sadly that it was all just an illusion. This obsession simply gives her the opportunity to escape the harsh reality. But his eyes, their color, are very complex, through which it is impossible to discern his character. If she didn't stop, she would come to ruin and forget about her goal. But it was stronger than her, and then the girl felt her hand lying in his. Rosen asked him how long he planned to hold her hand, and Ian caught himself and became embarrassed. He muttered that he just wanted to pull the chain. Rosen was indignant at the expression, "pull the chain." Captain Revel flared up that he was being impolite to the lady. Ian started to justify himself by saying that he didn't do it on purpose, but it didn't look very convincing. He looked at her and explained that he sincerely thought it was a chain. The girl snorted and said that she knew there was no need to justify herself. She thought sadly that she knew perfectly well that this gesture meant nothing, that it was just her illusions. Those phrases from the radio and on the leaflets, "I will always protect you," were impossible to fulfill. But she believed this lie because she needed to believe in something. Yes, it was her fantasy in which she was unrequitedly in love with him. Silly Rosen. At the moment when you need to be completely cool, you can't even look at him. She stood there, embarrassed, not knowing where to look, as if they were suspected of something awkward. Ian was still making excuses that he hadn't hinted at anything, so he wouldn't misunderstand. She tried to pretend that it didn't bother her at all, she said. What was there to understand? She wasn't stupid. "I will definitely protect you." These words of his sounded in her head. Rosen tried her best to pull herself together. Upon entering the hall, the girl involuntarily whistled, then apologized. Everything was so pompous. The captain was good-naturedly glad that she was impressed. The captain said he himself rarely dined like this. Usually, only official receptions were held this way. The table was set. Everything was ready. The captain suggested starting dinner. They pulled out a chair for her, and when she sat down at the table, the girl asked why she hadn't seen a single person while they were walking. The captain replied that it would be outrageous for the public to see such treatment of the prisoner. Rosen's gaze immediately fell on the soup. The girl reached for a spoon, forgetting about everything. Henry said how she was going to eat in handcuffs, and the captain had not yet given his consent to start eating. Rosen was embarrassed, saying that he had just given permission. Henry patiently explained that it was not the same thing, and that he had to wait until other dishes were served. His words about how she had eaten before, with the hint that she did not know something so obvious, made the girl blush. How could she know? She was not an aristocrat, and had never been at such a table. Suddenly, she heard her name and Ian handing her a spoon and saying, if she wants to, let her eat if she is hungry. Layla liked that they got along so well, and she asked for a spoon for herself. Ian, while feeding Rosen soup, scolded Henry. He himself did not observe much etiquette on the battlefield. Ian became even more angry at the awkward excuses and ordered him to move away from the girl and not talk to her. Julia Rosen asked why he didn't eat himself, to which the man replied that she shouldn't think about him and eat herself. The girl asked for meat. She looked at Connor's face. Funny, he looks stern, but his movements are so soft. Rosen was in a state of euphoria from the food. She devoured it without stopping to admire how delicious everything was. She asked for one piece, then another piece of the dish. Everyone was a little dumbfounded as they watched the girl. Ian, while feeding her with a spoon, told her to eat slowly, otherwise she would get a stomachache. Rosen puffed out her cheeks, saying that he was disgusted by watching her. He asked not to twist his words, calmly explaining that if her stomach hurts, it will only be worse for her if her stomach hurts. She asked why he had such a twisted face. He replied that this was his usual expression. Everyone present fully agreed with this. Rosen, looking at him, wondered why he continued to talk. Yes, she started it, but he could have simply ignored her. While stabbing another piece, he asked if she had been a nurse before. Rosen nodded negatively. Where did she get such knowledge of first aid then? There weren't many like her in the whole country. Then he suspiciously asked if she had used magic. Rosen chuckled and replied that if a woman did something impressive, she would immediately be accused of witchcraft. She added that she was not a nurse, but her husband was a doctor, albeit an unlicensed charlatan. But by observing him, one could learn something. However, Hindley was indeed married to a real witch, although she herself was not a witch, but Emily was. There was an awkward silence. Everyone suddenly went silent. She thought maybe they realized that she was a killer. She was angry with Ian. This asshole ruined the whole atmosphere. Why ask about something that had already been written about? Here the captain spoke up, apologizing for his question about how old she was. Every newspaper wrote differently. They were not to be trusted. Some claimed that she was 70, but looked young with the help of magic. Rosen replied that she was 25 years old, as the imperial newspaper wrote. Then he said, "So she got married," and fell silent, then exclaimed at 15 years old. He asked if she had married so early at the insistence of her parents, and the girl simply replied that no, straight from the orphanage. Henry slammed his fist on the table and yelled, "Are they crazy? Marrying a 15-year-old girl?" Taking another piece into her mouth, Rosen replied, "What difference does it make? Her husband is already dead anyway." Everyone stopped. There was a deathly silence, Rosen thought. Damn, she didn't plan this. Ian broke the silence. "Enough talking nonsense. Layla is here." The girl said that it was okay. She had also read articles about Rosen, and before she could finish speaking, Ian interrupted her and said that it was just there. But the girl still finished by saying that Rosen killed her husband, and he stopped her. The girl sadly said that there was a chance that Rosen didn't kill him. Ian, like a monolith, said that this had been officially established. Everyone sat there confused. Only Ian said that yes, Hayworth had saved her life, but the truth was that she had killed her own husband. The girl replied that it was all sad. Sad that no one believed Rosen. She started crying and said that she would feel very bad if no one believed her like that. Rosen couldn't take it anymore and told Ian to stop pressuring Layla and just let her eat. He, in turn, answered why she gave her the coin, remembering which coin they were talking about. The girl got her bearings and said that this coin originally belonged to Layla. She just played with it and gave it back to the girl. She understood that he wanted to tell her that she was a liar. Layla, still crying, confirmed that it really was a lucky coin. Rosen wasn't lying, and Rosen thought how sometimes lies luckily turn out to be the truth. She reassured the girl, thinking that children were naive and therefore could be easily manipulated. Layla looked on without crying, and Rosen thanked Layla for protecting her. The maid came and asked if she could clear the plates so that the next course could be served. Rosen sat in anticipation of what the next wonderful dish would be served on the table. There was so much of it. Ian asked her if she wanted to try any of the dishes. She saw the brightly colored berries and asked for the myeria. Ian cut the fruit in half and scooped up the juicy pulp with a spoon, bringing it to the girl's mouth and offering to try it. Rosen gripped the chair with one hand and took a berry into her mouth. The last word she heard from the captain, asking if everything was okay with her. She was silent. Ian said that she was asked a question. As his eyes widened in horror, he saw drops of blood on the carpet. Rosen clutched her throat. Blood flowed from her lips. Her pupils dilated. The girl could not answer. Everything swam before her eyes. She heard her name being called, thinking, great. Everything worked out. Her hand in a bloody glove hung limply. The last thought was that it was a pity that Layla had seen this horror. But there was no other way out. She must not end up behind bars. Now she knew for sure that there was no savior. If she wanted to be saved, she had to do it herself. Ian had to do as she planned. She was already losing consciousness when Ian, with frightened eyes, shouted her name. Even if it was just for a second to relax her vigilance, she thought. They tried to calm Ian down. He asked if it was poisoning. Rosen was placed on the sofa and given first aid. She was unconscious. Ian said that she started coughing up blood after trying the berry. The man agreed, but it was not poison. He rushed straight to the screams. The atmosphere was serious. The captain was shouting that there was a poisoner hiding on his ship, and the soldier who was seeing him off completely lost his temper. He was referring to Henry. Connor stood there, cold as a rock, with drops of blood on his dress suit. The man thought that for Sir Connor, it was understandable. The mission was very important. Ian asked if it wasn't the poison, then what was it? And the man said it was most likely the girl's body's characteristics. Apparently, she has a serious allergy to some foods, because everything else was fine with the food and no one else got sick. Ian asked if Rosen had eaten the fruit on purpose, and the man replied that he couldn't say for sure. Either she didn't know anything and it just happened that way, or she did it on purpose, considering she was going to Monty Island for life. Ian looked at Rosen and wondered if it could have been a suicide attempt. The worker added that perhaps she decided it was better to die than to end up on the island. He asked if Rosen would die. The man who provided assistance said that she was not dying, just unconscious. They provided assistance to her. Ian touched her cheek with his hand, asking why she was not coming to her senses. The man replied that her body was very weakened due to malnutrition and did not have enough energy to come to her senses. It might be that she won't regain consciousness. The worker replied that he couldn't say for sure, but she is a prisoner who has been through a lot. Many die in their cells for no reason. She might die from another disease, Ian heard, a feeling beyond his control taking over his mind. He looked at Rosen, and the thought flashed through his head that he might die. He turned away and tried to pull himself together, when at that moment a thin voice called him. Layla looked at him with her eyes full of tears and begged him not to send Rosen to the cell. She heard the conversation. He didn't say anything, turning away, but the girl grabbed his leg and cried, babbling that Rosen was very ill and would die in the cell, so she could rest a little. Suddenly, he placed his hand on the girl's head, looked at Rosen, and gave the order to carry her to the cabin. When he named his cabin, everyone stared at him. The man asked if he was sure he wanted the prisoner in his cabin, but Ian replied that there was definitely no need to worry about him. Ian said that Rosen Walker was entrusted to him and he would look after her personally. His boss's words flashed through his mind, telling him that he was tasked with escorting prisoners to Monty Island and keeping a particularly close eye on Rosen Walker. He looked at Rosen and thought that he had long ago forgotten the essence of his task. Now it's something personal, something he tried so hard to get rid of, but failed. He asked himself the same question. Why is he so worried about her? She is a murderer, and he is the one who is dragging her to a hell worse than death. Rosen's mind raced with thoughts of how she had told him that he was her hero, and she remembered how she had woken up the first time she had been hurt. Emily was looking after her. The girl asked if she was dying, but she said that everyone is born with their own body characteristics. For some people, even ordinary medicines can be poison, as can food. While putting a wet bandage on my head, she explained that I needed to be careful about what I ate and what medications I was taking that were causing me problems. She almost died then. Emily asked if Rosen remembered what medicine made her sick. Looking at Emily and trying to remember, Rosen remembered her childhood. She remembered that the director of the shelter had a habit of drinking compote made from purple berries. She always began to feel like everything was itchy, even just being near it. Then Emily said that she should never eat these berries. Otherwise, next time, she might actually die. Rosen asked the name of the berries, and Emily said Myeria. She remembered the name, but every time life became unbearable, this name popped into her head. She thought, didn't she at least deserve a peaceful death by suffocation? It was better than being killed by Hindley. But this time, it's different. If she was going to die, she wouldn't have suffered for the sake of escaping from prison. Rosen came to. Light was falling on her. She couldn't figure out where she was. She sat up in bed and realized that she was in a cabin, not a prison cell. So it had worked. Looking at the hand in shackles, the girl smiled and thought that Ian, in his style, does not lose his vigilance even in such a situation. But we need to look for positive aspects too. She's not in the cell, which means everything is going according to plan. Looking at myself, I saw that my clothes had been changed. Well, it's logical. The dress was ruined by blood. Her thoughts were interrupted by a voice that addressed her as Miss Walker. Rosen turned around tensely to see Captain Revel's smiling face. The girl became nervous, wondering if he had been watching her for a long time, or if he had just come in. But the man sat down next to her and gestured for her to calm down. Having said that, a healthy mind resides in a healthy body. The man fell silent and looked expectantly at Rosen. Finally turning to her first, he asked if she knew how much time they had left before arriving on Monty Island. After all, she must be interested in this. They continue to head west, and to be precise, they will arrive at the island in 3 days, despite the fact that the wind is blowing in the opposite direction. To Rosen's surprised look, he added that with the invention of the steam engine, it became easy to go against the wind, which fascinated modern youth even more. They invented gravity-defying airplanes and took to the skies. Isn't that amazing? Rosen asked the captain if this was his cabin, but he shook his head and said that it was Ian's cabin. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Sir Connor just allowed her to stay here. Alex Revel grinned and replied that Sir Connor only seemed callous. Yes, he can be stubborn, but it was nothing more than an image. Now he went out for a smoke. Even more surprised, Rosen asked if a pilot could smoke, to which the captain remarked that the war was over. But Sir Connor was still an active pilot, wasn't he? Yes, planes don't just fly in war, but Ian is going to quit. He's already done enough. Afterwards, Captain Revel smiled and added to Rosen that Ian was very worried about her. By the way, he pointed to the little thing standing on the table. It's still here. He gave it to Ian when he was about 12 years old. He brought back this glow-in-the-dark moss from Kintori Island, an ideal alternative to a gas lamp. Rosen examined this strange thing, and in the meantime, the captain picked up a telescope and a map, which he had also once given to Ian. Pointing his fingers at a point on the map, he explained that this was their departure point, after which he pointed to their current location, and that they had arrived here so quickly thanks to the calm sea. This gift is also almost 15 years old. Rosen asked with interest if the captain had known Sir Connor as a child, to which he nodded affirmatively and explained that Ian had been Henry's senior at the military academy, having entered it at the age of 10, so he and Henry had been friends since childhood. The captain laughed and remembered that no, Henry couldn't stand Ian at first. He hated him to the point of gnashing his teeth because Ian was principled and adamant. Henry wrote letters home begging to be taken away, calling Ian a real devil. Then our heroine thought that she understood Henry perfectly. She also would not want to end up in this academy. The captain talked about how Ian was an outstanding boy, about his achievements during his studies. Well, of course, Rosen thought, imagining him as a favorite child, the pride of the family, living in a huge estate where everyone loved him. An ideal family. As if stepped out of a picture, there was probably also a dog. Oh, she could never have dreamed of such a thing. But when the captain said that the boy had no parents, that they both died when he was very young, Rosen's heart sank. His parents were killed by an epidemic, and little Ian was left all alone. He had to frequently move from relative to relative with his entire inheritance. As soon as he reached the age of admission, he immediately went to the academy. Most likely, he did this because his relatives had already begun to argue among themselves over his inheritance. And at the academy, a cadet's property is transferred under state protection until the child reaches adulthood. He had to grow up early. He rarely opens up about his feelings and doesn't know how to be honest with himself. Alas, he carries this burden with him in his loneliness. Therefore, it is very sad to see children who become adults very early. His words also applied to Rosen. Taking the girl by the hand, Captain Reveal asked her not to end her life. Oh, so that's why he told her about Ian, his childhood. He thought she wanted to commit suicide. Rosen tried to justify herself. No, she did not try to commit suicide. It was a misunderstanding. But the captain answered seriously that he himself had a daughter whom he often thought about, and that Rosen looked like her. This girl was his first child after 15 years of marriage, to which Rosen thought that this precious child of Revel with golden hair could not possibly look like her. He probably couldn't let go of his daughter, and when he sees a girl her age, he associates her with his late daughter. But how can she be indifferent to the story of a father who lost his child? Even such a disgusting prisoner as she cannot get rid of such a useless habit as sympathy. Then the captain inquired again about Rosen's well-being and advised her to rest more. When he touched the door handle to go out, he said one last thing. There was still time. 3 more days before arriving on Monty Island, and he believed in Rosen and that she would not give up. Rosen listened to this in a stupor, and she had developed a habit of carefully analyzing information that people unintentionally give out. She didn't fully understand the wind direction the captain had talked about, the temperature, the weather, of course, due to her lack of education. But she clearly understood one thing. She needed to go east, and the captain, one might say, had given her information for her escape. It was already late. The girl was holding a jar of glowing moss in her hands and admiring its glow in the darkness. And it really does resemble a lighthouse, which she will finally manage to find while drifting at sea. Now all that remains is to find the key. She must steal it from Ian Connor, and if she manages to steal the gun, then what next? It will be self-deception if she convinces herself that she doesn't care about those sea monsters, but she knows what will give her strength. Her vow to Emily that she will never die and that they will meet. This is the day when she first acted bravely in her empty life, and every time she remembers that moment, it's like a blue flame flares up in her heart. It melts the icy horror that binds her time after time and helps her take off. She will win. She simply must win. Ian entered the cabin looking at Rosen. It was already late. The girl deliberately assumed a seductive look, unbuttoning the lace of her shirt on her chest. Ian stared at her, his eyes unblinking and his expression stony, then told her to cover up. Rosen thought with disappointment that he hadn't noticed anything, or that nothing could penetrate him, but she asked out loud where he had been. Having received a dry answer from someone standing near the cabin, the girl asked why he was making everything so complicated. He could have asked a subordinate. Glancing sideways at her, Ian said that he had personally received an order from the minister to escort her, and besides, she apparently underestimated her fame, which clearly exceeded his. Rosen chuckled. Yes, she is popular, but clearly in a negative way. So, since dinner is over, she will be returned to her cell, and she received the answer that she could stay here until she arrived on the island. The doctor noted health problems. And how will they sleep? Ian replied that he would lie down on the sofa and that there was no other cabin, to which the man noted that this was his cabin. Why look for another one? Aga suspects that she will do something in his absence. It seems like she can read minds, but he doesn't have the key with him. Then Rosen suggested that she lie down on the sofa and he would be in his bed. But Ian stopped this by saying that the sofa was lighter than the bed. Rosen started laughing nervously. What was he getting at? Did he think she would jump into the ocean from the sofa? The man then accused her of having already tried to die, and there was no guarantee that she wouldn't do it again, so he would keep her locked in this cabin. At first, Rosen tried to explain that she hadn't tried to commit suicide. Hadn't the captain explained it to him? But Ian replied that he understood everything, that she knew perfectly well that she could die if she ate this berry, and still asked Henry to submit it under the pretext that she wanted to try it. He clenched his fists and shamed her vehemently about whether she had enjoyed it, whether it had been fun. What infuriated him most was that he fed her these berries himself. Stop. He's angry now, considering that she's been watching him for the last few days. He hasn't lost his composure or raised his voice. If he had thought it over calmly, he would have realized that she was not trying to commit suicide. Had he really forgotten how to think with a cool head? Well, in that case, we can't miss such an opportunity. And crying, she bitterly noted that she would die before arriving on the island, and what was the point of living further? Well, even if he continues to live, he will either spend the rest of his life in correctional labor or die under torture. So why can't she die peacefully now? The girl decided to try the tactic of playing on pity. Suddenly, Ian came up to her and grabbed her face with his hand, saying that he would not allow this, that she thought that everything would be as she wanted. If handcuffs weren't enough, he'd tie her up with chains on top, just so she could think of doing something and end up tied hand and foot. Tota Rosen snapped that she would bite her tongue off. Ian replied that he would also provide her with a gag. The girl did not give in and said that she would stop breathing, but he replied that it was impossible to die like that. Their squabble continued, until at one point they began speaking at the same time. Ian asked sternly that he didn't understand how a man who had tried so desperately to escape suddenly decided to die. Then Rosen got angry. What was he talking about? She wanted to die, because she just couldn't escape. Remind her who threatened her and showed her sea monsters, and who constantly reminds her that she is being justly punished. More calmly, Ian replied that he had only warned her, but he would never have thought that this could drive her to suicide. The Rosen he knew would not give up until her last breath. Which I know, he knows me, but you don't know me at all. She angrily demanded an answer, but Sir Connor decided that he knew her. He only knows her name and that she made 2 escape attempts. He began to run his fingers through her hair and said softly that, of course, he didn't know everything, but he still knew much more than she thought. Rosen calmed down but answered, "Does he believe everything that these newspapers wrote?" Yes, he did read articles about her. The captive began to get irritated by all this, and she asked him directly what the hell he wanted from her. His request that she not die made her freeze. He asked her to promise that she would not kill herself on this ship. Ian Connor asks her to give up the last way to annoy them all, so she will in any case, but he finished the conversation for her. Yes, she will die in any case. It will not be possible to hold out on Monty Island for long in any case, but this also does not mean that she is allowed to escape. And Ian offered her a deal. She does not commit suicide, and he will remove the handcuffs from her and provide her with good food. Before Rosen could come to her senses, he had unlocked her shackles. The girl stretched out her hands and felt incredible lightness. What the hell is he doing? Her legs have also become free and she can walk freely. She didn't understand much, but she still decided to take advantage of it and get up. Like a child taking her first steps, Rosen walked hesitantly around the cabin, holding Ian's hands. Her steps were so light, she even forgot when the last time she felt her legs so freely. Ian told her that in the cabin, under his supervision, she would be free of shackles and would be able to live in comfort for the remaining days before arrival, and would also have the opportunity to reflect on her life until they arrived at their destination. Holding her, he once again asked her to promise not to commit suicide. She must promise Ian not to commit suicide, as if he doesn't want her to die. Rosen really didn't understand his motive now. Of course, she doesn't know why he needs this, but there is no need to refuse it. Cautiously, deciding to check with him whether he was joking, the man replied that he never joked, and she promised, thinking to herself that there is not much time left and they will soon arrive on the island of Monty. But even in this case, it is difficult to look happy. From this moment on, you need to give up your old life and enjoy the last moments of freedom. And she said that she wanted alcohol. Let him bring her the strongest alcohol, but Ian looked at her questioningly. And she also wants cigarettes. How she wants to smoke. Oh, how she needs them. The girl reminded him of the last will of prisoners, when they are allowed to have their last dinner. Ian reluctantly didn't want to do it, but looking at Rosen's pleading look, he gave her his cigarettes and she took a drag. He promised to bring alcohol tomorrow morning, but the girl already felt as if she had been born again. I didn't even notice how I smoked the whole pack of cigarettes. Ian handed her another one. Oh, I can smoke another one. Well, this is beyond my dreams. He'll tell her to go to bed after he finishes smoking. But it's a waste of time to just go to bed now. What could I ask him about without looking suspicious? I carefully asked Ian when he started smoking. Pilots aren't supposed to smoke, are they? At first he did not answer, but sat there thoughtfully, as if pondering what to answer. Watching Rosen take a drag, he replied that he started after the end of the war. She began to ask why he started, to which the man replied, "What's wrong with that? Is a reason really needed?" But Rosen, looking at him, could not imagine that Ian smoked. Well, it did not suit him at all. He was a male hero of the sky. She immediately remembered how she watched the Imperial planes fly by every time. They looked like huge birds. She looked at the sky for a long time, because Ian Connor was the commander. His plane was first. And if you stretch out your arms, you can touch the small figure in the sky. And there was a feeling as if the body tied to the ground would momentarily fly up into the sky. Ian interrupted her reminiscences with the words that the war was over. Then Rosen asked point blank why he hadn't married. Looking at his grimacing face, the girl childishly began to babble. If the war was over, why didn't he get married? And does he have a girlfriend? Ian asked why she was interested in such strange things, and received the answer that these things were of interest to the entire female population of the Empire. Ian said that when you are a pilot, you can die at any moment, and it is difficult to start a family in such conditions. Her words that he flew without a photo of his beloved in a cap made the man smile slightly. It can't be. Did Tan really smile? Well, it really was a smile. After Rosen's words, he is always so boring. Ian's face darkened. Well, she was just used to seeing his image on video, and he is somehow different from this image in reality. The man explained that he did indeed look different in the video, but that was necessary for the video. Rosen noted that it would be a crime not to choose him as a hero, given his appearance. It's good to have such an appearance and really be a hero, and not just when you don't look good. Ian couldn't help but smile. Rosen dropped his cigarette, and he actually smiled. This is his agreement that he is indeed handsome, but Ian said, following up on her question about marriage, that he doesn't think it matters. Our heroine said that in her place, she would have 3 wives. It would be better than marrying an ugly man. Over the course of her life, she realized that she didn't need a man by her side, but that didn't mean that she killed Hindley, to which Ian expressed doubt about the adequacy of her words, stating that polygamy had long since ceased to exist. Yes, he knows nothing about the real world. This is the case only in wealthy neighborhoods, but most men in the environment where she lived had several wives, and he knows that she herself was Hindley's second wife. Ian was apparently impressed. He didn't know about it. The next minute, she climbed onto his lap, declaring that this had not been written about anywhere. Doesn't he want to hear more about things that weren't written in the newspapers? She has one very interesting secret that she can tell him, but the very next minute, Rosen was put to bed, her seduction trick having failed again. But I don't want to just go to bed. I want to talk to him some more. To start the dialogue again, she asked if it was okay not to handcuff her again, and he's going to go to bed now, to which Ian replied that he could put on the handcuffs while she was sleeping, and he himself hardly slept at night. He can't sleep. That's why he always looks tired. I wonder if this is because of the war, or if there is some other hidden trauma. The next minute, he handed her something to take. What, teddy bear? Rosen flared up that he considers her a child. She had already picked up the toy to throw it, when she felt ashamed from the words she heard. It was a gift from Layla. She chose it herself. Hugging the teddy bear, the girl asked him to tell Layla that she was very grateful to her. When she was told that it was time for bed, Rosen became capricious and couldn't sleep a wink. Ian advised her to count sheep, but the girl didn't give up. She would die in 3 days anyway. She didn't want to waste time sleeping. She would have to sleep anyway. She hinted to Ian with a sly look that she could tell him the truth, but he meekly replied that he already knew everything. He wanted to move away, but Rosen took his hand and did not let go. She will speak, and it does not matter whether he listens to her or not. The story changes depending on who tells it first. At least it is always interesting to hear the story from the lips of the storyteller himself. Ian won't believe her anyway, but he has to listen to her and start telling her about himself when he was 15. Since up until that time, everything was very boring. In general, her memories of the 15 years are blurred. She was in an orphanage in Riortena, and during these years, she was unable to get out. Rosen began to remember the story of the ring theft, which other girls accused her of. She endured everything with clenched teeth because she was used to being beaten, but humility caused even more negativity. The friend tried to calm the attacker down so that she wouldn't get into trouble with the headmistress, who didn't like noise. Rosen simply watched silently, didn't make excuses, didn't cry. As she left, her accuser ordered Rosen to return to her post. She didn't understand why they accused her, and with such anger. She knew perfectly well that Connie had taken the ring. Then Rosen saw the medallion lying on the nightstand and smiled. She took it without any feeling of guilt, since she was punished first. The world in the orphanage was everything for little Rosen, who didn't know what family or parental love was. I had to work a lot, and no one cared whether you were small or sick. If she didn't do this, someone's hand or mop would fly at her. Life was difficult, although she is not a pessimist, because everyone in the shelter had such a life. But even she had occasional glimpses of normal life. One day, she was going to the stream to wash clothes. Her fingers were very cold. She was late and the stream froze. And at such moments, there was hope that the director had had a drink and gone to bed early. And that day, the street was noisy and crowded. Walking through Rosen, hearing that the festival of St. Walpurga would take place today, it started snowing. Rosen looked at the flags hanging along the street and wondered what kind of festival this was in honor of St. Walpurga. She learned the truth later, and that day was a festival that lasted all night until the morning, on the birthday of the greatest witch in history, Walpurga. The girl often wondered if her life would have been different if she hadn't seen that landscape in the city that day. The window caught her attention, and for some reason, she wanted to look into it. Having left the talk and the washboard, she did not take her eyes off the window until the senior one yelled at her, saying that the director had been looking for her for a long time. But Rosen stood rooted to the spot, not reacting or moving from her spot. The headmistress came out and said that it was not appropriate to make noise at night. Rosen stood with a basin and dirty laundry next to her. The woman spoke only so that Walker would come into her room. It was late at night. The girl came to her bed. Other children were sleeping nearby. All her legs were covered in stripes from the beatings. She could barely move them. She was so absorbed in the scene taking place in the house that it changed her world. That evening, she saw a family. 2 girls, one her age and the other younger. They were so happy. The man was holding a strawberry cake in his hands, and he was also happy. There were no voices heard from outside the window, but it was clear what was happening. He gave one girl a white teddy bear, but she heard only one word: love. The girl rushed to hug her father, and he held her tightly in his arms. The first time Rosen heard "I love you," something changed in her. She thought that love was a made-up word used only in performances and fairy tales. This is a strange word that the main characters said to each other, but here everything was different. It was not a lie from plays and fairy tales. This is what parents told their child. And the lovers are in love with each other. And at the moment when Rosen realized this, she felt unbearably lonely. After all, no one had ever said such warm words to her as, "I love you." That night was so cold, I wanted something warm to warm me up. Until that moment, Rosen thought that only abandoned weaklings could desire warmth. Children hate childishness and tears. So in the past, the tears of crying children only caused irritation. But that night, she realized that the children were crying not from pain, but from longing. Not from weakness, but from sadness. Unlike children like her, those kids knew how warm the world could be. They simply realized how cold and lonely a place they had found themselves in. And that day, Rosen realized how alone she was. On Walpurgis night, people light candles and make a wish to the greatest witch in history. Rosen hugged herself and begged Walpurga to have pity on her, to help her meet someone who would warmly embrace her, someone who would truly love her. Even if these words are a lie, just for this man to hug her tightly. The girls were working in the kitchen, and their partner noticed that Rosen was daydreaming and had been covered in bruises lately. The girl couldn't answer questions about what happened, so how could she explain to them what had happened to her? Another girl asked if Rosen was so worried because of his birthday, since it was soon, and once he turned 15, he couldn't stay in the shelter any longer. To which Rosen replied that in any case, she would be sold either as a mistress or as a servant, and the money from the sale would go to the director. One of the girls noted that it is better to become a mistress than a servant. Once you become a servant, you won't be able to change anything until your death. The girls started arguing about who was better to be, a mistress or a servant. Some thought that at least you could earn money as a servant, but being a mistress or a wife was a big risk. Who knows what kind of husband you might get? A girl came in and called Rosen. What was especially strange was that someone came to meet her. In the director's office, a man sat waiting for Rosen. Smiling, he replied that there was nothing wrong with waiting for a woman. Rosen stood in front of the mirror, wondering whether to put on her best dress and put on makeup, or not. But if that man is here to take the maid, then there is nothing good in looking beautiful. The girl was in doubt about what to do, and in the end, she decided to wear a modest suit without makeup. When she entered, the lyricist offered to sit down. The news that they wanted to take her as a wife spread throughout the shelter. The headmistress pointed to the man sitting on the chair and said that he would become her husband. It was Mr. Hindley Hayworth, a man of about 35 or 40 years of age. He approached her, and the girl was confused when he called her by name, but then hesitantly said, "Hello." He looked at her from under his glasses, carefully and intently examining her, and said that she could be called Rosen Hayworth, which she would soon become. Looking at her, Hindley Hayworth asked the headmistress if she was definitely healthy, to which she reminded him that she had shown him Rosen's test results. Rosen broke out in a cold sweat when he took her hand like something in a store and said that she was too thin. Would she be able to bear many children? The headmistress noted that it depended on him. While they were discussing Rosen's reproductive system and that she was absolutely healthy, the girl decided to smile. She couldn't look at anyone with disdain. If he leaves next time, she might be sold to a truly horrible place. In the end, he put his hand on Rosen's shoulder and said that he would believe the director's words and take the girl. The payment was made in cash. There was a signature on both sides, and Rosen also signed. Hindley smiled and, remembering something, asked her to extend her hand. "Just in time," said the man, putting the wedding ring on her ring finger. Rosen couldn't take her eyes off the ring. It was the first time in her life that she had been given something as a gift, and Hindley said that he immediately noticed her. She stood out among the other girls from the shelter. Taking her hand, he said that from now on, he would protect Rosen. The headmistress was also pleased with the profitable deal, but that wasn't all. He took out a little gift. "Do you like Rosen?" It was a cute teddy bear, and at that moment, Rosen thought that her wish to Walpurga had come true. She can finally become loved. She is led into the house of Rosen Haworth from that moment on. The house was small, 2 stories high. The first floor was for receiving patients, and the second was residential. He showed that he had prepared everything for her, bought a dress, and she even had her own dressing table. Rosen looked at these things with admiration. It seemed as if she had found herself in a fairy tale, and he quietly whispered whether she was grateful. Of course she was grateful to him, considering that she had never seen anything good or warm in her life. The girl threw herself into his arms, expressing her gratitude, and it was sincere. She was truly grateful to him. Since she came to his house, she had not been hungry or shivering in the cold wind. Intimacy was painful, but that was nothing. And at first, everything was fine. He treated her like a gentleman and did not beat her like the headmistress and nannies. But the happy life did not last long. After a few weeks, Hindley's true face was revealed. In the morning, while having breakfast, he pointed to the food and asked what it was. Yesterday, there was the same food. Rosen froze. What happened? He never talked about cooking before. The girl objected that she had used different spices today. Then Hindley stood up and asked menacingly what she was contradicting him about now. Pointing his finger at her forehead, he asked her what she thought about being right and decided to object. He bought her to do everything as it should be. Being useless is unacceptable. Rosen's eyes widened in fear. His face was different now. He left, leaving her to take care of everything. It was a wife's responsibility. She just wanted to understand what had just happened. She started pinching herself and said, "Come to your senses, Rosen. You've been through so much. That's why you can't burst into tears over this. She just needs to cook it again. Otherwise, he might start beating her." Calming herself down, she feverishly began to think about what to cook. Or maybe it was just a one-time thing. Maybe Hindley was just in a bad mood today. If you cook new dishes, maybe Hindley will forgive you. The worst thing for Rosen was that he could throw her out of the house. I waited on pins and needles for his return. And then the door opened and his steps were heard. Everything was served and prepared. Hindley looked at the table attentively and scrutinizingly. Rosen stood in nervous anticipation, white as a sheet, awaiting the verdict. Meanwhile, he approached and looked at the plates, the prepared dishes, and finally called her name. After trying one of the dishes, he told her to come over. The girl took these steps as if she were going to Calvary. But what if it tasted bad and he didn't like it? He extended his hand sharply, and Rosen, defending herself as if from a blow, closed her eyes and covered her face with her hand. But Hindley smiled and stroked it, declaring that it was delicious and he liked it. You see, he knew that Rosen would succeed. He should have done it right away. Why be lazy? He just wanted to say that she had been slacking off lately and wasn't spending enough time on household chores. Hugging her, he noted that he simply pointed this out to her. A good wife should not relax after the wedding. She cannot become idle and lazy. He still likes her, but he doesn't need to do anything to change that. From that day on, Rosen's life changed completely. She got up early, before it was even light, to cook breakfast for Hindley. Then she quickly cooked dinner, still managing to clean and wash. And while Hindley was dozing after dinner, she ran around shopping. Hindley did not open the reception and spent the whole day at home lying on the sofa. Rosen was so tired she couldn't sit down for a minute. From then on, she began to have nightmares every night that Hindley was beating her. Once she asked him when he would open for patients, he muttered that soon. Rosen asked why he closed it. The man briefly answered that something had happened. And after asking what exactly happened, she received a punch in the face with the words that she talks too much. This was, according to him, a warning, since he doesn't like it when people make noise. He didn't let her communicate with her neighbors, and she was the only one in this city who could rely only on him, trying with all her might not to feel disgust towards him. But one day, a young girl rang their doorbell. She heard him talking to her and calling her Emily. As she was going to bed, she asked him if this was his first wife. Ian listened to her silently. Then Rosen asked, well, who did he think Emily was? But then she asked where he lived when he entered the military academy. But Ian was adamant that if she didn't continue talking, then she should go to bed. Rosen was already asleep. And as she fell asleep, she said that she didn't even need to be told. He was probably the same withdrawn boy with a cold expression on his face. It's amazing how different they are from Henry. But he communicates with Ian. Ian remembered his last home with a relative whom he barely remembers, and his decision to go to a military academy. They tried to dissuade him, especially the nanny, but he decided that it would be better for everyone. Rosalie was perhaps the only one who was genuinely worried about the child. Ian drove in the car, thinking that the elderly woman would finally be able to take a break from his noisy behavior. At the very first lesson, a cheerful girl approached him and, greeting him, asked to sit next to him. She chattered so fast that Ian couldn't get a word in edgewise, especially considering the fact that he never had any friends his own age. He silently and in amazement contemplated the stranger, and she chatted as if she had known him all her life. She was also a first year, and by the time she arrived in class, all the seats were taken. The chatty stranger introduced herself as Illyria, but asked to be called Leah. Finally, when asked what his name was, the boy introduced himself. The girl screamed with admiration so loudly that the whole class turned around, and she noted that Ian got the highest score on the entrance exam, which is why he is a celebrity. Then she suggested that they be friends, since they would be attending this course together. Ian thought how noisy she was and didn't stop talking for a minute. He needed to concentrate on the lesson. From then on, in literature and etiquette classes, and during lunch breaks, Leah literally became his shadow. One time, she stopped him after class and suggested they go play cards. She was in the company of other guys. Ian was embarrassed. He generally felt uncomfortable in companies, so he refused to go and read. Leah said, upset, that everything was fine and that maybe next time. But the guys said, discontentedly, "Stop messing around with him." Behind him, the boy heard the guys say that they didn't want to be friends with him, and that all he knew was how to be arrogant. Leah looked at her departing comrade in surprise. Ian sat in the library and urged himself not to get distracted, to study as hard as possible. Suddenly, Illyria sat down next to me, also taking a book and looking down, somewhat embarrassed. She only said that she also wanted to prepare for the exam and would not disturb him. But seeing how Ian was looking at her point blank, she started babbling as usual about what had happened, or maybe her book was in the wrong place. His response was surprise that she sat down next to him. He thought that Leah hated him. Then it was the girl's turn to be surprised, and then she started chirping again that he shouldn't pay attention to the guy's words. They just don't know him. She doesn't know him well either, but she likes Ian. How about being friends? For the first time in his time at the academy, Ian smiled and thanked his new friend. A few years later, a new recruitment began at the academy, and a new first-year student, a red-haired boy with a mischievous face, stood at the threshold of the academy. Seeing him, the guys started talking about the fact that this year, the son of a war hero entered the academy. Leah, with whom he had been friends since that day in the library, ran in to see Ian and said that now they would be looking after the younger ones. Ian, as usual, listened to her calmly. He didn't yet know who his charge was, saying that he would check the list in the morning. As usual in his style, the girl grinned. However, his protege, they say, is a guy with character. Henry Revel was walking down the corridor looking for his room. He felt awkward. Everyone was looking at him, discussing him. Someone expressed doubt that he was only 10 years old. He looked older and too tall. He understood that it would not be easy, considering whose son he was. But it was even nice to receive such attention, and so he walked into the room with a charming smile, saying hello and announcing that he was a first year. Ian looked at the boy, slammed the book shut, and asked where his things were. Henry turned out to be lively and cheerful, and immediately extended his hand, introducing himself and saying that the luggage had not yet been brought. They greeted each other and sealed it with an academic handshake. Ian's new protege asked his mentor to introduce him to the school, and the young man agreed with a smile. Returning to the room, Henry was disappointed. He did not understand at all what had just happened. His mentor, like a teacher, showed the training areas, the library, but not a single place where he could rest. What a boring mentor he got. His father scared him so much. But it seems there is no need to be scared. He looked at Ian, who was calmly and intently reading a book, just like a teacher. Henry was confident in his charm, and his last name played a significant role, so he would live here peacefully. And so, the first-year students began basic sports training under the supervision of mentors. Mentors will monitor your studies and grades, and you need to listen to them. It was Henry's turn to show his preparation. He ran the distance with a smug look, His result was good, in fact, the best. While everyone was looking admiringly at the new record holder, Ian ordered him to repeat it. Henry looked at his mentor in shock. The guy calmly explained that he had looked at Henry's entrance exam results, and given his height, had concluded that he hadn't given it his all. No matter what Henry did, his new mentor nagged him and made him repeat it over and over again. He was the only one who trained for hours. Classmates laughed. Everyone had heard about Cadet Ian Connor and his attitude to studies, so the best is yet to come. What nonsense! Does he really need to train like this constantly? Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow? For hours. After another training session, when Henry could barely stand on his feet, Ian noted that the boy was in excellent physical shape, but was very lazy. And so he will get up 2 hours before the general wake-up call, and Ian will accompany him. Henry wrote about all these horrors to his family in a letter. Having laid out all his torments in the letter, he signed at the end that Ian Connor was a demon. One early morning, when everyone was still asleep, Henry decided to sneak away. Today, he would never go through with this execution. Enough, having decided to hide, since it didn't work out to make friends with Ian, but he has no more strength, but is this life, because Ian won't find him if he hides. And just as Henry smiled at his brilliant idea, he heard Ian's words from behind, asking what Henry Reveal was planning to do at the crack of dawn. As a result, in the morning, Henry slept in class, and the guys discussed the strange scream coming from the western dormitory, whether it was a ghost. 2 classmates looked at the sleeping Henry and said with sympathy, "The poor guy has been training since the morning again. What a nasty mentor." He was advised to complain to his father, as this was a violation of human rights. During another morning training session, Ian praised his young protege, noting that he had tried hard today. Henry lay there, drenched in sweat, wondering when this horror would end. Illyria approached him and said that Ian was usually not so cruel. The young master must be tired from such training. And then the boy burst out. He said that if she thinks that the hero's son lives in comfort, then she is mistaken. It is harder for him than everyone else. The mentor said that he is not giving his best, but what if this is his maximum? He must be up to the standard of the hero's son, but no one is perfect. He is human after all. He will have to live under the gaze of others. If he shows what he is capable of every time, then everything will be over. Then the boy came to his senses and realized that he had said too much. Leo watched him run away thoughtfully, thinking that the boy was not thinking like a child at all. He reminded her of the same boy she knew, Ian Connor. Having run to a secluded place and caught his breath, Henry screamed in horror at what he had just said. And what if she told Ian Connor everything? His goal was to graduate from the academy without standing out. At that moment, a classmate called him and suggested that he sneak away with them. The boys wanted to run away to the city. Henry thought what slackers they were and refused. The boys insisted and persuaded him. Henry, citing his busy schedule, stood up to leave, but one of the boys firmly squeezed his hand, stopping him. Henry finally pushed the hand away with such force that the boy yelped. Henry realized he had overdone it and tried to apologize, but the other guys said it was disgusting. And in general, they wouldn't hang out with him if it weren't for his father, and he hides behind his daddy's name to beat others. Ian watched all this as the boys told Henry that there was nothing special about him. And what if everyone found out that the hero's son was a bandit? Henry held back until one of the boys said that they didn't want to see his daddy bow his head. And after these words, it was as if a veil fell over his eyes. The next minute, a fist flew at the offender. He screamed that he usually ignored such nonsense, but the last thing he remembers is how Ian pulled him away. He thought that he was also angry at him and wanted to give him a kick, apparently because of what Henry said to Illyria. After the fight, Henry sat there frowning and not knowing what to think next. The director couldn't get his head around how Ian Connor could have gotten involved in this matter. Looking at the boys, he asked Soldier Connor if he really beat the boys. Ian answered without hesitation that yes, it was he who beat them. The director exhaled heavily, hoping until the very end that this was some kind of misunderstanding. Then he asked why the young man did this to the younger students, because before that his behavior was excellent. There were no problems. They could have just separated the fighters instead of beating them. Ian glanced at the cowering boys and nodded. The director said that in that case, Soldier Connor would not escape punishment. The boy nodded in agreement. Ian was suspended from classes for a week and sent to the dorm. The rest, including Henry Revel, were required to volunteer on the academy grounds. Henry watched the events unfold with sadness, realizing that Ian had taken full blame and responsibility for this act upon himself. Once they were in the room, Ian told Henry to cool his head while he did his volunteer work. He also muttered sullenly that Ian had done something useless, but the mentor noted that it was up to him to decide whether it was useless or not, and that the fact that he was suspended from classes was a trifle. Everything ended well. He calls it a good ending. Henry was surprised, to which Ian explained that otherwise they would have called Henry's parents and those guys. And so they talked a little, and it came to light that those boys had gone off without permission to have a bite to eat in the center, and now there was a fight. They are still children, so they were scared to hear such words from their parents or the director. But he doesn't have parents he can call. Ian stood up and walked away. Henry followed him. The mentor advised him to be careful next time. Any action has consequences, to which Henry muttered that he didn't even think Ian liked it. Ian explained his position that he makes him train harder than others, not because he hates him, but because he sees him as a future soldier. Just because he doesn't show leniency to a junior cadet during training doesn't mean hatred. It's an investment in the future. Now Henry is a cadet, and in the future he will be a soldier. Everything is calm now, but who knows when a war will break out, and then they will all be called up. And when this happens, the one who does not put in all his effort will die. So what is more important is the opinion of others, or your own life and the lives of others. Ian added that it was up to Henry to decide, but he no longer wanted to see people die around him. A week later, the three of them were having lunch, and Leia sarcastically asked what was going on. She had never even thought about having a meal together before, and then Ian showed up with a first year. Since that conversation, Henry has been following Ian around everywhere, declaring that he wants to be Ian's little brother and will obey him in everything. Then Leia remembered the news, and showing the newspaper, said that the political situation in the Empire was alarming. It looks like the Empire is being provoked and drawn into war. Ian picked up the newspaper and read the article, agreeing that the threat of war was quite real. If not now, then later. When one of the parties doesn't like something, chaos begins, which is called war. 5 years passed, and Ian Connor was called up to fight. Henry managed to catch him, as the preparations were quick. He asked Ian if he had seen the publication that he had been appointed commander, something he could congratulate. Ian continued to look calmly into the eyes of his younger comrade. Henry suddenly looked down and corrected himself. This is not something worth congratulating. How can you give the rank of commander to a 20-year-old kid? To which the new Captain Connor replied that the Air Force is always short of people, and since there is no one, they even have to take cadets. Besides, many had gone over to the enemy's side. Henry gritted his teeth at these words. He had heard such rumors. As a parting word, Ian advised his younger friend to focus on training. He too could be called up at any moment. Henry responded with fervor that he was ready right now, telling how he would destroy his enemies to smithereens. But Ian slowed him down and reminded him what frivolity was and what it led to. In turn, Henry asked Ian not to die, otherwise he would curse him for the rest of his life. Ian was so lost in his memories that he didn't hear Rosen calling him for several minutes. And what was Captain Connor thinking about with that face? To which Ian, in his style, replied that he was thinking about nothing. How could one think of nothing with such an expression on one's face? But the man snapped back that he always had that expression, and Rosen had nothing to say in response. He wanted to put Rosen to bed, but she didn't even think about it, offering to listen to her story to the end. He obviously wasn't going to tell his own. Then Ian asked who Emily was, and Rosen was again plunged into the past, at the moment she met this girl who changed her life. In the morning, while still lying in bed, Rosen heard someone pounding on the door. Opening the door, she saw a girl calling Hindley in a clearly unfriendly tone. Rosen came down and opened the door, and their eyes met. The stranger looked at the girl in surprise, and Rosen herself was no less surprised at the young girl standing in front of her, apparently the same age as Rosen, who she was and why she was calling Hindley. She asked if the stranger had come to the wrong house, and she, in turn, asked who Rosen was and what she was doing in this house, whether she was a relative of Hindley or a client. Our heroine replied that she was Hindley Hayworth's wife, at the moment when the stranger, having recovered from the shock, shouted at Rosen to get out of their house. Hindley's footsteps were heard. In anger, the stranger shouted at Hindley, asking what the hell he was doing, bringing in a new wife who was still alive, and almost a child at that. He had completely lost his mind. Rosen fell into a stupor, shaking all over. She asked her husband what all this meant, what second wife, but he calmly replied that they would have to introduce each other. It was a pity that it was in such an atmosphere. "This is Emily, his daughter," he said, pointing at the girl with a sparkling, angry look. The story began like many couples. An ordinary girl and a guy fell in love with each other. The only thing that distinguished them from other couples was that the woman was a witch and could use magic. Most people were afraid of witches and did not accept them, but this did not frighten the man. On the contrary, he whispered to his beloved that he admired her magic. One day, he gave her a pendant, whispering that it would protect her if she ever used her power recklessly, so she should not take it off. The woman passionately loved the man who accepted her as she was, so she did everything he asked. They soon got married, And using the woman's abilities, he opened a hospital, despite the fact that he had no knowledge of medicine, but the woman's potions enjoyed a stunning success. Time passed, and they had a daughter. The man earned a lot of money. There was no end to the number of patients, but the woman began to weaken every day. The child was healthy, but the birth had undermined the woman's health and her strength had weakened, as had her magic. And at that moment, the man revealed his true face. He beat his wife for any reason, for not setting the table properly, for the fact that there were fewer visitors. Eventually, the woman took the child and ran away from the man, but her body was weakened by illness, and her magic was too weak. The man found them in a forest hut where they began to live. To protect her sick mother, the girl tried to stop him with the help of inept magic received from her mother. Having learned of her abilities, the man made her an offer that in exchange for her power, he would not touch them, and would even give money for her mother's treatment. For her mother's sake, the girl accepted the offer and put on her mother's pendant. And now Emily sat in front of her father. They looked at each other without saying anything. Finally, Emily asked him why his so-called wife met her in this house. Hindley rolled his eyes. Then he replied that this was his second wife, and that was it. Then Emily jumped up and reminded him that his first wife, whom he took advantage of and then beat, was lying sick. A fit of anger overwhelmed Hindley, who shouted, "How dare she talk to him like that?" and painfully squeezed his daughter's neck, pulling on the locket. He drawled that, although she was his daughter, she was so stupid, apparently because she took after her mother and was unteachable. Emily was wheezing heavily on the floor, and Hindley stood up and said cruelly that she was creating suffering for herself through her stubbornness. Rosen sat on the stairs covering her ears, Emily screaming while Hindley beat her. When it was already late and he fell asleep, Rosen snuck into Emily's room. She was not sleeping and looked at her. She stood up and asked what Rosen needed. The girl was standing with a tray containing towels and water. Emily saw what her young stepmother came to her with and displeasedly told her to take it away. She didn't need anything, but Rosen put everything on the nightstand, saying that Emily could use it all herself. If it's not enough, she'll bring more medicine. But for now, let him treat himself with this. Suddenly, Emily's words made Rosen turn her head in surprise. Hindley's daughter called her crazy. Otherwise, what else can you call her? She married an old man. You have to be crazy. Or maybe he released her on bail. Or maybe he put a doll in her hands and dressed her in a beautiful dress. Both the same as her daddy, it just makes me sick. Here Rosen could not remain silent, stating that in order to say such words, one needs to know her and what she herself went through. How can you judge a person without knowing how he lived before? Rosen said angrily that she grew up without parents, enduring beatings from orphanage workers, forced to work like servants, and kept in constant fear. They threatened to sell them at any moment, and locked them every night in a cold room, where the children fell asleep huddled close to each other. With such a life, even dry bread seemed like a blessing. So did she have the right to choose? Emily was influenced by Rosen's words, but she said that she wasn't interested in all of this. As she left, our heroine told her that in that case, she needed to keep her mouth shut and not judge others. At least she had a family. In the morning, pouring herself tea, Rosen thought about yesterday's incident. She was rude to Emily, and what if she told Hindley? What if he did the same to her? As at that moment, Hindley's arms wrapped around her waist. She asked how she slept. Rosen, saying good morning to him, looked at her husband with fear, remembering what he did to Emily. Then she tried to find out how Emily was with a trembling voice. He took a cup of tea and said ingratiatingly that his wife was taking care of someone else's child, whom she saw for the first time. And the girl herself thought that since Emily was not visible here, she was probably still asleep, although after such a beating she might not get up. Hindley was drinking tea and asked Rosen if she was very surprised. He didn't want to hit his daughter, but he had no choice. Then he mentioned that this girl was the first to try to use magic, to which Rosen looked up in surprise. He explained that Emily is a witch who inherited her power from her mother. That pendant is on her neck. She cannot take it off. If she takes it off, she will die, and it controls her power. His gaze carefully studied Rosen's reaction and added that he was thus protecting his daughter. Rosen was preoccupied with thoughts of Emily. She had never seen witches. She even asked Hindley if Emily was definitely his daughter from his wife, and he grinned and asked her what she thought she would be his first wife. He gestured with his hand for her to come to him, telling her not to worry. He doesn't beat good and obedient girls. Rosen had no choice but to come up and take his hand and agree that she was a good girl who posed no threat. Having seated her on his lap, he told her not to be upset. A second wife, so what? Now she is the one he loves. And remembering these events, the girl reasoned that she liked Hindley. He stroked her head and hugged her at night. Sometimes difficulties arose, but here it was not cold, and the worst thing for her was that they could kick her out. Hindley said that Emily would live here for a while to collect money for medicine for her mother, so they shouldn't scold her too much. Emily is actually soft and naive. If his first wife had worked here instead of Emily, the whole house would have been in chaos, and he can't stand noise. Although it would even be funny to watch how the wives are jealous of him among themselves. Funny jealousy, Rosen thought, because it's the feeling you experience when you're afraid of losing someone you love. But can she herself call the feeling she experiences towards the appearance of her first wife and daughter Hindley jealousy? No, it's not jealousy, but the fear of ending up on the street, experiencing hunger and cold again. When Hindley left, the receiver was broadcasting about exercises, since there are threats from Talus. But the threats about the possibility of war are quite real. Since Emily arrived, Hindley has had more visitors. He seems to have gone to buy equipment, but where is Emily? There were prepared sandwiches in the kitchen. Rosen was surprised. Emily was in the yard, hanging out laundry. Rosen sat down and kept her eyes on her. Emily muttered irritably, "Stop staring. If you have nothing better to do, then let him help with the laundry." Rosen tried to engage in dialogue by asking why she made sandwiches, and she doesn't hate Rosen. Emily asked why she was suddenly drawing such conclusions, but our heroine reminded her that even before last night, she had been showering her with insults. Rosen realized that the sandwiches were prepared for her, but Emily resisted. Then the girl smiled and said that she still couldn't eat them, since Hindley didn't want her to gain weight. At this, Emily couldn't help but laugh, and Rosen asked a question that had been tormenting her for a long time. "Is it true that Emily is a witch?" Emily nodded in agreement, and Rosen clapped her hands in delight. She asked why Emily was doing all this. She could just use magic, but Emily's demeanor faded, and she replied, "Why bother asking empty questions? Let him help with the laundry." In Rosen's understanding, a witch is a person with unlimited powers who could do anything, as in old stories, to fly into the sky, to dance with the devil on Walpurgis night, to destroy anything and anyone with magic. Although apparently the era of witches is coming to an end, after such desperate prayers to Walpurga, only Hindley was given to her. But Rosen continued to provoke Emily, asking what kind of witch was she who couldn't perform simple magic because of some pendant. Without turning around, Emily replied that she could do that. With eyes shining with delight, Rosen folded her hands imploringly and asked to show. Emily looked at Rosen with some surprised curiosity, who did not calm down and asked why she wanted to look at magic. She then went on to say that all over the Empire people are shying away from witches. Emily knows what she's talking about. People are afraid of witches, and Rosen asks to see magic in action. She stays with Hindley against her will. Peace or war, together with her mother, she cannot survive. Witches may have been admired in the past, but for this world, they are something like a curse. Rosen didn't understand Emily at all, she said. Magic, you understand. It's magic, and this is the first time in her life that this has happened. She really wants to see it. No matter how hard Emily tried to convince Rosen that there was nothing good in watching a witch cast a spell, Rosen did not give up. Finally, Emily gave in, raising her hands up and causing the water in the basin to rise upwards. What Emily showed her that day was the best sight in Rosen's life. At that moment, she could forget about everything. Raising her hands up, she touched the water rising into the sky. But that same night, sirens started to sound. It seemed like something exploded. Hindley was not at home, and the girls ran down to the basement. Turning on the radio in the basement, they heard the voice of Ian Connor, commander of the Rio-Ritan Air Force. The war had begun, and an air raid alert had been declared. Ian became a source of hope for all the inhabitants of the Empire, proclaiming that the Air Force would do everything possible to protect the inhabitants of the Empire. Ian sat and listened to Rosen's story, and now heard his own voice saying that our aviation will do everything possible to keep you safe. Rosen fell asleep at this point. These words she spoke about that day. How well Ian remembered that day. Again, just like last night, the girl trustingly squeezed his hand. These words echoed in his head. "We will definitely protect you." He looked at the sleeping Rosen and remembered how she confidently said that she would never fall asleep first. Ian barely managed to persuade her to fall asleep. She still wanted to continue telling what Hindley had done. It's amazing how she can stay awake at all in her condition. Even now, in her sleep, holding his hand, she muttered that she was not sleeping. Ultimately, Rosen made him listen to this long story for one simple reason. She would continue to repeat that she was innocent. You can't fall for her tricks. This girl is eloquent in the art of persuasion. This is clearly stated in the documents of her case. But still, why didn't she ever tell this story? Mention it in court. On the other hand, this would only strengthen the evidence of her guilt. Her husband tormented her with domestic violence, and she ended up killing him. Yet Ian couldn't understand why she, after living such a miserable life, continued to call him a hero who failed to defend his homeland. Rosen fell completely asleep, and Ian removed his hand from hers, the bright moonlight falling on them in a silver glow, and he continued to look at this girl. The man wondered why she was sleeping in such an uncomfortable position, because he had unfastened the handcuffs and, unable to resist, touched her hair, which seemed like silver threads in the moonlight. The destination, Monty Island, was approaching. She won't be able to survive on this island for long, so she needs to brighten up her last days. Even criminals have the right to a last wish. Ian convinced himself that it was just a gesture of generosity and nothing more. He shouldn't have taken on this case. He knew it from the start. There was no other person in the Empire who was so eager to let her go as Ian Connor. One thought haunted him. What to do with Rosenwalker? It would have been better if her lie had deceived him back at the moment he met her. He already knew that this is how it would all end. There's a knock on the door. Ian lies looking at Rosen, sunlight flooding the cabin. Henry came in and looked at him as if he saw a ghost. What was wrong with him? What is he doing here so early? Did he really manage to sleep without sleeping grass? The pale guy stuttered that the problem now was not with time, but with the state in which Sir Connor was. And only then did Ian see that he was sitting on the bed with Rosen, who was sleeping on his lap, hugging him tightly around the waist. Henry, still trembling, asked what they were doing at night. What happened here anyway? Henry voiced his worst fears, yet Rosenwalker snuck into Ian's bed and seduced him. The girl was still fast asleep, so she didn't hear what was happening around her. Ian didn't know how to explain everything. He even remembered when he fell asleep. His words that he lay down here himself made Henry scream, so Ian ordered him to be quiet. He would wake everyone up with his screams. He tried to explain to his subordinate that he had misunderstood everything, although of course he understood what picture Henry had seen. The only thing Ian could come up with as an argument that nothing happened between him and Rosen was that they were dressed. So, if Henry is happy, let him go. He is forbidden to come closer than a meter to Rosen. At this point, Henry couldn't stand it anymore. He had to listen to reproaches from a man who was lying on the same bed with the criminal. But is this really the Sir Connor he knew? And why handcuff himself to her with the same handcuff? Henry hadn't abandoned Ian's suspicions that there was more to it than that, even from the very beginning. When he'd called Rosenwalker into his office every day for a talk, Ian tried to answer as carelessly and indifferently as possible that there were no reasons other than workers. He was assigned to watch over the prisoner Walker. Henry stood there, still pale and sweaty. He couldn't wrap his mind around the fact that his superior, who was lying in the same bed with a prisoner, was calling this a duty. Then he took the handcuffs and said that at least the handcuffs should be put on. Ian, smoking a cigarette, tossed Henry to put down the handcuffs. The subordinate let out a hysterical laugh. Ah, so he was going to let her go. Ian, without turning to his subordinate, replied that their goal was to keep Rosenwalker alive until they arrived on Monty Island. Ian explained to him that he had forbidden Rosen to kill himself, and in exchange he had promised not to handcuff him. They had made a deal. Henry asked, and Ian Connor believed her words. Yes, Ian did not believe, but it was better to release her so that she would not attempt suicide again. She has a hot temper. The more you pressure her, the more she does out of spite. If you leave her alone even a little, she will become more meek. Henry didn't understand what kind of attempt a man could make to kill himself with his hands tied. But Ian reminded him of last night, when they thought it would be no problem to simply feed Rosen. After all, she had handcuffs then, and what happened, Henry had nothing to say in response. Ian looked at his friend with an even gaze and thought that it was not difficult to guess what she asked Henry for that day in the bathroom. To prepare the fruits of the Myeria. After the war, his subordinate became especially weak to human deaths. He must blame himself that this happened because of the food he prepared. Ian asked the thoughtful guy what business he had and why he came to the cabin. Henry replied that it was nothing special. He was simply told that a flock of demonic creatures was swimming through their route. Ian replied that it was nothing special. In fact, it was a little different from a bird strike. Henry noticed that there was a difference between the sky and the sea. The flock was quite large and could block their path, and their ship is also not small, so such monsters try to go around it themselves. In the best case, everything will be fine. In the worst case, we will have to stay for a couple of days. That's what the captain said. When Henry left, Ian looked at the sleeping Rosen and mentally wished that the ship would be delayed. Then Rosenwalker would live a couple of days longer. He remembered what happened, the conversation with Henry. He didn't even want to go out. He doesn't trust Ian, but all his thoughts were about the route and Rosen, how Ian wanted to prolong this girl's life. It seems Henry was right. This is some kind of crazy obsession. Then he lightly touched her and said that it was time to wake up. Just recently, it was light and clear, but now there was a downpour outside the window. She thought that on such a huge ship, the sound of rain would not be heard. But she was wrong. Ian promised her to fulfill her request with alcohol. But there is still no drink, and instead this guest sits, and has been moving these pieces on the board for a whole hour. Rosen, frustrated, kicked the board and it, along with the pieces, flew to the floor. Henry yelled what the hell she was doing, to which the girl angrily muttered that he was annoying her. He brought some boring aristocratic game. She can't understand a word about how to play. In general, Rosen wanted Henry to leave. She wanted to rest. The cabin is cramped. There are 2 of them. She begins to suffocate. Yeah, right, Henry said. Don't even dream about it. Their usual squabble began. Rosen did not understand at all why Henry did not get out of the cabin. By the way, I wonder why he has been staring at his boss lately. He burst into the cabin early in the morning, brought him and Ian breakfast, and then brought this stupid game. Ian sat silently, not looking up from his newspaper, not reacting to her and Henry's squabble, even though Rosen knew they had been sailing for several days, and the information in the newspaper was out of date. Her thoughts were distracted by Henry, who said that if it was stuffy, he could take her back to the cell. The girl snapped back without taking her eyes off Ian. Henry stated matter-of-factly that he would never leave him and Sir Connor alone. Rosen thought that he was keeping an eye on her because of her possibility of escape, so why didn't he trust his boss? She started to tease him about arguing with his commander. After all, if they had a fight among themselves, why should she interfere? Rosen started asking Henry to take her out for a walk, but he said it was raining and slippery there, only if she beat him at chess at least once. Then the girl made a sad face and began to press on pity that she would soon die. Henry was immediately lost from the woman's tears. Despite her arguments that there was no one on deck because of the rain and that she would behave herself, Henry was still afraid that someone would come out and recognize Rosen. Rosen winked slyly and suggested that she wrap herself up and take a little walk. Well, nothing would happen. Then the guy reminded her of the recent events before dinner, when she claimed that he would not have problems. Then Rosen told Henry that her lie ended yesterday. She had nowhere to run, and besides, she made a promise to Sir Connor. Henry replied that she was lying, that she tried to kill herself and dragged him into it. She was silent for a moment, not knowing how to answer correctly, and then decided to dig into his conscience. But didn't Henry himself want her to die? Wouldn't it have been better that way? The man's face changed, and horror was clearly visible in his eyes. Turning away, he said in a voice similar to the sound from the dungeon that he had already killed enough people. Why did he make such a face that it hurt his feelings so much? Henry felt guilty about Rosen's words. Then the argument between them resumed. Rosen demanded to be taken out on deck to at least breathe some air. Then the man asked the chief what he should do. Ultimately, it's up to Ian to decide, but he also needs to remember what happened at the recent dinner. But Henry's eyes widened when he heard the boss's order to go to the warehouse and get some drinks. Without looking up from his newspaper, Ian said that he promised Rosenhaus a drink yesterday, and she would get it. Henry had no choice but to obey, and Rosen was already imagining the bliss that lay ahead of her. Looking after Henry, who was leaving discontentedly, she asked Ian what was wrong with his subordinate, whether he was offended or something. He muttered that Henry was always like this, an unbridled colt. I noticed that Ian Connor was successfully managing to tighten the reins on this foal. It seems Ian was destined to be a commander. He agreed that he had to pull the reins. Nothing could be done. To get Ian's attention, Rosen said in a capricious voice that somehow it all seemed unfair. When she asked what exactly, the girl, still feigning resentment, said that he knew everything about her. All the details about her were written in the newspapers, and she talked about her life. And she could only look at his photo in the newspapers, because she can't read. She only knows that he is a handsome pilot. To get Ian's attention, who was still staring at the newspaper, she moved closer and touched his foot with her foot, and pulled the newspaper towards her. The newspapers write the same thing. And besides, the information there is outdated. Well, have fun with me. Looking her straight in the eyes, he asked what she meant by having fun. After studying Ian's behavior, Rosen clearly realized that he couldn't stand it when she started acting like a child. Moving to the edge of the table, she put her finger to his forehead and playfully asked how old he was, something he could tell. This is first of all a specific question to start with. So how much? When Ian replied that he was 30, the girl remarked that he looked younger, but he remarked that it was not for her to say that. But what shocked Rosen most was that he took up the post of commander at the age of 20. But he added that this is the reality of war. When everyone at the top goes on the run, 20-year-olds have to take everything into their own hands. Moreover, the Air Force is always short of people. Even the few who remained were sent to the border or to the capital. And in Rioritana, only the cadets of the military school remained. His first detachment consisted of 4 people, including himself. The squad included Illyria Lev, Violetta Mihark, and Lucy Watkins. Rosen was very surprised that there were women in the Air Force. Ian confirmed that there were indeed many of them. They were always in the most dangerous and unexplored places. Then the thought flashed through his head. Why is he even talking about this? He stopped, saying that he had said too much and finished. Rosen thought, "The Empire has gone mad. It has launched into the sky green youths who have barely learned to hold the steering wheel." They lasted longer than management expected, and Ian Connor was made a propaganda symbol. She apologized out loud for insulting his comrades. As he said then, she thinks only of herself and sometimes says words that need to be punished. Ian himself offered words of apology, but Rosen gently stopped him by leaning closer to his face. "There's no need to apologize to a prisoner like her. Then life will become easier." Looking at Rosen sitting in front of him, he asked her why she was telling him such things. "Because I like you," sounded in Ian's head, so simply she said them. Lowering her voice, Rosen said that she wanted Ian to feel better. "Isn't this what is called sympathy?" She was very close. Ian's hand clenched nervously on his knee, and he asked her not to say such words. Rosen stopped for a moment and looked at him in surprise. He was not pleased with such words. Their lips almost touched. Ian was unable to push her away, and Rosen seemed to be studying his reaction. Then Ian said that he didn't deserve such words. He was nervous and replied that sometimes Rosen forgets what kind of relationship they have. Then she moved closer to Ian, feeling the beating of his heart, the smell of his body. Rosen herself lost control and touched his cheek with her lips. Then, embarrassed, "I thought that I had gone a bit overboard." Ian looked at her and did not move. The girl thought that he was angry and smiled to dispel the tension and embarrassment. Ian sat there with a shocked look on his face, holding his hand where Rosen Walker's lips had just been. As if studying what would happen if she touched him, she wondered why he wasn't angry, why he wasn't pushing her away. Her hand cupped his chin. It didn't make much sense. It all happened intuitively. She only intended to flirt, but she constantly wants to touch him. She's so drawn to it. As if in a trance, she ran her hand over his face until finally his hand rested on hers and the girl stopped. Rosen perked up and, smiling, said that she hadn't intended to do anything. She just wanted to touch him because he looked exactly like the portrait. He simply fulfilled the wish of a man who would soon die. When he asked what pressure he was talking about, Rosen shared a memory of when her husband became jealous of her relationship with Ian. She really liked Ian's face, so she hung up his campaign poster. Hindley scolded and flogged her, asking if someone like her could touch such a person with even a finger. Well, you never know how life will turn out. And now she has become a prisoner, and even famous, and concerns Ian Connor himself. After she said that he was opposite, and she could even touch him, Ian hugged her face with both hands, and their eyes stared at each other. Rosen said stop, and tried to ask what he was doing, but Ian couldn't restrain himself and moved closer and closer to her. She tried to ask what he was doing, but his hand covered her mouth. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, an incomprehensible feeling and reaction from Ian Connor. He gently stroked her face, brushing aside a strand of hair that made Rosen blush. His eyes looked into hers. He opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, the door swung open, and Layla flew in with joyful cries of, "Rosen! Rosen!" Henry followed in and apologized. There was nothing he could do. He ran into Layla on the way. She grabbed him and said that she would go too, so he had to take her with him. Looking at Tien and Rosen, who were pretending that everything was fine and nothing had happened, Henry felt that the atmosphere had changed. Henry apologized again and asked if it was okay if he and Layla stayed there. And besides, Rosen wouldn't harm her. The girl tore herself away from her uncle's arms and threw herself into Rosen's arms. Layla asked her so sincerely how she was feeling, if everything was okay, that Rosen felt ashamed. The image in which she appeared before Layla for the last time was too terrible for the eyes of a small child. It was so good that the little girl wasn't afraid of her. She stroked the girl, and a wave of warmth and tenderness spread through her body. How long had it been since she had freely touched another person? Feeling the warmth of his body, looking at Ian, she thought maybe that was why she touched this man so fearlessly. The girl looked at her hands and said that she was so happy when she found out that the handcuffs were removed from her, and the next minute she invited me to go to a party with her. Before the girl had time to ask what kind of party it was, Layla started babbling that it would be held on deck today, and she was inviting her. Henry sat there turning pale and couldn't get a word in. Rosen thought, "There's a party on deck. I wonder if she can attend it. She's locked up all the time, and this would be the perfect opportunity to find out where the key is. The location of the rescue boat. This needs to be found out." Rosen asked Layla in surprise how the party could take place on deck if it was raining. The girl happily reassured her, saying that the weather would clear up by the evening. That's what her grandfather had said, and he had never been wrong in his predictions. Besides, today is Walpurgis night. Rosen shuddered at these words. How much time has passed? When you live like a prisoner, the concept of time disappears. This is the day of the most outstanding witch in history. On this day, festivities will take place throughout the Empire and, of course, on the ship. After all, it is a passenger liner, and prisoners are kept like cattle in the third-class compartment. The remaining passengers boarded the ship to embark on an exciting journey. The girl asked Rosen if she had been to deck parties, and the girl admitted that she had never been to one. The little girl vividly described how wonderful it would be. Lots of delicious food, a concert, dancing, and fireworks. Oh, how wonderful it would be if Rosen went with her. The girl said that it would be nice, but did not finish because Henry grabbed his niece. Henry felt awkward and tried to explain why Rosen couldn't go to the party. And it's not that Rosen had never been to such a party, but the girl looked at him with resentment and said that her grandfather had allowed her to invite and decided to use Uncle Ian's last chance. The little girl played on her pity, arguing that Rosen had never been to such parties and that Rosen admired Layla's talent for persuasion. Henry was already sweating, but did not give up. He brought up the fact that Rosen Walker is a famous person. Almost everyone knows her by sight. But Layla also had something to say. It was a masquerade party. Everyone would be wearing masks, and no one would recognize Rosen. Then the girl, turning to Ian, added that he could become Rosen's companion, and she wouldn't run away anywhere. Besides, there was water all around. Her grandfather taught her that, Rosen smiled. But our heroine didn't even hope that Ian Connor would allow her to go, and he wouldn't listen. Rosen was thinking about what she would say to him so that he would allow her. She was coming up with a touching speech about how he asked if she wanted to go. Everyone fell silent. Only Layla jumped for joy. Shocked by how easily Ian had asked her to go, she couldn't answer right away, so he asked again. I don't know what came over him, what thoughts were in his head, but this is definitely a chance. She answered out loud that it wouldn't sound strange if she said that she didn't want to go. Henry immediately protested. Everything in him screamed that this was a murderous idea, but Ian stopped him with a wave of his hand. Then Rosen, red with excitement, screamed, "Is it really possible?" Ian replied that he had already been excessively kind to her, so any more indulgence would not change anything. Then he gently patted Layla, saying that she had saved this girl. Rosen looked out the cabin window at the rain pouring down, thinking that she found it incredible to even think about being at such a party. Henry slapped himself in the face, realizing how this could all end. Layla was so happy, as she sincerely told how she and Rosen would try delicious food, have fun, and watch fireworks. This girl couldn't help but evoke affection, and she once said that it was difficult for her to communicate with Ian. She was haunted by the thought of what Ian Connor had wanted to tell her before Layla arrived. The girl looked out the window and was surprised to discover that the rain had stopped. Walpurgis Night was approaching. Rosen remembered the second Walpurgis Night, the 15th in a row, after the first air attack, when war with Thalas was declared throughout the Empire. The South was occupied for a year, and refugees, having gathered their things, poured into the North in a huge stream. Ian's voice addressed the inhabitants, saying that today the skies of Rioriton were protected again. With what hope Rosen listened to his voice that said that he would always protect them. In these troubled times, people could rely on Riorton's aviation and the young commander. Rosen sincerely believed that everything would be all right with Rioriton. That Walpurgis night, Emily urged her to go home quickly to get everything ready before Hindley returned from the gambling house. Rosen laughed and enjoyed the festive atmosphere, especially since she and Emily were walking together. She reminded that Emily promised to bake a cake when they returned. She asked if Walpurgis night wasn't special for her. Of course, the meaning of the holiday has changed now, but originally, this night was a witch's holiday. Emily noticed that this was indeed the case, and it was her birthday. Rosen reproached the girl for not telling her in advance, and that she didn't even have a gift prepared. But Emily explained that this is not the meaning of a birthday when you come into the world from your mother's womb. It is the birthday of all witches. So it's her birthday! Rosen screamed like a witch. So here's the thing. Witches are not born, they are made. One does not become a witch by blood inheritance. To become one must fulfill certain conditions. This power cannot be acquired through money and power. It is born only in the hands of little girls. Returning home with her groceries, Emily announced that it was time to make a cake. At that time, Rosen was haunted by one question: whether it's a method for preparing medicines from medicinal herbs, or the skill of cardiopulmonary resuscitation in emergency cases. Emily seemed to have all the knowledge there was to know, and clearly had no need of Hindley. So why hasn't she run away yet, even if she has a sick mother, even if she can't fully use her power because of the amulet that holds her back? And she asked Emily why, with her abilities, she doesn't heal people directly, then there would be no need to make medicine. Emily smiled and explained that there was no place for magic in the hospital. Besides, any magic has its limits, which is why there should always be a conventional method of treatment, which ordinary people can use and help themselves. Rosen was surprised and asked, well then no one will know about Emily's merits. After all, her work is so significant. If people see how she heals, Suddenly, people will stop being afraid of magic. But Emily approached Rosen with alarm and said that no one should know that she was a witch. In case of danger, they would not spare Rosen. As soon as people began to suspect her of witchcraft, a real hunt would begin. Even if you're not a real witch, people go into a collective frenzy when there's a crop failure and it's the witch's fault. Rosen herself had recently witnessed a case where a farm owner was driven like a dog, even though everyone had liked her before, and all because she had been caught using magic just once. Accusations immediately began to rain down that she lived alone and was not married, although she always protected all the villagers. People were afraid of witches, but Rosen still didn't understand. Emily had so much knowledge, she shared it with Hindley. Emily smiled and finished that, yes, everyone considers it to be Hindley's merit, but she is not doing it for him. One person cannot save the whole world. That's why she shares her knowledge with everyone. She is a witch, and others are not. That is why she began to study medicinal herbs. Even a witch cannot cure a person from a fatal disease. Then this side of Emily was revealed to Rosen. Even the world that did not accept her still received knowledge and help from her, and she was ready to share the last. Emily told Rosen that there would be another training session today. They had time, since Hindley most likely would not return at night. Unbeknownst to Hindley, Emily taught Rosen useful things. Despite their small age difference, Emily was much smarter than her peers. She told how to make a simple medicine from medicinal herbs, how to add and subtract, how to count imperial currency. Rosen didn't know there were coins larger than silver, and Emily hadn't attended school either, so she could teach her the simplest things. None of them knew how to write, but Rosen remembered everything and learned quickly. She highly valued the knowledge imparted by her friend, even though she considered it insignificant. For Rosen, they were the only ray of light, and soon this knowledge expanded her horizons. And then Hindley ceased to be the whole world. Emily became a friend, a caring older sister. She explained that magic cannot be used by just anyone, but there are times when anyone might need it. Rosen still didn't understand, and kept asking Emily if one doesn't become a witch by blood, then how can she become one? Emily replied that she didn't know the details, and no one could know. But then Emily became one. She is a witch, which means there is some special condition. Looking at Rosen's burning gaze, Emily replied that he should just not say that he wants to become a witch. To calm her friend's suspicions, Rosen convinced her that she was simply interested in listening. While stirring the dough, Emily said that she didn't know if it was true or not, but there were rumors going around among the witches that the condition could be the quintessence of such elements as human blood, connected with one cherished desire and one-time magic. This is how Emily explained the conditions for the birth of a witch, but Rosen did not fully understand. Blood desire and magic. What do these words mean? But Emily only conveyed what she heard from other witches. Well, then it turns out that if Emily doesn't know, it means she fulfilled the conditions and became a witch without knowing it. Rosen asked how old she was then, and it turned out she was only 6. At that time, the persecution had already begun, and she still did not refuse to become a witch, and Emily confirmed it. Yes, after that, her life became more difficult, painful, and tiring, and it also made her mother very sad. But the girl herself was not sad. One could say it was an internal state of predetermination of her path. While adding ingredients to the cake, Emily said that although she couldn't tell the exact conditions for becoming a witch, but it may explain the meaning behind the cake that Rosen will eat tonight. Our heroine was surprised. Is there any meaning in a cake? To which Emily replied, this is the same cake baked and eaten on Walpurgis night. They say that if you make a wish on a cake, Walpurga will hear it and fulfill it. The cake was ready. The strawberries symbolize human blood. Then she struck a match and lit a candle, saying that this was a wish for Walpurga by candlelight. Rosen ate the cake and was surprised that even such seemingly simple things had meaning. She generally believed that it was just a custom used as an excuse so that people could eat cake. So what about one-time magic or the fulfillment of a wish is magic in itself? Emily asked Rosen if she had ever made a wish in front of a cake, to which the girl replied that she had never had a cake, but she always made a wish. Rosen remembered her wish to the great Walpurga. No matter who, but let her meet someone who will embrace her warmly. Remembering the family she saw through the window, Rosen was stunned to think that this man was now sitting in front of her. Walpurga heard her and fulfilled the little girl's wish, even without the cake. She fulfilled the dream as it is by sending Emily. That day Rosen again made a wish to Walpurga, this time with a cake, asking that Hindley not return home that night. But Walpurga didn't answer her, and she didn't even ask for him to disappear forever if a military shell couldn't penetrate the basement wall. Hindley always ruined their idol, and at that time she was not at all interested in who would win this war, because long before it began, Rosen's life was like a war. Returning home, Hindley dragged Rosen into the attic and began to beat her. Emily screamed and asked to open the door. He beat her so badly that night that in the winter of her 16th year, Rosen's period stopped. She will never forget that night. At that moment, she truly believed that it would have been better if he had killed her. Henry stood outside the cabin door, listening to what was happening behind the door. Rosen held the dresses in front of Ian and asked him which one looked better. Ian replied that it was her choice and what his opinion had to do with it. But the girl disagreed with him, saying that it was good to have another opinion. The man sighed and reminded her that she had kicked all the maids out of the cabin. To which Rosen replied that since this was the last outfit she would ever wear, she wanted to wear it herself. But it was impossible to get an opinion out of Ian. But when Rosen said that she would try on each one and he would evaluate it, his jaw dropped and he cried out. She wasn't going to try it on in front of him. But when Rosen pulled down her underwear, he was shocked by what he saw. The girl's entire back was covered in scars from beatings. Rosen turned halfway around and asked if Ian was shocked by what he saw. The scars on his back and arms were clearly visible in the light. Then she asked the question, does he really believe that with such a weak body it is possible to kill a healthy man? Ian asked gloomily how often she was beaten. Rosen replied that almost every day. The main thing is that she doesn't die. While the girl puts on the red dress and looks at her reflection, Ian was silent, and she asked why he suddenly became interested. Rosen held up the dress and asked if it was important to choose the outfit that suited her best. He stated in a businesslike manner that he would immediately reject the white one, since something would immediately spill on it. She continued to persist. Blue, yellow, or red. So which one to choose? When Ian suggested yellow because it looked the best, Rosen started asking why not red or blue. Ian replied that he simply didn't like the other two colors. Here Rosen took the blue dress and declared that she had made up her mind, spinning around and putting it on herself. The man cast a glance at her and hurried her, asking why she needed to get dressed quickly. Looking at her old bruises that had turned blue, he thought that this was another reason why he didn't like the color blue. He said that the newspaper did not reveal that Rosen had been beaten, and she replied, well, how could it be otherwise? So she told him everything in order, and Ian thought about when Rosen Walker was arrested. The entire empire was trying hard to portray her as a witch, and if a person was once branded a witch, no one would care about his sad fate. While countless articles had been written about Rosen, Ian couldn't find a single line about her murdered husband. All that was mentioned about him was that the murdered Hindley Hayworth was a man in his 30s, a completely ordinary and kind doctor from the slums. By imperial law, all prisoners remain innocent until sentenced. But what about this case? Throughout the trial, the defendant was never given the right to speak out, although the evidence of the crime was indisputable and sufficient for prosecution. But someone had to ask Rosen what happened to her. Ian said out loud that by law she should have testified, and said that she had been subjected to domestic violence. Even if it made the verdict more difficult, Rosen didn't think it would have made any difference. Ian argued that at least there would be no label of a witch. The girl replied that she was already used to people's hatred, so it didn't matter anymore. Rosen put on the dress and tightened the belt around her waist, asking why he brought up this topic. Looking at herself in her dress, the girl reminded him that no matter how much she tried to persuade him, he didn't believe that he really felt sorry for her because of her story in the middle of the night. Rosen started to puff, not knowing how to deal with the belt. Ian suggested calling the maids to help. Ian's eyes widened at Rosen's words for him to help. She had heard somewhere that at such parties, the partners were supposed to take care of everything. And today he is her partner. Ian sighed and agreed. Rosen warned me to tie the ribbon beautifully, without any nautical knots. Muttering that he was not a fool and could handle it, he looked at the girl's striped back, wondering what had made Rosen Walker fight so desperately for her life. Rosen looked at him playfully and said, Sir Connor really does think she is unhappy. So you feel sorry for me? Rosen said, still smiling, looking at the man. Ian tried to justify himself by saying he hadn't said that, but Rosen pointed out the facts. He took off the handcuffs and agreed to take me to the party. Everything is fine. No need to make up excuses. She even likes that Ian feels sorry for her. But what about sympathy? Doesn't it spoil the mood? Ian clarified, to which Rosen stated that she would prefer sympathy to contempt from a person she liked. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the reflection of her shoulders, where scars were visible. The girl frowned and said that Ian was right. She would wear the yellow dress, and not even 10 minutes had passed. She said that she liked the blue one. Ian was surprised. Rosen explained that in this off-the-shoulder dress all the scars are visible. What girl from a decent family would walk around with a back like that? It's like hanging a sign saying, I'm a criminal. She started to unbutton her dress, muttering that he liked yellow anyway, when he came up from behind and placed a translucent scarf over her shoulders. And then he secured it with a badge, pinning it on like a brooch, and now everything was closed, just as she wanted. Rosen was amazed. but it was the thing from the brochure. This is the same symbol of victory, even when it was in the Imperial Air Force. But isn't this too much luxury for a prisoner? And it doesn't matter that she is wearing this symbol. Rosen said that now he shouldn't even think about taking it back. The girl, admiring the badge, beamed with happiness. She wondered why Ian had done this, whether it was some kind of unconscious protest against the Empire or simple compassion. Be that as it may, if you need to tie yourself up with something, then this is definitely better than handcuffs. Wow, Ian got dressed up too, wearing his dress military uniform. Rosen bombarded him with questions about whether he had given her to him for good or not, whether he didn't hate her, and wasn't he afraid that she would do something? Ian, looking at the happy Rosen, thought how wrong she was. He did not feel hatred, despite the brand of a witch. He himself was one of them, those who judged her without knowing her history. Rosen took his arm, and they went onto the deck. They had to go through the corridor and the banquet hall. An excited Henry was waiting for them. Well, finally they arrived. Looking at Rosen and Ian, one might think that they were a couple of lovers who were going to spend the holiday together. While Henry was asking if Rosen had seduced Ian while he was gone, Layla ran up wearing a bright mask. They showered each other with compliments. The girl sincerely admired Rosen's beauty. Rosen asked Henry why he was without a mask if it was a masquerade ball. Henry replied that with his build, he looked stupid wearing a mask, but Layla gave him away by saying that her uncle was afraid when his face was covered. The guy was angry, but the girl continued to tell everyone that her uncle was sick. The doctor said so, and he wasn't lying. Ian explained that in the cockpit of a fighter jet, the view often narrows, blood rushes to the head, and a white veil falls over the eyes. Henry nervously asked why everyone was so eager to make him a patient. "So you are the patient," Rosen added mentally, saying that she cannot rise to heights, nor can she see someone else's death. "War easily breaks a person," she recalled Maria's words. "Physically, he may be fine, but inside he's not." Then it occurred to her that this problem could be not only with Henry, but also with Ian. He was also sitting at the controls of the plane while she was analyzing. Henry was convincing everyone that he just didn't like masks, and Rosen decided to ask Ian directly if he was okay. They looked into each other's eyes. Ian was silent. Then Henry intervened. "She wants to say that Sir Connor is ill." Rosen tried to explain that she didn't mean that, but they were both pilots. Both wore military uniforms, but did not wear masks, which further angered Henry, who accused Rosen of asking tactless questions. The phrase that Sir Connor is different from me, and how could Ian Connor himself get sick, struck Rosen. He was an indestructible symbol of victory and confidence of the entire Empire. What will remain of the Empire then? Such a hard-won victory will be of no use. At the end of a long war, too many things were destroyed. So there had to be at least one thing that remained intact. Ian Connor was the man who could not be broken. But can one person psychologically and morally bear so much? Isn't that too cruel to Ian? What if he is sick and only seems to be okay? Everyone around him believed that everything was fine with him, but Rosen's inner instinct told him that this was not the case. He must be keeping everything to himself, not showing any signs of illness. And he wore a military uniform to the banquet. Isn't that strange? The girl asked Ian about his clothes, but he replied that he saw no need to wear anything else. Henry, with some irritation, advised his boss, since he was going to the ball, to get acquainted with some young lady from a respectable family. But Ian calmly replied that he was not going to have fun, but was staying on duty accompanying Rosen. The man didn't even want to listen to Henry's offer to take him and Layla. Henry reminded her of the disgrace he had seen in the room that morning, and Rosen wondered what the hell she was talking about, what the hell she had overslept about. Why is Henry now pressing Ian about the fact that he is not married? The latter clearly does not like this, and he interrupts his subordinate, pointing to his place. He reminds Henry that he himself is not married, but he argues that he has a different situation, a little niece who needs to be raised, and he is younger than Ian. Eventually, Ian interrupts Henry to stop this nonsense about getting married, and holding out his hand, Rosen tells her to put on the mask. A hand is extended towards her, the hand of a companion, a gentleman accompanying his lady. Rosen had never been treated like that before. She had never had a gallant gentleman. The girl timidly, and a little hesitantly, placed her hand in his palm. Are they really coming out? Well, Purgus Night hasn't started yet, but it feels like she's already on her way. The deck is decorated. They stand together and look at the water, both of them feeling awkward. For the first time in her life, Rosen encountered such a spectacle. The orchestra began to play. Rosen forgot about everything. Everything was new to her, as if she had been transported to some other fantastic world. Beautiful, exquisite dishes on the tables, champagne, cheerful people spending time freely. The girl had no idea that the world was so colorful. It's a lot noisier here than she thought, blending in with the crowd won't be a problem. Her partner is Ian Connor himself. No one would guess that she is a prisoner named Rosen Walker. Ian quietly whispered to her not to hold on to him so tightly. It would look even more suspicious. And what will happen to him if she is exposed? Ian calmly said that in that case, he will be in trouble. The girl asked if he is okay. Unlike her, he has something to lose. He replied that there was nothing to worry about. Just let him be quiet, not talk. If someone came up, he would take care of everything. Rosen bombarded him with questions about what they would do here, and what they usually do immediately when they arrive. In general, Ian already looked tired. He didn't like such parties. Seeing the tables laden with food, Rosen screamed that she was choosing food and alcohol. There was a lot of alcohol. While Ian was getting out a bottle, Rosen asked him why there was so much alcohol at the party. The man replied that this was normal for such events. Our heroine remembered that the main event of Walpurgis Night is drinking to the point of intoxication. People said that in legends, witches drank so much that they could not control themselves. And while they were beside themselves and dancing with the devil, apparently under the pretext of the legend, people also did not deny themselves anything. A 2-day festival full of food, alcohol, and dancing. The fact that the ban has been broken makes people excited and relaxes the rules that have been holding them back. It's a night when people take off their masks and become a little more honest. And that's a kind of magic too. Ian poured her a drink and poured himself a regular drink. The girl looked at him in surprise. Apparently, magic doesn't work on everyone. As always, Ian Connor is an exception. He placed food and alcohol in front of her, offering her to try different dishes. Rosen looked at the plates. It seemed like he hadn't let his guard down. Ian eliminated any food that looked suspicious. Not falling for the same trick twice means that not a single detail escaped Rosen's attention. He handed her a glass and offered her a drink. Rosen asked why only one glass and where was it. Ian was surprised at first, but then replied that he was at work. Rosen's plan could be said to have failed. The girl was angry, but the man calmly replied that it had nothing to do with his work. It wasn't her plan. If he didn't drink, it would all be for nothing. Then she decided to change tactics, saying that alcohol drunk alone has no taste, and if he doesn't drink with her, she will get drunk like an alcoholic. Ian's response was that it was her choice. Let her get drunk, but then she would be wasting her time, of which she didn't have much left. Rosen felt like Ian had pulled away from her again, and that was why her interest in him was awakening. How I wanted to touch this indifferent face. To break his indifferent expression, she smiled and asked him if he had any Mayoria wine. It seemed to work. Ian froze, and it felt like a curtain had fallen over him. Pretending to be carefree, Rosen half-jokingly said that she would like to drink this wine. The man snapped that there was no such wine. Then the girl asked why. Because it was a common wine. Weren't there a couple of bottles lying around in the kitchen? Without losing his composure, Ian snapped that there was no wine there. Trying to get him angry, Rosen continued to smirk and insist that a couple of bottles would definitely be found. Seeing Ian's mouth begin to twist, she continued to talk about how Mayoria wine is often used in the preparation of gourmet dishes. After spearing a piece of her dish, she offered to make a bet that there was probably some Mayoria wine sauce even in this plate. The answer shocked Rosen. He calmly stated that he had thrown overboard everything connected with this berry. Fruits, wines, dried fruits, drinks. While she was lying in bed, he threw everything away. His eyes looked through her. It seemed as if Ian Connor was now reading her thoughts. Rosen, of course, knew that he was not an ordinary person, but even she did not expect him to be so serious. An equally crazy guard was assigned to a crazy prisoner. Then Rosen decided to watch him some more, and again brought up the topic of why he doesn't drink alcohol. Ian replied that he doesn't drink at all, to which the girl replied that she thought that all military men drank. At his surprised look, she hastened to apologize, not wanting to offend his comrades or him. She had never seen the Air Force work, but there were other soldiers, like those who patrolled the streets. Ian asked if she meant the Army's rear troops. The girl didn't know the exact answer. She saw how these soldiers patrolled the streets of Rioriton. Well, Rosen added, there were only drunks there. Ian asked if she hated the military. Our heroine honestly admitted that she hated everyone except him. Smiling, she looked into his eyes. Ian looked at her thoughtfully, and then somewhere into the distance. And then he told me not to point the device at people, and that's all he wanted to say. Well, she assured him that she believed what was said, and would exclude the Air Force from her list. His comrades fought hard. Without taking her gaze off Ian, Rosen repeated that no matter what he said, he would believe it. Swirling her glass, she thought that this drink made for the festival was a bit strong, but that was not her limit. Emptying the bottle was no problem. The plan was to pretend to be moderately drunk and keep an eye on this guy. One of them had to go crazy for something to happen. Suddenly, Ian asked why she killed Hindley Horse. Oh no, not this again. Rosen tried not to lose her composure. She told Ian that she had not killed her husband, she repeated. And in general, he wasn't tired of asking the same questions. He doesn't care, but he's still interested in whether this murder was an accident. Rosen flared up, declaring that this was all bullshit, that she had long forgotten everything. Why was he behaving like this, as if he was the one drinking and not her? Ian replied that she was right. It was all long in the past. A picture of a beaten Rosen appeared before his eyes. They should have asked this much earlier. The girl said that she had not killed anyone, lowering her eyes. After drinking another drink, she declared that his interrogations at the party were not fun at all. This was supposed to be a normal conversation, so let him drop his tone. Where is that voice that they heard on the radio in Rioretena that promised to protect them? So if he talks to her with that voice, nothing will happen. Ian took her glass, declaring that she had enough to drink, but Rosen demonstratively grabbed the bottle, replying that the glass was not needed. She took a sip straight from the bottle to spite him. Suddenly putting down the bottle, she asked if he had a pen, and Ian, surprised, asked again. The girl replied that she wanted an autograph from Ian Connor himself. He's probably already given out a lot of them, since he has fans all over the Empire. Rosen recalled a prison guard who showed off Ian Connor's autograph. How self-confident he was because of this. Oh, how envious she was then. Ian said he didn't have any paper to sign. More excuses. Rosen offered to sign her hand. He couldn't understand why she was doing this. But Rosen's words about her love for him made Ian freeze. The words literally shot into him. He didn't know how to react. Without tolerating any objections, Rosen repeated that she loved him, so let him give her a pen. If there is no paper, it's not a problem. Just let him sign with indelible ink. Pulling a pen from the breast pocket of an even more shocked Ian, she said that she would look at the autograph when she died. Ian didn't have time to say what she was doing now, because Rosen looked menacingly and decisively into his eyes. The girl held out her pen and demanded that he sign her hand. Grabbing the pen in her palm, she held it out to Ian for him to take. With the words, "Do it already!" Rosen extended her palm forward for an autograph. Ian thought for a moment, visibly nervous, then picked up a pen and decided to grant Rosen's wish. Taking her hand in his, he began to write. Still, he was strange, Rosen thought, already imagining his autograph on her palm. He reacts so seriously to her pranks. Who would have thought, looking at them, that it was a guard and a prisoner? He seems to be used to this. He probably signs autographs for his fans. But Ian is constantly under the surveillance of tens of thousands of eyes, and they are all riveted on him and filled with different emotions. She looked at Ian writing the inscription, thinking how difficult it must be for him to calm and comfort the entire empire. She blurted out aloud how he survived the war. He wanted to answer something but hesitated. Perhaps he didn't understand the question, so Rosen asked if he had anyone or anything he depended on. A hero needs a hero too. It doesn't seem like he can gain strength by looking in the mirror. Finally, he finished, and Rosen began to examine the autograph. When the next second, the smile disappeared from her face. "What is this?" he laughs at her. "It's not his name." Rosen was in despair, believing that he had laughed at her for her illiteracy. Tears welled up in her eyes. Was that so much she asked for? She just wanted his autograph. Almost sobbing, she screamed that she could neither read nor write. But how dare he mock her like that? Ian sat tense and somewhat frightened, not knowing what to say. Rosen screamed in impotent rage that he was laughing at her. Jumping up from her seat, she held out her hand in front of his nose, screaming that this was not his name. She may not know how to spell her name, but she knows perfectly well how to spell his. Even though she is illiterate, she can read the name Ian Connor. Rosen had seen him on leaflets so many times that his outline was forever imprinted in her memory. This name warmed her in moments of fear and despair. Rosen looked at him angrily. It seemed that in another second she would rush at him. In a fit of indignation, the girl grabbed his hand so quickly that Ian powerlessly obeyed. Puffing, Rosen began to write with a pen on his palm, after which she put the pen down and sat back down. To prove she was right, she wrote the name Ian Connor on his palm. The man looked at his own name written Rosen Walker in surprise. To her indignation that he really liked her, but he acted like that, trying to deceive her. Without letting her finish, Ian announced that he had written her name on her palm. Rosen's eyes widened in surprise at what he had just said. Her hand dropped, raised her palm to her face, and he wrote her name. Rosen Walker was written on her hand, which is how her name is spelled. "Why did he write her name?" the girl asked. Ian answered that he just wanted to. He really couldn't explain his actions. It happened in an emotional outburst. He didn't mean anything by it. That's all Ian said. Looking again at my name on my palm, I thought he had beautiful handwriting. The girl smiled and said that he wrote Rosen Walker, although he always called Rosen Haworth. Her face flushed with a mixture of embarrassment and pleasure. It's so nice when someone you consider a hero writes your name. Rosen asked him why he didn't tell her right away, which is why she thought it was a joke. Ian didn't answer. He looked at his palm, wondering if she had written that badly. Of course, it looked more like a scribble, so the girl reached for his hand to erase it. But he pulled his palm away and said that it was not necessary. I wanted to say something else, she froze. The music started playing. It seems she knows her. People started to line up in pairs and dance, and Rosen wanted to dance too. They play this every year during Walpurgis night. I guess you could call it a witch's march. And there's Henry and Layla twirling to the music. Rosen was already in high spirits. She recognized familiar melodies. Grabbing a bottle of rum from the table, she decided to drink it straight from the bottle. Ian jumped up and shouted that if she drank it all at once, but before he could, the girl took a swig from the bottle in one gulp. Then she ran up to Ian and, pulling him by the hand, asked him to dance with her. He didn't answer, just looked at Rosen, who couldn't resist and wanted to run faster to the dance floor. He firmly stopped her by the hand, replying that let her forgive him, but he does not dance with drunkards. Rosen was taken aback by how he had just refused a lady's invitation to dance. The next second she lost her temper, shouting that he still called himself a gentleman. After repeating the captain's words and calling him a bastard, Rosen reminded him that before leaving, Henry said that if anyone asked, he should identify himself as a distant relative of the Revel family. So that makes her a lady at least for the duration of this party. She wanted to try again and go to the dance floor. The song would soon end, but Ian held her back again. The girl looked at him. It seemed he wanted to tell her something important, but Ian declared that Rosen was drunk and it was time to end it. Our heroine, outraged by his words, shouted that she was completely sober, and besides, the party was just beginning. People drink to get drunk and have fun. So what's the problem? You can't dance. His new confession once again left Rosen stupefied. He doesn't know how to dance. What a waste of such good looks. But Ian only knew how to dance the waltz, which was taught at the military academy, and after graduating, 10 years in the sky. Ah, so that's why he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. Rosen really teased him. I carefully studied his reaction, but he's not the type of person who likes dance floors. He's the kind of guy who does the obligatory dance with his partner, performs the bare minimum of gentlemanly duties, and goes home. So it's not that he doesn't want to dance with her, but that he doesn't know how. Taking his hand, the girl replied that it was okay. They would dance a waltz. She started to go down the stairs, suggesting to wait until they started playing the waltz. Rosen pointed out the place where she wanted to wait, thinking to herself that she needed to see where the lifeboats were. Approaching the edge of the side, she gazed at the endless ocean and the sunset. Great! She convinced him to come here. Now she needs to look around. Ian was looking somewhere into the distance. Rosen tried to go around him from the other side. Hey! Why is he blocking her entire view? He replied in the same Ian Connor tone that she was being too obvious. She had to make him drink and see where the boats were. Playfully taking the man by the chin, Rosen said that he should not take his eyes off his partner. He wanted to answer something, but covering his mouth with his finger, Rosen said that she never liked talkative people. Suddenly, a new wave of music was heard again. What kind of instrument is this? It was the cello, Ian confirmed. She had heard this music before. When the military band played in the square in Rioretena, and Emily said the name of the instrument. It had been so long since she had talked about Emily. Emily had taught her everything she knew. It was her faithful friend who taught her the trick that saved Layla. Rosen was very afraid that someone would be able to track Emily. Ian asked where Emily Hayworth was now, where she had disappeared to. They looked at each other, and Rosen didn't know what to answer. She was afraid for her friend. Ian asked why Rosen was alone. The last thing she thought he would ask. He wonders how Emily could have disappeared without a trace, or suspects that they were accomplices. Or does he really think Emily committed the crime and Rosen is covering for her? But at all costs, we must protect Emily. Rosen looked him in the eye and replied that she didn't know, and that was the truth. Ian said it was a very important question why it had never been brought up in court. He had indeed already thought about this, suspecting Rosen of hiding an accomplice. The girl replied that everything was obvious. Emily had nothing to do with it, and she knows nothing about her whereabouts. Ian continued to insist that this could change the course of the trial. What's done can't be undone. The sentence won't be overturned anyway, so she had enough of his interrogations. Ian silently watched as Rosen demonstratively turned away. She leaned against the side of the deck and informed him that he would never learn these answers from her. From someone who knows nothing, the girl herself would like to know where Emily is. It feels like Ian is looking straight into her soul. The girl looked bored. Hadn't he heard that curiosity never leads to anything good? She didn't even want him to believe her, and she definitely didn't need a new investigation. All she needs is his pity in order to steal the key from him. To change the subject, she pretended to accuse Ian of being angry with her again, and she was used to seeing the seductive Ian Connor from the poster. By his actions, he confused Ian in order to distract him from thoughts about the new investigation. But he said that he was not angry with her, then asked carefully how Rosen would like him to behave with her. The tension seemed to ease. Ian's gaze changed. became warmer. She looked straight into his eyes, and in her mind she thought, here it is, her chance. Let him treat her like a friend whom he knew from childhood, but hasn't seen for a long time and who doesn't have long to live. She barely had time to finish saying that they were both from Rioriten when the ship rocked and the girl felt like she was about to roll over the side. Having jumped on another wave, the liner rolled over to the other side. Rosen only had time to scream that she would fall overboard on those heels, but the next second, Ian deftly held her by the waist, preventing her from falling. It was clear that he was scared. His pupils were dilated. He was breathing heavily from excitement. Rosen's breath caught too. She heard him tell her to be careful, pressing her closer to himself. The man added that they were at sea. In the blink of an eye, she could, but did not finish. Rosen realized that this was the best chance she would ever have. She rushed towards him and clung to him. The girl closed her eyes in his arms. She felt good, but at the same time she couldn't stop thinking about the key on his belt. Ian stood there in confusion, which was what was being counted on. They stood like that for a minute, but his next words, that she was drunk, threw Rosen off balance. She screamed that yes, she was drunk and had the right to do so, since she would die in a few days. Looking at him, she asked, having calmed down a little, whether the military had given him any pills. Trying to talk him into thinking that soldiers usually wore something like this in case they were captured, she groped through his jacket. Rosen's words that maybe he would give her these pills made Ian scream, but the girl reassured him that she wouldn't do it on board. Having started to charm him, she asked him to give her something so that she could use it on the island of Monty. It's a win-win situation. For him, it's a mission accomplished. For her, it's peaceful oblivion. If he says he feels sorry for her, then isn't that a win-win? It's obvious that she's lying. Rosen had no intention of dying. She just needed to shake that unbreakable composure. The girl continued to press on his conscience that he wished her a painful death, or was doing it on purpose out of hatred like everyone else. But she stopped as Ian extended his hand to her. He hugged her tightly, and Roshan buried her face in Ian's shoulder. He whispered to her quietly that no one would believe him, but he never hated her. Not for a minute. Rosen froze with her eyes wide open at these words. It was really important for her to hear this from him, and she thanked him for these words. Standing in his arms and listening to the music, she replied that even if these words were a lie, she still felt good. It may have lasted a split second, but Ian Connor hugged her, and she asked him if he regretted the impulse. He keeps her as his girlfriend. Probably for the first time in his life, he gave himself free rein. Rosen added that he should live freely for at least one day of his life. Allow himself to breathe. Wow, just look at that smile. Rosen looked at her supervisor's face with a searching gaze. Here she made him smile again. Now it's clear why the authorities decided to make an advertisement for the war out of him. Who would refuse such a face? And only now did Rosen realize that everyone was looking at them. The vacationers froze looking at them. Someone was whispering, apparently because of that hug. It's okay. They'll lose interest soon. And Rosen adjusted her mask. The two girls couldn't take their eyes off Ian. Rosen looked at them and apologized to Ian. If it weren't for her, he would have had a wild night. Rosen was evaluating the candidates and asked him which he would prefer, a blonde or a brunette. Ian remained silent. Then Rosen added, half-jokingly, just don't let him say that he's never been with a woman. After his words to shut up, the girl began to stutter. Yes, he's joking, but this can't be true. Rosen, in a fit of surprise, screamed what the hell he was talking about. Then he covered her mouth and told her not to scream at the top of her lungs. This picture was discussed by the ladies, who were interested in Rosen and Ian. It seems they are close. One of them said that she heard that Ian Connor's companion was a distant relative of the Revels. It looked like they wouldn't be able to get close to Ian Connor today. The words about Ian Connor not leaving this girl's side were heard by a man in a mask with a glass of champagne. He lowered his mask and looked at Ian and Rosen. Rosen asked him to let go of her hand from her mouth. She would behave quietly. The girl could hardly breathe from such an exciting discovery. Ian asked not to drag them into trouble and to be quiet. Looking at the man in front of her, Rosen couldn't believe that he had never had a woman. Our dashing hero is such a loner, but he didn't even deny it. And then Rosen decided to get to the bottom of it by asking questions. Maybe he was some kind of germaphobe who couldn't stand being touched. Ian replied that she didn't care. No, it wasn't his problem. Lowering her voice, she ingratiatingly asked if he might like men, and also received a negative answer from Ian. Then, almost in a whisper, she said, maybe it's not working for him down there. Ian rolled his eyes. She obviously wants to get to him today. Then Rosen smiled and assumed a seductive look and asked what about her. Ian's face began to change, sternly asking what she meant. She offered to become his first woman, but come on, he doesn't understand what a man and a woman do when they're alone in a cabin. It was quite obvious what would happen next. Looking into his eyes, she tried to catch his interest. She suggested going inside. That's what he wants, isn't it? She'll make sure Ian doesn't regret it. In response, he grabbed her wrist and said that she was not only drunk, but she was still completely distraught. She knew that look of his, full of indignation, well. Then Tan pulled her, declaring that they were going back inside. Rosen grabbed the side and screamed that she was not drunk. Then, she demonstratively sat down on the floor and announced that she was not going anywhere. But now, if he wants to sleep with her, he'll have to drag her. Ian sternly replied that she was drunk, so there was no need to make a scene. They would just quietly go to the cabin. Treating her like a spoiled child, Ian sat down and asked Rosen not to make him regret what he had done for her today. She asked with a smile that he already regretted taking off the handcuffs. Taking a breath, Ian said that he was just beginning to regret it. He helped her up, but as soon as Rosen saw the waiter with champagne, she immediately screamed, "Oh, champagne!" and grabbed the glass. After drinking champagne, the girl laughed joyfully, enjoying the festive atmosphere. Rosen felt like she was already tipsy, so Tan sat her down to let her come to her senses. He even suggested that she take a little nap, and then he would carry her back to the cabin. But among the people she saw lifeboats attached. The drunken state disappeared as if by magic. She finally found them. She was right now at the bow of the ship, in which case Rosen was figuring out where it would be best for her to get off in order to reach these boats. We need to do everything we can to make Ian lose his guard, and then we can slip away under cover of night. The girl already saw herself running at night. Now she lowers the lever and the boat is already on the water, but the main problem is the key. Rosen tensed up. If she didn't get it, then everything was useless. Rosen hadn't seen the key for a long time. While she sat and racked her brains, everyone around was having fun. Nodding towards the people, she told Ian that all these people looked cheerful. It's good that they survived the war. Otherwise, she would never have seen this wonderful holiday that filled his soul when he saw the restored peace and order. Before Ian could answer, they were interrupted by a man who asked if he could meet Sir Connor's companion. They looked at him. Rosen knew it was better to remain silent so as not to give herself away. She got excited as he appeared out of nowhere. She didn't like the look of this smug man. He simply interrupted them. Ian stepped forward and addressed the man, Sir Gregory, stating that the girl was his companion. He, smiling cheekily, declared that he simply wanted to chat with the charming girl. He turned to Rosen to ask what she would say and if she wanted to talk. Gregory was smiling, but Rosen was scared by his smile. Or maybe he recognized her. He then asked Ian to introduce them, noting that it was an exception to all the rules to see Sir Connor with a lady. Ian dryly replied that she was a distant relative of the Revel family, who, expecting this answer, grinned and replied that Connor always says that. How many young and beautiful girls are there in the Reveal family? His face took on an aggressive look. He repeated that it really does happen extremely rarely that Ian Connor is with a lady. She apparently already knows what kind of character Sir has. For the first time, Ian Connor can be seen being polite to his partner. Rosen wondered who this guy was, since they addressed each other as Sir. It meant he was also a soldier, but they didn't look like friends. Ian stood proud and straight, while Gregory stood in a defiant pose. Rosen had a bad feeling about this, and it seemed Ian was uneasy too. Gregory asked Rosen why she was silent. Maybe she was mute, or she might be extremely shy. If she finished dancing with Sir Connor, then she might dance with him. The girl took a step forward. Ian looked at her with alarm, but Rosen grabbed his arm. Then she replied to Gregory that she does not dance with men who are at least not as handsome as Sir Connor. Ian looked at her with admiration at that moment. Gregory grinned nastily, as if forcing the laughter out of himself, and asked the lady's name. Coming close to Rosen's face, he hissed like a predator that she wasn't going to make things easy for him. Then he grabbed the frightened Rosen and said that they needed to dance because it was rude to dance with only one partner. Ian pushed him away and ordered Gregory to stop bothering them. The girl clearly refused, and he is drunk, so let him return to his cabin. He could no longer contain his rage and hissed, "That means he's a bad guy again." He attacked Jan, saying that he was again pretending to be a gentleman and that everyone else was therefore unworthy. Accusing Ian of looking at him with an arrogant look, he called him an arrogant bastard. Ian replied that he was making that look. Gregory said that it was all because he ran away then. He began to talk about how he had done the right thing. Unlike Ian and his comrades, most of whom were dead, Ian reminded that cadets much younger than Gregory did not desert, but bravely went to fight. Gregory shouted that almost everyone was dead. And this Revel, now he has porridge in his head. Ian turned to Rosen and said that talking with this man was a waste of time. They were about to leave, but Gregory said who this girl was, pointing to Rosen. Ian took Rosen by the hand, and without saying anything was about to leave, when Gregory angrily said that since when had Ian Connor been so fawning over a woman? The next second, his hand was in front of Rosen's face, about to rip off the mask. Gregory's gaze expressed madness bordering on insanity. Rosen went cold with horror. If he revealed it, he would find out who she was. But Ian punched Gregory in the face, causing blood to spurt out. Rosen screamed. Ian was furious, more than she had ever seen him before. Gregory lay on the floor, wiping the blood from his nose with his hand. Ian stood silently in front of him. Ian's former classmate was shaking with anger. He couldn't immediately say how he dared to hit him. Ian said menacingly, pointing at Rosen, that this was a lady from the Revel family. No one dared to treat her like that. Rosen stood frozen with fear, while the others on deck watched what was happening. Ian looked at Gregory with contempt, rubbing the fist he had hit him with. Gregory felt humiliated in front of everyone, shouting, "How dare he hit him?" Ian looked at him sideways and said that he should consider himself lucky. If Captain Revel had seen this, he would have received not a punch in the face, but a bullet straight away. Ian looked around and realized that he had attracted the attention of everyone on deck. Rosen tried to say something to him, but he didn't let her. Instead, he walked up to Rosen and picked her up. She was unable to speak due to the unexpected turn of events. Already in his arms, the girl noticed that Tan Connor could be very impulsive, to which he replied that it depended on who he was dealing with. Trying to convince a man like Gregory is a waste of time. Rosen asked who this Gregory was. Ian replied that they studied together at the academy. Rosen asked worriedly, "He is not some big shot. Ian is definitely not in any danger." But he assured that there was nothing he couldn't handle. Gregory shouted after Ian as he walked away, asking what made him different from the others. Ian gave him a look that held the answer, but his opponent did not calm down. Clenching his fist, Gregory shouted that he was accused of appropriating the glory of his fallen comrades. The same can be said about Ian Connor himself. "How dare he look down on me?" He ended by shouting that Ian had abandoned his hometown, letting it burn, and then had the nerve to hold a victory march like he was some kind of hero. Rosen looked worriedly at Ian, who was carrying her. Gregory shouted that Ian Connor was simply running away from the truth and had screwed up just like his friend Revel. "Soon everyone will understand that he did not protect anyone." Then Rosen asked, "He does not take the words of that idiot seriously." This Gregory reminded me of Rosen Hindley, who was also a master at playing the victim. Rosen asked Ian about this Gregory and learned that he was the son of some commander, fled to Talus at the beginning of the war, and returned when the war ended. On this ship because he wants to get a place in the Navy. When Rosen asked why such a traitor was not executed, Ian replied, because Gregory's father was some kind of commander. So why does he care what that idiot said? Ian added that there was some truth in what Gregory said. Rosen regretted that the captain and Henry weren't there. And how could anyone not like Ian? He's a hero. The man asked Rosen how she could be sure that there couldn't be people who didn't like Ian, but she was sure that everyone hated her. Rosen replied that everything was obvious. Let him name at least one person who liked her. Ian looked at her silently without answering. The girl continued to ask, "So who likes her?" "So it turns out that if he doesn't hate her, then he likes her," Rosen concluded. Then she laughed. He couldn't agree with such a conclusion. Then Ian said that it was time for them to return to the cabin. She was drunk, and it was already late. At that moment, loud sounds were heard, and the excitement became more and more intense. People started shouting joyfully about the fireworks. Layla's voice could be heard. Rosen started asking Ian to stay at least a little while. She really wanted to see them. Ian agreed and gave her his jacket. The girl always seemed cold to him. The first fireworks, like a comet, flew off, and the deck fell silent in anticipation. Rosen couldn't take her eyes off them. Those bright lights seemed like a miracle to her. Ian was also looking at the sky, but his gaze was ordinary and calm. Splashes of lights scattered across the night sky like magic balls. Rosen blushed with delight as she looked at the lights, and at that moment, the girl forgot about all the hardships of life. Without taking her eyes off the fireworks sparkling in the night sky with multicolored shimmers, she asked Ian if he had seen it. It was really amazing. He didn't answer. She was still talking about colors and beauty, looking at him and was stunned. Staring at one point, Rosen called his name in alarm, but he didn't move or make a sound. What's happening when it starts to dawn on her? It's just like bombs exploding, war, subconscious fear and paralysis. Sweat was pouring off him, and he clutched his head, breathing heavily. I immediately remembered Maria's words about Sir Connor getting sick during the war and being transferred. He probably has a secret of his own that he has been keeping, and it is connected to the internal trauma of the war. I remembered Henry's words. Ian Connor is different from him. How can a hero get sick? But now, Rosen realized that such a hard-won victory had not passed without a trace for Ian. She didn't know what to do. Ian wasn't responding. She needed to call for help. She shouted to Henry when she felt movement. The man wheezed, trying to say something, but his intermittent, heavy breathing prevented him from doing so. Finally, he looked at Rosen and quietly said that Henry must not know about this. The girl jumped up and said that then he should let her bring the doctor. But Ian grabbed her hand, stopping her. The doctor on the ship works for the Revel family. Hearing this, Rosen screamed, "Is this really so important now?" Ian repeated again that neither Henry nor anyone else should know. "Why?" Rosen screamed. "Why on earth? What will happen if Henry finds out?" Seeing Ian's condition, Rosen scolded him for the fact that everything was so bad, and he didn't tell the doctor. He was in such a terrible condition because of some fireworks, and he was pretending that everything was fine. Ian tried to loosen his tie, saying that he didn't think some fireworks show would do that to him. Leaning back and breathing heavily, he croaked that he needed a minute and everything would be fine. But Rosen didn't think so. "Everything will pass." And what a pass. What a stubborn idiot. He can't even get up. Rosen was angry at his resistance to calling for help. The Empire kept telling him you were a hero, but it understood what it was like for him to carry all this burden alone. Just because he's a hero doesn't mean he stopped being human. They are the same as all these heroes. They can also break. They feel fear. They suffer. The girl sat next to Ian, not knowing how to help him. Suddenly, it dawned on her, and she asked Ian if he had any supplies of medication that the doctor didn't know about. "She will bring them where they are." To his silent response, the girl shouted that the fireworks were in full swing. Of course, even in this state, Ian Connor is worried that she will run away. Our heroine said that she has nowhere to run. The ocean is full of monsters all around, and she doesn't even have the keys to the lifeboat. And all the fruits of the Mayoria are thrown into the water. She does not ask to trust her, but she is now all that he has. If he changed his mind, he could bring Henry. Then, taking his hand, she told him that it was okay, even if she wanted to tell someone who would believe her. The whole Empire considers her a liar. The girl looked him straight in the eyes. How suddenly she heard from Ian whether she was disappointed in him. At first, she didn't understand, but barely breathing, Ian croaked that the one she considered a hero turned out to be a complete failure. He really didn't want her to see him in such a state. Then Ian remembered Henry's relatives, how much he wanted to protect them. That's why he got on the plane then. He did everything he could. Ian tried to justify that he hadn't lied, but helplessness was taking hold of him. Then Rosen, looking into his eyes, took his face and said that the fact that he could not protect them does not mean that the promise was a lie. She has resentment or disappointment towards him. Ian's pale face, covered in beads of cold sweat, seemed almost lifeless. Rosen tried again to get through to him, to let her help. Something changed in his expression when she said that the reality was that she was the only one he saved in Rioritena. Fragments of articles about the escaped prisoner floated into his head. He followed her movements and prayed that this girl would survive. Exhausted, Ian fell onto Rosen's chest and hugged her. He needed her now more than ever. Rosen was frightened by the force with which he squeezed her and asked her to sit like that. Sit like this for at least a minute until the fireworks are over. The girl wanted to tell him something, but changed her mind and asked him to focus all his attention on his breathing. "At least I was able to save you," Rosen heard. This is what he kept repeating. And at that moment, Rosen realized that she was playing the same role for him as he was for her. There are those who must remain strong, no matter what comes their way. For the Empire during the war, that pillar was Ian Connor. People believe that he was able to survive all the horrors of war and return unharmed because he was so strong. However, they are all wrong in fact. The burden of being a hero was so heavy, and the responsibility that came with it. He ended up focusing on the prisoner who had escaped from Rioriton. He's just a man who found solace in a criminal because he pines for the home he couldn't protect. It's incredible how long Ian held this in. He seemed to have calmed down a bit, but he was still breathing heavily. Suddenly, he whispered that in his cabin, in a drawer on the second shelf, there was a small package. Rosen ran to the cabin. Ian Connor seemed to have completely lost his mind. Opening the box in his cabin, she would never have thought that he would actually send her alone. At least everything would be fine with him at this time. But he couldn't get distracted. He needed to focus. To Rosen's surprise, the box was actually open. She found a brown bag, which means 1 dose is set aside here. This is done to avoid an overdose. But what should she do with 1 dose? She'll need more. Rosen began to examine the cabin. There must surely be more powder, but all the other boxes were closed. He is so meticulous, but I didn't expect anything less from him. His gaze and her words to trust her at least once in my life were still before my eyes. She told him so, and what do you do now? You made a huge mistake, Ian Connor. Some drawer was left open. Something was stuck there. It could be a key. Something fell on her head and hit her. In the darkness, the girl did not immediately see the object. All Rosen's thoughts were on the strange find. Perhaps it would help her get out of this ship. When she picked up the find, it turned out to be a book. The girl turned it over in her hands. She couldn't read. What use could it be? While pondering what to do with this book, she came to the conclusion that it was worth returning it to its place without arousing unnecessary suspicion. But some inner instinct made her turn the pages. It was not a book, but as she leafed through, Rosen froze. There were newspaper clippings about her. Oh my God, there are clippings and pictures of her everywhere. What the hell are they doing here? He's been collecting information about her all this time, and something is circled in red. It looked as if she was circling the same word. It occurred to her to look at her palm. There it was. It was her name. And the notes? There were dozens of them here and all about her. The girl didn't know what to think. Looking again at her name on the palm of her hand and comparing it with the inscriptions in the red circles, she realized that every time he mentioned her name in the newspaper news, he circled it. The girl sat down on the floor, and his words flashed through her mind that at least he had saved her. I have never hated you even once, but I definitely know you better than you think. So he wasn't lying, Rosen thought. That's what he meant. He turned all his guilt into pity. Pity for her. The girl burst into hysterical laughter. For the first time in her life, she was glad that she couldn't read. And if I could, I would study this dossier page by page and use it for my own purposes. Ian Connor should never have believed her for even a second. As he said, she is mean and cowardly and always runs away from everything. Having put the diary back in place, she felt another bag of powder. There was about 250 grams here. One dose of sleeping pills is about 50 grams, which is enough to knock someone out for 6 hours or so. Add another 25 grams and you'll pass out for 8 hours. Few people know that sleeping pills in powder form are extremely difficult for ordinary citizens to obtain. They act just like a sedative. Ian Connor doesn't even realize that she has such knowledge, but she was Emily's student, and he couldn't imagine that she would steal his sleeping pills, let alone the keys to the lifeboat. Otherwise, he would never have let her go, even in his current state. The girl left the cabin thinking about how she would use the sleeping powder, which had no taste or smell. She mixes it all with water and wine. The party is in full swing. Everyone is eating and drinking. Everything will be fine. His wound from betrayal will not be too deep. After all, he is surrounded by so many wonderful people, and in time he will be freed from the chains that come with being a hero. And he will live a happy life and will no longer be dependent on some witch. And the fact that she said that she truly wants to help and loves him, then this will be her help. But this does not mean that she will choose him and not her freedom, even despite the fact that she will most likely die at sea. It doesn't matter if it works or not, but she won't give up, and tomorrow she will escape from this ship alive, even if her opponent has his own heart. But she won't let him hold her back. Ian thought about how much time had passed since he let Rosen go. 10 minutes. 15. What was he even thinking? Sending a captive alone without handcuffs, with a huge amount of experience in escapes, to look for something in his cabin. He imagined Henry's reaction when he found out everything, and whether she had a chance to escape and survive. He did not want to agree to this assignment, but he was ordered to deliver Rosen Walker to him personally. The chief said that the people of Riordan had put their trust in Ian Connor, and now their hometown was in ruins, no matter that he had been forced to make that choice. He must take responsibility, Ian asked, accusing the innocent. And is Rosen Walker innocent? Ian answered directly that yes, she is innocent. It's just that the commander gives the crowd what they want to get. The boss gave an unconditional answer that Ian should remain with an unblemished reputation, and the witch should pay for her sins. And now, replaying those events in his head, Ian realized that throughout the war he had been a perfectly functioning mechanism carrying out orders. He thought that he had completely adapted to the way the government conducted business. So why are there doubts now? Why exactly in the Rosen Walker case did he want to withdraw? Now the whole empire considers her a lying witch, but in fact, she is frank, sometimes even too much. He remembered her words before leaving for the cabin, that he could not protect everyone, and did not lie when he promised to protect. He was amazed how she could speak so openly about what she thought, or how she thought that her feelings and thoughts were not worth defending. She believes that her words will not affect him in any way. It would be good if it were true. Committing suicide on board this ship was probably her last plan. So why did he need to help? The more she does, the harder it is for him to let her die. Even if Rosen somehow gets a lifeboat, what are its chances of surviving in the ocean? Of reaching land unharmed? He remembered the day he visited the ruins of Riordan, when he saw her on a notice pasted on the wall. Most likely, it was glued there so that people could spit on it or throw stones at it. And at that moment, he felt saved. At least she survived. Alone. It's funny, but he always kept that photo of her with him to desperately cling to something. And now, Rosen's words are spinning in his head that she would prefer something poisonous. After all, he keeps something with him from the war in case of capture. Her escape was impossible. A wave of despair washed over Ian, and he reached for his revolver. She will die a horrible death on Monty Island. She knows it is too late. That's why she asks for a less painful way. Despair. Everything is useless. Ian pulled out his weapon. If that's the case, wouldn't that be the best choice? He reloaded his pistol and leaned over the side. Something flashed through his head. Everything is useless. There is no way out. Another second, and he heard his name behind him. Rosen ran up, frightened by the fact that he was standing tilted towards the water. It seemed to him that this was a vision, a hallucination. The words that here, she brought the medicine. Come to think of it, the little voice in his head was always asking the same question. At that moment, Rosen poured powder into his hand. Did it matter to him at all whether Rosen was really a killer or not? If he could go back in time and refuse this assignment, he would have done so, even if someone else besides him had been assigned as his escort. Ian chuckled. He was simply avoiding the answer. It was obvious if he only felt pity for her, he would have given her a painless death a long time ago and played it off as an accident. He sent her alone, being sure that she would search his cabin, thereby giving her a ray of hope so that she would stop thinking about how to kill herself. And instead, she looked for ways to survive, no matter how slim her chances were. Rosen was saying something, looking scared. What was going on? Why was he smiling when Ian took her face and hugged her? Looking into her eyes widened in surprise, he understood that in fact no one had forced him to take this task. It had all been his choice from start to finish. He kissed Rosen, realizing that he had chosen her. He had chosen her and this path from the very beginning. And perhaps he made this choice a long time ago. This girl was the meaning of his life. When he pulled away a little, there was that same magic between them, connecting on an invisible level. Rosen stood there in bewilderment. She still hadn't realized what had just happened. Then, having come to her senses, the girl playfully hugged him and said that he couldn't tease her like that. She wanted to kiss him, but he stopped her, Rosen said. Well, she liked where things were going. Why interrupt? But Ian was back to being the same Ian again. Connor pulled the reluctant Rosen into the cabin. Rosen thought that perhaps she hadn't kissed him back hard enough. Rosen, looking into his face, asked if he was feeling better and what kind of kiss it was. Then she added that why was there so little language? She could teach. Ian, who could not stand vulgarity, interrupted her. He became angry at her behavior, but then changed his tone. Turning to her, he told the stunned Rosen to forget about it. He had crossed the line and she had the right to hit him, even more than once. Ian leaned nobly toward the standing girl, who did not immediately understand what he was apologizing for. She froze at the words that she could slap him twice, but the very next second she stood on tiptoe and, pulling him by the tie, kissed him. Rosen went further, demonstrating a kiss with tongue when Ian stopped her. The girl looked directly at him, completely unembarrassed. He led her into the cabin and said as he passed that if she was uncomfortable changing clothes, he would come out. But before he could come to his senses, Rosen, dressed in just her undershirt, grabbed him from behind with her arms. He was amazed at how quickly she undressed, to which Rosen replied that all these beautiful dresses are the same. Pull the ribbon and it will slip off. Ian took her hands and, leaving her behind, said that they were already even. Rosen frowned after he said enough nonsense. Time to go to bed. But she didn't think of giving up. He's not as icy as he seems. The girl seductively pulled him by the hand. She was worried that he was the only person who had not drunk wine and would be alone without sleep in the middle of the sleepy kingdom. We need to take advantage of this chance, and, taking Ian by the hand, stopped him. They stood like that for a few seconds, Ian's expression telling her that she really thought she could get him into bed that easily. He said, "Stop being so ridiculous." But the girl pressed her lips to his before he could finish. He asked her to stop, but in vain. Rosen continued masterfully. Eventually, Iana was wrapped in a blanket like a cocoon by strong arms. Rosen blinked her eyes and asked to be unwound. Otherwise, she would suffocate. Ian wearily lowered his eyes, reminding her that she had promised not to cause trouble. Rosen asked resentfully, "Why did he kiss her then? It's obvious that he wanted it. He's pushing her away because she's disgusting." Ian denied her assumption. He didn't say that, but the girl didn't give up. What then? She only asks to sleep with him once, and that's it. After the words that he could use her body as he wanted, his face became distorted, icy, and his eyes cold. Rosen was frightened by his expression and apologized, taking her words back. Seeing her frightened face, Ian softened. He sat down and asked her to come over. Rosen walked over and sat on his lap, and the man said as gently as possible that he wasn't angry with her and apologized for scaring her. Then, after a short silence, collecting his thoughts, he asked her if she really wanted to sleep with him. This question from a man left her stunned, as she had never received such questions from men. After she answered that of course she wanted to, then Ian patiently, like a little girl, asked why she wanted this. Rosen thought he must be so shallow, but she answered out loud because he had a perfect figure and was the most handsome man she had ever met. And she added that this was her only chance to sleep with someone like him. In the end, she got angry and said, "Let's just get rid of our clothes and lie down under the blanket. Our bodies will do everything themselves." Well, in any case, they won't know until they try. Then Ian asked if this was all for her, if she liked it so much. Rosen, after some thought, frankly admitted that she didn't really like it, but men seemed to really like it. Rosen became increasingly confused, and her face darkened. Ian asked whether it was she or the men who wanted it. She burst into tears, burying her face in his chest, saying she didn't know. Then she quietly said that he should forget about it. She just wanted to do it with him. Ian was silent for a moment, looking at the girl, then slowly tried to explain his refusal to her. He stroked her head like she was little, and told her that she needed a man who would support her, not a man with whom she could spend the night. Gently rocking her in his arms, he spoke words that were unheard of for Rosen. Then she asked why he shouldn't become that man, and what was wrong with her wanting to sleep with a man. What's wrong with that? The girl was angry because she felt rejected. He said that he felt sorry for her, so why shouldn't he pamper her? Unless, of course, he was really pushing her away. She started sobbing again. Ian began to calm her down. Of course, he was not pushing her away. If they had met under different circumstances, they could have spent Walpurgis night together. So, what's wrong? She looked him in the eye, and Ian replied that firstly she was exhausted, covered in scars, and seemed accustomed to people treating her terribly. It may be selfish of him, but he doesn't want to be just another man. Putting his hand around her face and looking into her eyes, Ian explained what was in his heart. He felt sad that Rosen had been treated in such a way that she had lost her self-esteem. Then Ian stood up, and Rosen asked where he was going. He rummaged through the chest of drawers, took out a box, and brought it to her bed. It was a piece of strawberry cake. He said he ordered it from the kitchen for her. Rosen asked why, and Ian reminded her that it was Walpurgis night. Then he took a match from the box and lit it, saying that he thought that this night was significant for her. The girl stared at the piece of cake, and he remembered her story about how she and Emily baked a cake. He even placed a candle in the piece and lit it so that she would make a wish. The girl directed her prayer to Walpurga. The great witch this time she asked to give her strength. She did not need more love. Rosen asked for strength to face the challenges she would face, courage to give up her comforts, and willpower to survive in this cruel world. The girl asked, and he made a wish. Ian asked not to worry about him. He would eat his piece and let her go to sleep. Seeing that he was hiding the cake, the girl asked if they would eat it tomorrow. Then why were they making a wish now? But Ian, smiling a little, said to lie down, and then he would lie down next to her. They lay in an embrace, and Rosen wondered if he really had no desires, no aspirations. Ian said that he would be very happy to listen to her, to which the girl replied that she told her everything last night, but he was sure that she would remember something else. Ian didn't care what Rosen was going to talk about. He just wanted to listen to her. He just asked her not to lie to him. Then the girl began her story from the moment when she decided to commit suicide. She locked the bathroom door. She prepared a noose and heard Emily's cries to open the door, but she somehow broke through and saved her at the last moment. Rosen was surprised when she opened the door. It was locked, and saw Emily's medallion light up, meaning magic. Emily slowly calmed Rosen down and led her away, asking him to leave her. Her friend hugged her tightly, and Rosen, sobbing, said that she could not give birth to this child. Just let him let go and let her die. But Emily didn't let go. She hugged her and pressed her to herself. She whispered in my ear that she would take care of everything. Did Rosen forget? She is a herbal witch. There is no reason to end her life. Looking into Emily's eyes, she assured him that it was all nonsense and that she would do everything. She asked to stop talking about death. Rosen looked at her familiar face, and tears streamed from her eyes. Then the realization of the terrible step came, and Rosen burst into tears even more, begging Emily to forgive her. Her friend gently consoled her and said that there was nothing to apologize for. Rosen sobbed and feared that she would get pregnant again. If there are more pregnancies, she will have to get rid of them again and again. She won't be able to bear it. And if there is no child, Hinley will get angry, and who knows what she will do. She doesn't need such a house anymore, and Hinley doesn't need her, she asked, begged to run away. Only Emily and her mother. 3 days before, Emily had been sitting with her sick mother, who was bedridden. She came to her father and said that her mother was not feeling well, he said indifferently, and that she asked for some money because he had received payment from the head of a trading organization. She had some savings. She needed a little more. But Hinley firmly answered no. He looked reproachfully at Emily. She had saved up some money. How is that possible? When he asked last time, she answered that there was not a single coin. The girl screamed, but how could she do otherwise? He would still lose at gambling. Hindley looked at her from under his glasses with his usual look that did not bode well, and again repeated no. Before Emily could respond, he pushed her to the floor, and then she heard that nothing could help her mother anymore. And when she opened the box where she had saved the money, she discovered that it was empty. Hindley told his daughter that she just needed time to accept the fact. Running his fingers down her back, he added, "She is as slow as her mother. Now she could work and earn money." Remembering this, Emily told Rosen that she was right and they needed to run. But they couldn't run right now. They would have to stay a little longer. They need to save up some money, and then the three of them will run away. How Rosen wanted to run away right then and there. But Emily convinced her that she needed to be patient a little longer. She said tenderly, like an older sister, that everything would be fine. Rosen doesn't even remember how long they sat in each other's arms. The most important thing is that Hindley doesn't find out anything. Otherwise, trouble cannot be avoided. One morning, Hindley came down to breakfast as usual. Rosen had everything ready and set the table. He looked at Rosen attentively without answering. Sitting down at the table, I asked where Emily was. The girl replied that she had gone to collect some herbs, which might take a few days. To relieve the tension, Rosen said that she was worried about her. It was chilly outside, and she had not put on a warm shawl. Hindley gritted his teeth and said that they had become friends, like two peas in a pod. Then he remained silent, began to eat slowly, and asked what was going on with the child. Rosen froze in horror. The girl instinctively put her hand on her stomach and, stuttering with fear, babbled that nothing yet. Hindley asked about the manager of the orphanage. She could lie about her health. She is sure that she is not infertile. More than a year has passed. Why are they still without a child if this is not the issue? Emily had given her a powder the day before to kill the fetus, which was to be dissolved in water and drunk twice a day, the entire dose. These herbs are generally harmless, but under the right circumstances, they can become poisonous and fatal to the fetus. Emily warned that they could cause vomiting and stomach upset, but Rosen herself will be fine. But everything must be kept secret. Hindley must not see. He looked at her piercingly, expectantly. A look that Rosen knew well. The girl overcame her fear, hugged him, and said, as carelessly as possible, that he was scaring her, because he knew that she was completely healthy. And leaning towards his ear, she cooed that there was no need to be upset. The closer their connection was, the greater the chance that she would get pregnant. Hindley muttered that this was probably the case and said that he would return in the evening. He was going to the casino. As he left, he promised to return with the prize money and that they would have time for the two of them. Emily had been hiding in the house all this time and came out when Hindley left. She told Rosen that they had enough time to pack their things and leave. The girl went to look among the books for the secret drawer where she put money, but she dropped it from her hands. How could this be? It was empty. What? At that moment, the door opened. Hindley stood on the threshold and said, "Just look at them." He did say that he would be lucky today, and looked at his wife and daughter. He felt that these two bitches were up to something, and, glancing at Rosen, he said that he hadn't spanked her enough. Then he turned to the frightened Emily and said that today she would get a good lesson. Rosen recalled running out of the house when she saw soldiers patrolling and running towards them. She screamed and begged to help her to go home. The soldiers first tried to calm her down and ask her what had happened. But Rosen was so afraid she could barely speak. Crying, she was finally able to explain that her husband beats her and could kill her. When they found out that he was beating his daughter, they replied that they thought it was something serious. And they don't interfere in family squabbles. But maybe this daughter stole something. Who knows? Turning to his comrade, he added that a man should raise his family from time to time. When Rosen screamed how they could say such things and still call themselves soldiers, one of them grabbed her by the throat. He pressed her against the wall and squeezed her throat, saying how noisy she was. I bet her husband was tired of it. Then he looked at her, putting his hand on her hip, and said that although she was cute, they could only have fun together. Then the world of hope collapsed for her. She ran for help and ended up in a new hell. Rosen hit the soldier and managed to break free. He, wincing in pain, yelled curses after her. It's good that he didn't chase after her. His friend stopped him. Otherwise, who knows what would have happened? Rosen collapsed around the corner onto the ground, sobbing, and now understood why Emily hadn't run away yet. Even if they had managed to escape from Hindley, there is no person in the world who would protect them. The girl looked at Ian and asked if he now understood why she said that she despised soldiers. Ian gently stroked her face and whispered an apology. He knows it's too late to ask for forgiveness, but he still wants to apologize for that soldier's behavior. Rosen answered why he should apologize for that soldier, but Ian noted that as a comrade in arms. He is very sorry that he was not there at that moment. The girl asked, sobbing, if there had been, would it have changed anything? Ian said that if they were under his command, they would have been shot on the spot. He's joking now. Our heroine straightened up and looked at Ian, trying to grasp the seriousness of his words. The man replied that he never jokes. Rosen even screamed. He hates killing people, but he would do it for her. Ian noticed that he already had enough blood on his hands. Nothing would change if there was more. Rosen leaned her hands on his chest and asked with genuine interest what it would be like to imagine that he would be next to her that day. He would have killed Hindley for her, which was important to her because she was then craving his protection as a hero. She looked at him with such anticipation, as if his words could change her life. Rosen asked him to lie for her because he knew that was what she wanted to hear. Their gazes met. Without looking away, Ian said that of course he would have killed. The girl fell onto his chest with some helplessness. Emily had once told her that all problems eventually resolve themselves. She had simply confirmed the sincerity of his feelings. The balance between them is now broken. Now the scales have tipped in her favor. She will not hesitate. He trusts her, but she would never believe him. The girl clutched the bag of sleeping powder. It was still dark. Rosen was sleeping, the light of the pre-dawn morning falling on her face. Ian smoked, not taking his eyes off the girl. Their journey was coming to an end. When the ship docks at the island, his task will be over. But he will never let her go to sea. It will mean a painful death. And it also won't be able to offer a less painless way to leave life. She is the only life he could save, and he can't send her to Monty Island to certain death either. She cannot die for a crime she did not commit. He didn't notice Henry entering with the words, "Just look at him." He wanted to continue speaking, but he hesitated, looking at Rosen, who was sleeping peacefully. Then he turned his gaze to Ian, who was smoking, and asked him if he had feelings for her, didn't he? There was no answer. Henry shouted irritably for Sir Connor to at least say something, and he had a terrible premonition, and he saw them kissing on board. He knew something was wrong, the way Ian stayed close to her like a mother hen, hiding behind his job. Finally, Ian ordered it to stop and fell silent again. Henry looked reproachfully at his friend, remembering how he looked at this walker. It was disgusting. Ian silently agreed with everything. Then Henry grabbed his head in despair. He doesn't even deny it. Ian continued to look forward without looking at Henry. And how long has he had feelings for Walker? Without waiting for an answer, he himself said that it had been a long time, hadn't it? Henry literally screamed, "Why is Ian like this when it comes to his personal life? Go through the whole war, 10 years. And when the opportunity to enjoy life appeared, he managed to fall in love with a convict. And not just any convicted woman, but the one who would be sent to the worst prison in the world." After a couple of seconds, Henry's voice changed, and he asked if Ian would be able to kill her. He walked up to Rosen and put the gun to her temple. And if he shot her right now, Ian Connor will endure this. And how could she not? Wouldn't it be better for her than the fate that awaits her on the island? Then Ian jumped up in a rage and grabbed Henry, pinning him against the wall. He said resignedly, to Ian's eyes, he couldn't kill her. Then he asked his senior comrade what he was going to do now. Ian simply asked him to tell him why he had come, and Henry reported that the ship had dropped anchor because they were surrounded by sea monsters. Ian reminded him that he had recently claimed that everything was fine, to which Henry muttered that he thought so too, which is why he hated the sea. My father had never seen anything like this in 40 years. The passengers and crew are going crazy. They are looking for Rosen. She needs to be returned to her cell. The distraught crew believes that it was her doing, that the witch sent the monster. Henry ended up with the idea that Rosen could literally be dragged out by the hair. Ian gave the order to throw a warm blanket over Rosen and carry her to the cell. She would be safer there now. Henry, carrying the sleeping girl away, asked what about Sir Connor. Ian, putting on his uniform, announced that he would go and deal with the crew and the crowd. If they need a witch as a scapegoat, now is the time for a hero to emerge. I'll have to return to the role of the beloved hero. As he was about to leave, his gaze fell on the coin in the bottle. Rosen wasn't lying. It really was a lucky coin. Ian mentally asked her why she gave it to Lila. Approaching the captain's office, he heard voices arguing. It was noisy there. Upon entering, he saw that the captain was being shown sea monsters marked with red dots on the monitor screen. The crew members discussed the situation. The ship was surrounded. They were unable to move it. One of them jumped up and, calling everyone cretins, declared that they were talking nonsense, and everyone knew who was behind it. He then accused the imprisoned witchwalker of witchcraft and that she should be thrown overboard, at which point Captain Revel attacked him. The passengers are already about to start a riot. Stop adding fuel to the fire, but some of the crew members agreed with their comrade, and the captain was reminded that the girl saved his granddaughter's life, which is why he is so protective of her. To be honest, he had seen something like this in his life. When reminded that the monsters were demanding a sacrifice, the captain yelled, "Stop talking nonsense! How can you throw a person overboard?" But the crew member replied that she was not human and that she would die on Monty Island anyway. But the captain, full of rage, shouted that sea monsters would never sink his ship. The instigator wanted to object, but the barrel of a pistol was pressed to the back of his head. Ian said coldly that anyone who disobeyed the captain's order on the ship would be immediately executed. The indignant man froze. Everyone knew that Ian Connor would not joke. In impotent rage, he glanced at Ian, who stood calmly with a revolver at his temple. The first mate, having called the warden a son of a bitch who dared to threaten him, calmed down a little. Ian added that he was following orders from his superiors to deliver prisoner Walker to Monty Island. And also his task is even above the wishes of the captain. And if he considers it expedient to carry out his task, he has the right to execute the rebel. After Ian said that Rosen Walker was not a witch, the first mate said that she had bewitched not only Captain Reveal. The captain's eyes flashed angrily, but he didn't have time to say anything because a broken child's voice, screaming like a grandfather, was heard. Layla ran in tears and said that Grandpa should see this with his own eyes. The captain ran up to his granddaughter, asking what had happened, and the tearful girl said that they had captured Rosen. Hearing the name Rosen, Ian went cold with horror. A few moments earlier, Rosen, shivering from the cold, opened her eyes, at first not realizing where she was. Henry muttered that she was finally awake and in a cell. When the girl asked why she was in a cell, Ian promised not to put her behind bars until she reached the island. Then Henry had to explain the situation to her. Rosen realized that it was already morning. But why was it so noisy and it felt like the ship was moving differently? Henry said that they were surrounded by sea monsters. When Rosen asked why, he snorted. He would like to know why himself. He led Rosen and said that the passengers wanted to throw her overboard. The girl realized that they thought that she had summoned the monsters. He took her into one of the cells and gave her a dress so she could change. He turned away and said that he should come out after he changed his clothes. Since she was in shackles, he removed them so that she could put on a dress. As Rosen got dressed, she sighed with relief. Thank heavens Henry hadn't seen the sleeping powder. Then she heard the familiar voice of Maria, who whistled at how well Rosen had been washed. An old acquaintance, glancing at Henry, said that her friend had seduced this young talent, to which the guy replied that Miss Walker had seduced someone much more important than him. When the women were nearby, Rosen explained why she was back in the cell and what the crowd wanted to do to her. Maria reminded that there were only 3 keys. One was with the captain, the second with Ian Connor, and the third with Henry. When she mentioned the latter, she screamed at him, asking if the young man would be able to complete the task and protect Rosen. Maria was in a dialogue with Henry, saying that they could come here and take Rosen away. Henry stated that they would not receive the keys from him. He wanted to add something when his eyes were blinded by a bright light. Gregory and the other men entered, announcing that they had not expected to find Henry Revel here. He stated that they were all armed. Rosen remembered him on the deck, and what if he recognized her? The appearance of those who entered did not bode well. There were several of them, they were armed, and Henry was alone. Gregory pointed the gun at Henry, declaring that if he interfered, he would get a hole in the head. Henry said he wouldn't give up the keys unless they killed him. Rosen watched what was happening. Henry will do everything to carry out the orders of his superior. Gregory chuckled at such a theatrical speech and declared that they did not need his keys. They would simply break the lock, which they soon did, telling Rosen to leave without making any unnecessary movements. The others held the struggling Henry, while Gregory himself dragged Rosen out. The girl was brought to the deck. She screamed to be let go. She was not a witch. She had been tested dozens of times. Gregory was amused by all this. He would definitely check her again. The most ancient and traditional test is when a bound witch is thrown into water. If she is not a witch, she will drown. But if she stays afloat, she is a witch. They brought her to the edge of the deck. The girl screamed that if she were a witch, she would not be standing here now. Gregory wearily said that this was all nonsense. They wouldn't know until they checked. Besides, she's dead anyway, so they don't really have anything to lose. Looking at the crowd, Rosen's instinct told him that they were agreeing with the madness that was happening. Maybe if she could evoke pity. At that moment, Gregory spoke to the entire deck. Everyone knows Captain Revel well. He's the hero who led their fleet to victory. Even after his retirement, he could not leave the sea, and he has a duty to ensure a safe journey for all passengers. And yet today, something caused Alex Revel's ship to stop. What are the chances that the most famous witch of their time stands before them? One of the girls spoke up, asking how they could possibly deviate from the captain's orders and indulge in such cruelty. But Gregory said he also finds this very unusual, but he puts the safety of his citizens above all else. Henry shouted, calling him a coward. One of those standing with Gregory also doubted whether it was possible to just throw a man overboard like that. The instigator clearly didn't like this, and he yelled that the logical conclusion was obvious, that this was all the work of witchcraft, and that he was suggesting that they sit and wait until the monsters attacked the ship. And why should they risk their lives because of some witch? to which Rosen shouted that she was not a witch. Looking at the faceless crowd, she thought no one would help her. They were all gripped by fear. Maybe this time it really is the end. How many times in her life there were situations when she thought that this was the end? She never gave up and looked for a way out of any situation. Has luck really turned its back on her? Is she just a fool? Layla, the captain, Henry, Ian, she allowed the seeds of their fleeting kindness to sprout within her. She really thought they would protect her. What a shame. The girl stood at the very edge with her hands tied behind her back. She closed her eyes and said goodbye to life. That's it. It's all over. Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice shouting her name. It can't be. Sir Connor. The girl turned around. It couldn't be him. It must be his imagination. Ian Connor can't be running around in full view of everyone shouting her name. But it was him. His gaze was full of horror. Horror that he could lose her. Gregory pushed Rosen, and his last thought was that he couldn't save her. It was too late. The girl fell, and in her head was his name, Ian Connor, who should not go over to the witch's side. She managed to see him running to the edge and being pulled away from the side. Now it's really the end. She spent all her strength. It was such a shame that they wouldn't see Emily again. And yet she had held out longer than she had expected, hadn't she? I guess this can be counted as a point in her favor. The cold water swallowed her up, and the girl instinctively began to gasp for air. The water was icy. There was no way she could die quickly. But even now, she ordered herself to pull herself together. She can't die. Not like this. And if she dies, she will be a laughingstock for the entire empire. It was necessary to stay afloat. A strong desire to live had appeared in Rosen again. But the water is so icy she can't hold on. The girl began to fall down. Something held her back. Her consciousness switched on again. What was happening? She was drowning. A strong stream of water filled her lungs and rose to her throat. She could not breathe. And before her eyes, she saw Ian Connor. He held her and told her that she should calm down. But the girl was choking. Ian screamed at her to stop panicking. But Rosen was twitching from lack of air. He screamed for her to look at him, his voice fading in and out. Afterwards, she felt his kiss on her lips and lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes, she didn't understand where she was, what had happened, whether it was a dream or reality. The girl could barely get up. Her body ached terribly, and she had no strength. Isn't this Sir Connor's cabin? Seeing that he had gotten up in bed, Henry ran up and shouted, "Walker, don't get up!" Jumping up to her, he grabbed the rose and shaking her, shouting that he couldn't believe that she was alive and breathing. What should he bring her? Should he give her water? The girl asked if she imagined him crying. Henry sobbed and told him to shut up. Henry actually admitted, with tears in his eyes, that he thought she would die. Rosen was very weak, but asked what time it was. Henry replied that none of this mattered. She looked like a dead person, having almost died after falling into the icy water. Rosen wearily said that it was enough to whine, and that he should bring her something that would help her warm up and put her thoughts in order. How she wanted something hot, but she poured sleeping powder into the water. What happened anyway? Did the crowd have nothing against her? Henry shouted that of course not. Everything went wrong after Ian Connor saved her and took care of everything. He pulled her out of the water, pumped the salt water out of her lungs, and ordered Henry to carry her to his cabin. And then he told Gregory to shut up unless he wanted him to shoot him on the spot. That's when that coward calmed down. He had been afraid of Ian since his time at the academy. Ian reminded him of this, and then his father intervened and calmed the passengers down. Henry added that he thought they were all scared when Rosen fell into the sea. So far, everything is fine. But if the ship doesn't go on course, they may come for her soul again. So it wasn't a dream. But what about those sea monsters? At that moment, Ian entered the cabin. The girl looked at him. Their eyes met. Henry asked his boss how things were on the ship, to which Ian replied that they were bad and getting worse. They want to return Rosen to the cell, so he gave orders to Henry to go and buy as much time as he can. Sending Rosen to prison now would be tantamount to a death sentence. While they were talking, Rosen told herself to think and collect her thoughts. She couldn't just sit and tremble. It wasn't over yet. Then, without looking up, she smiled and said that Ian Connor really was crazy. Jumping into the ocean in front of everyone, he could have died. The man replied that he didn't care. She was shivering all over and had no strength to argue when Ian asked whether she wanted to live or not. She didn't understand what this question was about and nervously asked what he was saying. But Ian demanded a yes or no answer. And what answer will be the best? What will help her survive? Emotions came over her, and she screamed that she never wanted to die. Then he began to undress. Rosen screamed at what he was doing. He replied that if she wanted to live, she needed to undress. Ian stood in front of her with a naked torso. She did not understand what was happening. Looking at her, he told her to hurry up. What the hell does this all mean? Rosen looked at Yana with horror. He pulled her by the sleeve of her shirt, saying that if she didn't want to die, she needed to undress quickly. She remembered that the sleeping powder was hidden in her dress, but apparently it fell out. She had no strength to think. Her head was splitting. A minute later, they were lying cuddled together, Ian hugging her. Rosen, her teeth shaking, said that maybe it was the fever talking, but the sensations. They are lying together in one bed, naked. Is it a dream or is it really happening? Ian simply replied that if she wanted to live, then she should just lie there and not move. Hugging her, he said that she was very cold and could die from hypothermia. So this is all to save her life. It seems she is really starting to warm up. I couldn't even imagine that such warmth could come from another person. But why is her heart pounding so much? And he is so calm, hugging her like some kind of animal, but so warmly. But she needs to pull herself together. Soon, everyone on the ship will be asleep. This is her only chance. She needs to be conscious. A memory came to mind when Hindley discovered them with Emily and found packets of herbs for abortion at Rosen's. Hindley screamed that they had conspired and lied to him all this time. Did they think he was some kind of idiot and wouldn't notice the whispers behind his back? Now he would teach them a lesson. He hit her in the face and drops of blood remained on the floor, which is why she still hasn't gotten pregnant. Hindley demanded that Rosen admit that it was not her idea, but that Emily had put it to her. He hit her again, but the girl asked what he did to Emily. Hindley grinned, still worried about her. He beat her up good and locked her in the basement. She may no longer be alive and may have died, but she got what she deserved. Hindley mockingly asked Rosen what they intended to do with Emily. Run away together. Whoever would protect a girl like her, he is all that Rosen has, or would prefer to return to the shelter from which he bought her. She handled everything so well she was submissive, and his words about whether she wanted to end up like Emily at that moment turned her consciousness upside down. Then Hindley said that he forgave her one last time for the escape plan and for the herbs. And that's when she began to think about what she should do to survive. At that moment, Rosen realized one thing. Only she could protect herself. Looking at Ian Connor's campaign poster, the girl said he would never protect her. In despair, she tore his portrait from the wall and screamed that neither he nor anyone would protect her. The rose-colored glasses came off. Rosen realized that if she wanted to survive, Hindley Haworth had to die. A man like Hindley Hayworth deserved nothing but death. Henry entered, reporting that a telegram had been received from the army via the nearest warship. It states that if the sea monsters do not retreat by nightfall, they must immediately execute Rosen Walker. Henry said he understood that the task of transporting Walker was of the highest importance, but they said that we must remember that the safety and security of citizens is the primary concern. They were given until sunset, and that was all. Ian was silent. Henry stood with his fists clenched. Then he quietly added, while the captain was still holding on, in the end he would have no choice but to follow the order. Ian recalled his superior's words to deliver the captive safe and sound. It was his last hope to protect Rosen, but now the passengers had no way to stop her from being sent to her death. Henry said that when he first became a pilot, he followed his naive ideals, imitating other lieutenants, and of course, Sir Connor. But all he wanted was to protect people. And now, looking back at what he did, it looked like good people died in the war and the bad ones remained. He could not even imagine that Rosen was hated to such an extent, and that he himself was one of those people. Thinking it was okay to hate her because he was just one person, ended up going down the wrong path and being rude to her. Henry stood in front of Ian with his head bowed and sobbing, saying that he was the same terrible person as Gregory. Ian looked at his friend and understood what it was like to be under public pressure. But what Rosen had to face was radically different from what they had to go through. The level of malice and cruelty went beyond good and evil. Ian finally answered the sobbing Henry. If he's sorry, then stop crying. It won't help matters. The guy sobbed and said that he understood everything. He just felt lousy. He nodded at Rosen and asked how she was. Ian replied that she was not at risk of frostbite, but now she had a fever. Henry touched her forehead and agreed. She really was burning up, but the situation outside is such that they will have to return her to the cell again. Henry was worried about his friend. The crowd might come for him too. Everyone turned against Ian. They believed that Rosen Walker bewitched him, but then added, with a touch of irony, he couldn't help but agree with them to some extent. But Ian cut the joke short. She was still in terrible condition. He asked Henry to hold on a little longer, at least until the fever went down. Henry promised to do everything in his power, and let Ian take care of Rosen. Ian sat looking at the floor and pondering his next steps. Then he undressed again and lay down next to Rosen, who opened her eyes. Rosen grabbed him and asked if it was really him or if she was having a vision. Ian wanted her to stay awake and asked her to talk. She stated that he was definitely created by the gods, and she definitely wants to sleep with him. Ian asked him not to talk nonsense, and Rosen asked if he was so unperturbed, since she was lying right next to him naked. Ian touched her hair and confirmed that she was very attractive, and Rosen was surprised at his composure. Usually men lose their minds when a woman is with them. He kissed her hair and said that if she weren't sick, maybe he would try something. Rosen smiled. He wasn't saying that out of flattery, but Ian reminded her that he never joked. The girl whispered that people would be disappointed in him. He was too drawn to the imprisoned witch. Ian reassured her that it was too late to worry about such trifles. Besides, he doesn't care about others and what they think of him. Rosen asked him why he saved her, because he was not an ordinary man, but a war hero. And what will people say? But Ian reassured her, saying that everything was fine. He never wanted to be a war hero. He just did what he had to do, that's all. What is happening now can be considered atonement. The girl wanted to ask something else, but she started coughing, wondering how much longer she could bear this fever. Ian hugged Rosen even tighter and told her that she would soon feel better. She closed her eyes, saying that he probably couldn't even imagine how much she wanted to live. He was captivated by her performance. She remembered the moment with Myeria, then on the deck during the fireworks. But how will he determine when she is telling the truth and when she is not? After all, he is a jailer and should not be soft. She did mention that she wanted to live. The girl nodded, so Ian agreed nicely. Everything else doesn't matter. Wow, Sir Connor is under a spell. Ian replied that this was nothing new. She couldn't imagine what he felt when she said she wanted to live. Ian said he carried a cutout photo of her with him, but at the time, he still denied everything. He kept telling himself that he just needed something to cling to, because there was nothing else left. He thought he was going crazy, but now he realized that everything was extremely simple. He just wanted to meet her. Well, Rosen chuckled. It turns out they had the same thing on their minds, so maybe we'll work on fulfilling one of her wishes. When she hinted at bed, he immediately stopped her. Then the girl asked to listen to his voice, like from those radio programs that he made. Yes, she knows he didn't like it, but his voice will make her feel better. A private broadcast, just for her. And Rosen's consciousness transported her to the past, how she waited for these transmissions. Looking at him on the poster, she heard his mesmerizing, velvety voice that was everyone's support. She and Emily, like thousands of other people, huddled together in the basement, listening to Ian Connor, who helped them survive the war. His voice spoke of how much he valued them all. They would be saved, and this ray of hope announced that the war would end and their lives would become better. Ian, hugging Rosen, said a phrase from his radio broadcast, ending with the fact that you don't need to feel guilty for anything. He remembered how he entered the radio station room. There was a microphone. The boss told him to tell about himself, who he was and where he was, that they will protect them all. Say what people want to hear. And so it was his first radio broadcast. He introduced himself, asked everyone not to worry. The Air Force would always protect them. You will never be in danger. Rosen opened her eyes. She placed her palm on his face, from which tears were flowing. We will protect you all. It was still dark. Henry came in and said it was time. My father caved in. There's no more time to waste. It's time for Walker to return to his cell. Ian said to wrap Rosen in a blanket. The fever had subsided somewhat, but the cell was chilly. Now, his long lie to the residents of Rioritan has finally come to an end. Will her lie be able to hold up now? He noticed a sparkling coin in the bottle. At this time, someone called Rosen by name. She opened her eyes. Everything was so unusual. She saw a familiar and so dear face. It was Emily. The girl jumped up. It really was Emily. She was apparently sleeping. Rushing to hug her friend, she said that if this was a dream, she didn't want to wake up. Emily replied that she needed to wake up. But then Rosen said in fear that Emily would disappear. How much she missed him. Emily smiled tenderly and said that they would see each other very soon. Just a little bit more, she couldn't give up. She remembers their promise to meet on the Island of Witches. Walpurgis, that same mysterious island whose existence cannot be said for sure, but they say that witches gather there to hide from the outside world. They wanted to escape to Walpurgis, which is near the island of Monty. Emily, hugging the girl, added that now she understands that she is getting closer to her, which is why she was able to appear to Rosen in a dream. Rosen asked how Emily found him, and if she was really real. Emily hugged Rosen's face and reminded him of their promise. Yes, she survived, and now their agreement to meet on Monty Island is almost fulfilled. Rosen didn't think it was possible. The last few years have been so difficult. All she could think about was how to survive to see Emily alive again. It became some kind of pipe dream. Rosen, sobbing, asked why Emily hadn't come for her earlier. She knew how much suffering had befallen her, what Rosen's life had been like, so difficult and lonely. Emily looked at her friend understandingly, but explained that these are the rules for all witches. Everyone must make their way to the island on their own. But now she can join them. She has been through a lot, and Rosen is almost there, just a little bit left. They held hands, and Rosen felt warmth and care. Then Emily started to leave, and Rosen asked to tell her how to find Walpurgis Island. The girl opened her eyes and heard her name being called. Emily was nowhere to be found where she was. She stood up and looked around. This was her camera. Someone threw something, hitting her in the head. It was Maria calling her to pull herself together and not to sleep. She couldn't be allowed to relax now. The cellmate replied that they had drunk wine, and Rosen blinked her eyes in surprise. Maria irritably reminded him of what Rosen had done and urged him to return to reality. Rosen's head was splitting. She remembered that she was in a cabin, and now in a cell, not long before she fell into the icy water. Then Ian Connor saved her, and then she met Emily in a dream. And then, what happened next, she didn't remember. The girl looked around. A blanket that wasn't there before. So it was all true. Maria asked whether Rosen had added sleeping powder to the water, and the girl absent-mindedly confirmed. But the neighbor reminded that the water is changed every morning, so it was a waste of time. But it worked on the guards since they wrote water yesterday, and on those who drank wine. But how did she find out? Rosen didn't tell her anything, but Maria waved her hand and, taking a drag on her cigarette, replied that it wasn't necessary. She understood everything anyway. Since Rosen was in the hero's cabin, no one doubted that she would do something there. But our heroine was still worried, as if everyone was drinking wine and everyone was sleeping. Maria pointed up. Not a single sound could be heard. Everyone was out cold. Apparently, everyone was so nervous about how Rosen was thrown into the sea, and everyone needed to calm down. Then she pointed her finger somewhere behind Rosen. He waited for the girl to wake up. A lizard-like creature sat on the bars of a small window and looked at Rowan. But how is this possible? What kind of creature is this? It began to descend along the wall. Rosen trembled as the little animal approached her, squealing. What could it be? It's not a fish, since it has legs. Then it could be a lizard. But lizards don't live in the sea, so it occurred to Rosen that it must be a sea monster. As if confirming her guess, the little animal squeaked. Maria noticed that the little animal wanted Rosen to pet him. He was behaving like a tame puppy. Apparently, she now has a pet. But what is it doing here? But if it is a sea monster, then it must be wild in attack. Although if you think about it, when she was drowning, it was this creature that brought her to the surface. Rosen began to think about the ship being surrounded by sea monsters, something no one had ever seen before. Could this be a simple coincidence? Or the result of witchcraft? Emily's words, to hold on a little longer, came to mind. She follows her. Oh, so this little animal really did appear here because of her. And the realization came that all these sea monsters never posed a danger to her. Rosen remembered the conditions to become a witch. The blood of one person, and that was Hindley. One wish is a candle and a cake for Walpurgis night and a spell. Without realizing it, she used magic, or had already become a witch, or was on her way to it. The creature began to pull Rosen's blanket. Perhaps it was he who was caressing her, she thought. The girl looked at the handcuffs on her hands and thought she could escape. Maybe with Emily again, going to Walpurgis. The girl gathered all her strength and will and asked to be freed from the handcuffs. She couldn't give up now. The beast and Maria watched her with interest. And the magic happened. The shackles opened and she was free. She did it. She really did it. The girl raised her hands. You saw it. The shackles were released. She is now a real witch. All those times she was called a witch, who would have thought that they would be right? She really can do magic. Emily sent this creature to her, and now you can join her on the Island of Witches. Now it was finally possible to escape. But first, there was something else that needed to be done. And Rosen approached the bars behind which Maria was sitting. If she did it once, she will do it again. Maria needs to be freed. But Maria asked not to waste her energy on her. But how could that be? She would die then. But the woman reminded that she had spent her whole life behind bars. She was the queen of prisons. What should she do when she was free? In parting, she said that she liked Rosen because she was a liar like herself and a bitch on top of everything else. Some cuties might go to heaven, but she and Rosen are the bad guys, and they're not allowed there. But they can go anywhere, so her advice to the girl was to go and not look back, running away and leaving everything behind. That's what Rosen does best, isn't it? She wished the girl to reach her goal, but before she could finish, someone opened the cell door. There stood Henry, who came for Rosen, telling her to come in. Rosen wrapped herself in a blanket and followed Henry, not understanding what was happening. Where did he come from here? And the main thing is that he didn't notice her little friend following them along the ceiling. Finally, Henry spoke up, saying that all the guards were unconscious and he was ready to engage them in battle. Making an innocent face, Rosen said that, apparently, they were just drunk, in any case. Henry said that it was up to them. The girl decided to ask where they were going, and Henry replied that they were going to Sir Connor. Actually, he was also locked up because they thought he was bewitched. But he managed to escape. Is it possible for him to do this? This question drove the exhausted guy crazy. Of course not. The answer is obvious. Rosen was amazed. They were doing this for her. Tears were streaming down Henry's face. He pointed to the door and told her to follow the passage. She would get to the engine room. The guy replied that she was known for her escape skills. The girl nodded. Then Henry said that if he let her go, she would be able to escape. She smiled and slyly asked if he was doing this on his own or with Sir Connor's permission. Still, with his eyes filled with tears, he replied that he didn't know who was crazier now, Ian Connor or himself. She saved Layla. He owes her a life for a life. Is it really true that everyone dies on that island of Monty? The girl extended her hand to his face. Rosen hugged him and thanked Henry. Surprisingly, he turned out to be a good and generous guy. He asked her to persuade Ian Connor. He really has tender feelings for her. The girl smelled alcohol on Henry. The guy admitted that he had drunk wine. But how could he not drink then? Roshan carefully clarified. And Sir Connor had been drinking. He didn't know. Ian doesn't drink in general, but after that, he might have drunk. He wanted to ask why she needed to know this, but he felt that everything was blurring before his eyes. The next second, he was lying unconscious on the floor. Rosen was touched by his actions. She could not allow herself to run away and expose Henry. She stroked the guy affectionately and asked him not to blame himself, no longer. He was not responsible for those deaths. He was just a child, and they all survived the war. Still, they both let each other down once. He didn't always behave correctly with her, but now they were even. The girl kissed him with gratitude. At that moment, the animal pulled out a holster with Henry's pistol and showed it to Rosen. She put it on her belt, knocking down her new friend for a good job. The little animal climbed onto her shoulder, and the girl, in anticipation of freedom, said that it was time to get off this ship. Quietly opening the door leading to the deck, she carefully looked around. There was no one there. All the passengers were passed out. Maybe Ian Connor had a sip of that wine too, but even if he's not sleeping, Henry said he was locked up. Oh, the whole empire will rise to its feet if she manages to escape. She had already imagined the newspaper headlines. Rosen Walker is a real witch. Ian will, of course, get into trouble, but since he did not suspect that she was a witch, he was not involved in it. Her thoughts stopped on this man, and her heart began to beat faster. The animal squeaked and looked sternly at Rosen. Then the girl assured him that she would not be afraid because of the man. She went through so much to get here, and what if he gets in her way? Rosen touched the holster with the revolver and said that then she might even shoot him. But she still really hoped that it wouldn't come to this, and she looked out to look for a boat. Seeing them, she cried out with joy. Yes, here they are! Now all that remains for her is to pull the lever, lower the boat into the water, and set off. Although she couldn't get the keys to the boat, she now has magical powers. Suddenly, the girl heard footsteps, grabbed the weapon, shouted who it was, and ordered to stop. Ian Connor appeared in front of her from the semi-darkness of the darkness. His appearance was enough to give her a seizure. The girl, with trembling hands, pointed the weapon at the imperturbable Ian, asking how he got out of the engine room. She thought he was locked in. There was desperation in her voice. Why was he the only one who hadn't passed out? Why did everything have to happen this way? Ian came closer, but Rosen screamed that she had a gun and demanded that he put his hands up. The man, without any fear, asked what kind of lizard was next to her, and the weapon, it was Henry's pistol. Rosen nervously shouted, "What difference does it make?" Then, in the same measured voice, he replied that Henry's pistol was never loaded. It was blanks. Pain, fear, and despair washed over Rosen. She had been moving towards this for so long. The girl cursed in helplessness and sank to the floor, but she thought that she couldn't give up like that. She needed to use magic and knock him out. To her surprise, Ian sat down next to her and handed her a revolver. He said that it was his gun and it was loaded. All she had to do was pull the trigger. Considering that she just tried to shoot him, I'm sure she'll succeed. Screaming hysterically about what he was doing, she noticed that his hand had raised her hand with the weapon to her head. Ian said that if she was afraid that he would try to stop her, then he should just shoot. He just wants to talk to her, and this way she can listen to him. But Rosen replied that she had nothing to say to him, to which Ian added that he had. The man handed her a coin that glittered gold in the pre-dawn twilight. The coin she gave to Layla was a real magic coin. Rosen took her and asked how he got out of the engine room. Ian refuted her assumptions he was not locked in, since he agreed to throw her overboard. The girl smiled and asked why he didn't throw it away, since he had lied to them correctly. Now she understood why everything went so smoothly, why there were no obstacles. Rosen asked directly after all. He himself had given everyone that wine to drink. Because you believe in innocence, you believed everything she told you. The girl grinned and added that he was wrong. It turned out that she really was a witch. Ian glanced at the frowning little animal, replying that he had noticed this little animal running after Rosen, and it looked like she really was a witch. Rosen put down the revolver and asked the question that was tormenting her. Why was Ian Connor doing this for her? They looked at each other, the prisoner and the warden. The man reminded her that this was what she wanted, and our heroine said that if he wanted the truth, he would get the truth. Ian was silent for a moment, saying that it didn't matter to him. Let him just tell the truth, whatever it may be. It was hard for Rosen. She had been lying for so long that she no longer understood where the truth ended and the lie began. She declared herself a liar and a witch, but there is one truth that still shines brightly in her soul. Just one. She killed Hindley Hayworth. The girl straightened up and looked into the eyes of the man standing in front of her. It was Emily's second day in the basement, but otherwise it was an evening like hundreds of others. Dinner was prepared. Hindley came. When I asked where he had been, I found out that he was in the cottage. With disgust and tiredness, he told that he had visited his first wife, who should have already kicked the bucket, and that's exactly how it turned out. Rosen looked at him and could not believe that he could talk about it so calmly. How he could talk like that. Hindley remarked sarcastically that she had held out for so long, and how she had managed to hold out for so long. Then she asked him, during all the time that he had been running the clinic, if he had thought. He asked with displeasure, what exactly? Rosen said that human life is so short-lived. Hindley, in his usual style, ordered her not to talk nonsense, especially when he was eating. A smirk appeared on Rosen's face. Yes, of course, he could kill a person by stabbing him or beating him to death, but it always required physical strength. But someone can die from an illness, or, for example, from poison. Hindley, not understanding why she was saying all this, began to cough and asked what she was getting at, and to the fact that he once said that she was a good girl, not like Emily or her mother, and that she was not dangerous and not a witch. But does he understand what the matter is? If this was the only reason he took her from the shelter, then he made a fatal mistake. After she got here, she forgot about it for a long time, but Hindley, without letting her finish, yelled at her and started coughing even harder. The truth is, she's never been a good girl, because what she's really trying to say is that he chose the wrong one. She is vindictive and always remembers an insult. Hindley managed to scream that she was crazy. Rosen then took a knife and told her husband that his death would not be quick, because that would be unfair. He lay on the floor, unable to say a word, holding his throat, and heard her voice that she did not need magic to kill him. Rosen stood over him with a sinister smile, holding a knife. She just had to decide to do it. While pressing his head with her foot, she continued to say that she herself was surprised why it took so long. Hindley tried to beg for mercy. Sticking a knife next to him, Rosen reminded him of how he had mocked her and Emily. Hadn't he promised to kill them? All because he was a coward? He needed them to mock them, but they didn't need him. She saw his horror and fear, the power that sat inside her. Humiliation and pain burst out. She didn't feel at all sorry to cut short his insignificant life. Hindley begged for mercy, saying that she would be tortured and burned at the stake. Rosen no longer cared at all what they did to her. He wouldn't live to see it anyway. Her last words were that he would die much sooner than she did. So, she killed him, immobilized him with a special herbal decoction, and inflicted fatal wounds with a knife. After that, she went to Emily, hoping that her friend was still alive. Opening the basement, she looked at her. Emily had one swollen eye and bruises all over her face and body. Opening the door, she said that Emily could come out, to which she was horrified looking at Rosen standing there covered in blood. Her first thought was that Hindley had stabbed her, but Rosen reassured her. It wasn't her blood, it was all over. Hindley was gone. The girl said that he was no longer there, but there wasn't much time. Unfortunately, Emily's mother died, most likely due to Hindley's actions. The girl blamed herself for being locked here, barely alive, while her mother was dying. She had been preparing herself for something like this for a long time, but they needed to run, get rid of Hindley's body, and run. But Rosen replied that from now on, they should not be seen together. For the investigation, Emily had fought with Hindley a few days ago and ran away. Emily, realizing that Rosen wanted to take all the blame, said that she would not leave her to deal with all this alone. But Rosen literally screamed that there was no other way. Hindley's creditors would soon be here. If they were seen together and found out that Emily was a witch, they would both be executed. Having gathered Emily, Rosen said that she should run to Walpurgis. She is a witch, so it will work out, and Rosen herself will settle a couple of things and follow her. She made a vow to her friend that she would not die and that they would meet. Emily really didn't want to leave her friend, but there was no other choice. Hugging her, Emily said that Rosen would always be her sister, and she promised that she would come back for her. And then they will be able to go somewhere together and live a long and happy life. But Rosen knew that Emily had lied, and she didn't follow her. Creditors arrived and found Hindley's body, and she was chained in the town square, where people threw stones at her. But all this was nonsense. The main thing was that Emily had enough time to run away as far as possible. Literally everyone demanded that she confess to her crimes and be executed for her sins. But she didn't give them such pleasure. What will happen if she confesses? She will rot in prison, like a wife who killed her husband, and will live the rest of her life atoning for her sins. Why should she suddenly admit her guilt? He deserved to die, so she wasn't lying. If this was the truth they were craving, then they would never get it. This is how this lie became the truth, but she will never bow her head in shame. They stood opposite each other, and Roshchan, looking him in the eyes, said that she was the murderer who killed Hindley Haworth by stabbing him 36 times. She lied and framed the entire empire, escaped from 2 prisons. Nothing she said would change anything, so she decided to say whatever she wanted. Even if it's the most ordinary lie that no one wants to hear, that's the end of her story. She has nothing more to add. So everything she told him was a lie. Well, what does it feel like to be deceived by her? Oh, just don't pretend. When he said that everything was fine, Rosen grinned and reminded him that he had betrayed his people for her, for an illusion that was collapsing like a house of cards, for the sake of one cowardly liar. But that's not what she wanted. Ian Connor was never supposed to know the truth. He was supposed to be used by it, and then just forget her, and return to your well-deserved position in society. This was not the ending she wanted. The only reason she told him the truth was because he handed her his gun without any doubt or hesitation, and because she loves him. Although can it be called love? Will he be able to forgive her lies and selfishness? Ian took her chin gently and lifted her face. It didn't matter to him, he had said so. At her dumbfounded look, Ian leaned over and kissed Rosen. None of this matters were his words. Rosen flared up. He was a fool and didn't listen to her at all. She killed her husband as it was written in the papers. All the evidence pointed to her, which is why he was running away from the truth. Looking into his eyes, Rosen asked, "He knew it from the very beginning, didn't he? So why did he let her nonsense deceive him?" But Ian glanced sideways at the little animal, saying that he was glad that this creature was on her side. "And all the sea monsters too. Praise be to the Almighty for that," he said. The girl did not calm down. She explained that she killed her husband. How else could she prove it? But Ian said that there was no need to prove anything to him or anyone else. She didn't have to. Our heroine didn't understand his reaction to her confession. The laws of the Empire state that murder is punishable by imprisonment for 8 to 50 years. She served 8 years from 17 to 25. She received her punishment. Now she is free. A stunned Rosen listened to Ian Connor say that she did not deserve to be in prison for another second. So from now on, she must follow her own path and be free. Rosen thought maybe this was another continuation of the dream. He packed her suitcases, even a bag of food. It turns out he foresaw her escape and prepared everything in advance. Ian calmly loaded the suitcases he had packed for her into the boat. But Rosen listened to him, saying that he was a soldier, a hero, and didn't he understand what they would say about him when they found out that he had let her go? But what about the reputation earned in war? Doesn't honor mean anything to him? Well, that can't be right. She wanted to cry from pain for him. She never wanted to run away like that. Everything was not going according to plan. Why was he doing this? She couldn't deceive him. He knew from the very beginning that everything she told him was a lie. Ian answered calmly. Well, as for her own thoughts, she still hadn't figured out why he freed her from the shackles. Then he picked up Rosen and carefully placed her in the boat, reassuring her so that she would not worry. He had been out of his mind for a long time, much longer than she thought. Holding her hand, Ian opened his heart. It was not her stories that clouded his mind, and it wasn't pity at all that moved him. Hadn't she already guessed? Kissing her hand, Ian answered her question about why he allowed himself to be deceived. He always replied that it didn't matter because he didn't think she would believe him if he admitted that he liked it, hoping that her lie would last forever and that she would deceive not only him but everyone around her. How he wanted her to lie as long as possible, and then this lie would become the truth. And then she will always be right. Ian carefully wrapped the girl in a warm blanket. Their eyes looked at each other. As he lowered the boat, Ian Connor congratulated her on her victory. In fact, Rosen had won from the very beginning. Tears streamed from Rosen's eyes. This was a farewell, only not like this. And smiling only at her, Ian said that he loved her. Whether she believes him or not, it's true. You smile at me because of me. You confessed your love to me. Rosen shouted at him that if they were destined to meet again, she promised that she would never lie to him. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest, and she managed to scream that she wanted to tell him something else. Let her not get caught this time and smile. She smiled, and tears of love, joy, and sadness flowed from her eyes. The boat floated on the water. They would meet again. At that moment, the girl made this promise to herself. All the creatures began to move. Apparently, they will bring her to Walpurgis. A small shadow remained of Ian. She remembered her words. Let her lies last forever, and the endless lies will one day become the truth. One man's blood, one wish, one spell. Now she prayed to Walpurga to give her the strength that had always been hers, that had been taken from her, the strength that had always been within her. What she felt now was sadness. No, her heart was beating too fast for sadness. This is freedom. You must always move forward as she did, and then she will be able to defeat what tries to break her. Rosen promised that she would live until her lies became the truth for her eternal victory. A few months later, Ian arrived at the Imperial Palace in Malin. A beautiful woman sat in a chair and greeted Ian. It seemed like it had been a long time since they had met, since the academy. Ian addressed his childhood friend as Your Majesty, as befitted her title, and the girl asked what her old friend wanted to say. Ian calmly and measuredly replied that he was leaving. The girl became sad and asked where he was leaving from, and received the answer that he was leaving from everywhere. There was a questioning silence. Then Ian asked to also strip him of his knighthood, which he did not deserve given what had happened. The young empress repeated his words with her finger. Well, yes, the generals talked about him a lot. If he had been an ordinary officer, he would have been executed long ago without a shadow of a doubt. But throughout the war, they made him into a national hero, and now they would make a fool of themselves if he were executed. He continues to claim that it is his fault. He claims that he is ready to bear any punishment, but none of these generals were able to find a worthy punishment. The girl, without taking her eyes off Ian, added that there had even been a fight, but it had never reached a military tribunal. Then she picked up a newspaper with his and Rosen's photos on the front page and said she wanted to know the truth. She read the headline, Ian Connor fell in love with a witch. Then another Ian Connor went mad during the war, a broken man. The sunset of our war hero, smiling and scanning her old friend with her gaze. The girl asked what he himself thought about these headlines. Ian tensed up, and she was really enjoying it. But the answer simply killed her, the man said in a monotonous voice, that he had no opinion on the matter. Well, maybe he was broken. He already had an appointment with the doctor. Finally, a woman's curiosity burst out, and the girl asked directly if it was true that there was something between him and that prisoner. Well, this is simply the novel of the century. All the newspapers are full of it. But Ian was silent, and his appearance said that the revelation of the secrets of the heart would not be. The girl sighed sadly. Well, he could have told her. They were not strangers. Even though she is an empress without real power, she can still help, especially with a childhood friend. But Ian briefly replied that there is nothing to tell. Rosen Walker managed to escape again, and he lost sight of his captive. But the girl seemed to be scanning him. Then she said that most likely they would send him to some island. This was almost decided. But Ian's calm clarification, whether it was Monty Island, made her horrified by such a guess. Of course not. Throwing him in prison would also be a blow to the Empire's reputation. Let's pretend he's suffering from a minor illness. And Ian needs peace and quiet, so they'll send him to some island near the mainland. After 10 years of fighting, arrest wouldn't hurt. But then she sighed and lowered her head. No, stop pretending. This is exile and imprisonment. She felt that this could put an end to his career as a hero, and it was still disrespectful to him. Ian replied that he didn't care. Then the girl noted that most likely this wouldn't happen. Everything would calm down in a couple of years. Years of service couldn't be crossed out by such a trifle. Ian stood there, unperturbed and calm, and she asked him what he was thinking about. When asked if he could be frank, the girl told him not to deny himself anything. Then Ian asked for a decade in prison. A couple of years is not enough. He wants to resign, as Her Majesty said. In a couple of years, everyone will forget about him, and he would never fly again. Ian was only going to fly as a hobby. Looking at her childhood friend, the Empress noticed that he spoke like an old man in his twilight years, but Ian confirmed that he had long ago spent a lot of resources and was tired. But it didn't escape her feminine gaze that he looked much happier. Unfolding the map, she suggested that he choose any island he liked, where he wanted to spend the rest of his days in exile. In turn, she offered her friend popular tourist islands, a real paradise on Earth. But Ian stood there just as calmly. Then she flared up. Well, he could have at least pretended to listen to her advice. Ian pointed to a spot on the map and replied that he would like to go there. It seems the Empress didn't expect this even from Ian Connor. Primrose Island, which is uninhabitable, very far from the mainland, inhabited by sea monsters, and he decided to choose it instead of a piece of paradise. But Ian was adamant. So she asked if this had anything to do with the fact that this island was located next to the mythical island of Walpurgia. It was just an incredible coincidence, she concluded. But he still remained silent, so the girl made him promise that he would not fly over Talus. Her Majesty has nothing to worry about, Ian assured her. But she, looking at the newspaper headline, The Sunset of a War Hero, said that it was hard to believe. It's not a sunset, but rather a landing, Wishing him luck, Ian let go. Ian Connor walked down the corridor of the Imperial Palace towards his new life. Rosen threw a magic coin into the fountain in the courtyard and made a wish for the first time in his life. A year later, a ship docked at Primrose Island and visited there once a month. The fair-haired guy cursed at the long journey, but they were finally there. He scratched the back of his head. This damn island. You can't get used to such wilderness. Henry Revel came to visit a friend who had been living on this island for a year. And why did Ian end up in this wilderness? And even bought a house in the most remote corner of the island. What a nightmare. He knocked, but no one opened the door. As it turned out, it was unlocked. Henry entered and saw Ian reading a book with a cup of coffee. Henry began to scold his friend for his carelessness. After all, he told him to close the door and not care if the island was almost deserted. Ian calmed down the heated Henry, saying that he had come to scold him. Ian Connor stood there with the same impassive look. Henry joked that no one else would come to Ian except him. Who else would visit him in this wilderness? He quipped that Ian could admit how much he missed his old friend and then die of boredom. But Ian replied that he could go home. It didn't matter to him, but Henry reminded him that he wouldn't be able to leave for at least a month. There were no ships here at all, only one that came once a month. Then the conversation turned to Ian's property in the capital. The man confirmed that he had sold everything, but why would he need real estate there in his current situation? Henry was very curious what the locals thought of Ian. A handsome, lonely soldier with a dark past, living alone. Ian remembered how he had just arrived and was offered this house with a sea view. He liked it immediately. The elderly couple wondered if the house was too run down for a man like Ian, but he replied that everything suited him and he didn't need an estate. The couple brought up Ian's marital status, saying he was perfectly suitable for one man since he was lonely, and wondering how anyone could be alone with such an appearance. Looking at the ocean, Ian said that he had someone. The woman was surprised. "Where's the young lady? Why didn't she come? The island is deserted, but it's perfect for a young couple." While Ian gazed thoughtfully into the distance, the elderly couple argued that he was 100% alone. They had broken up, and he was nursing a broken heart. But Henry Ian didn't tell him this. He only replied that he shouldn't meddle in something that wasn't his business. He was indignant. He was worried about his friend. Ian asked how Henry's rehabilitation was going, and he replied that if he failed his pilot's exam again, he would spend the rest of his days on ships as a father, and that was not an option at all. But if becoming a pilot doesn't work out, then becoming a sergeant instructor and making fun of the new guys wouldn't be a bad idea either. Henry asked if Ian was flying, and he said that he couldn't see that there was a plane parked in the yard. He quipped that what was standing in the yard could hardly be called an airplane. Could this wreck really fly? Ian admitted that he hadn't flown yet. Then Henry teased his friend. Well, if he was holding this junk, it meant he was waiting for someone to fly with him. In turn, Henry showed a photo of Layla. The girl is already attending preparatory courses at the academy. She doesn't understand the word no. She raved about the military academy. She said since Uncle Henry got in, why can't she? And whoever has such a stubborn character, we can only hope that she doesn't join the Air Force. But Henry wanted to show his former boss something else important. He even doubted whether it was worth it. He handed Ian the photo, and at first he just looked at it. Then his face changed. Where Henry got it, the guy explained that one of the rookie pilots took a wrong turn and took a photo of that very Walpurgis mystical island. Ian asked who else knew about this, but Henry reassured him. He is not an idiot and took the film and photo from that pilot. Burned the film. This is the only photo. A witch's haven, an untouched corner of paradise. A mysterious island that cannot be reached by anyone without magic. Ian held a photo of the island. No one must know its coordinates, even including himself. Although on that island, there is someone he would like to see with all his heart. Henry added that when they flew over the island, the instrument panels went crazy. No one knows the coordinates, and the witches are very powerful. Ian asked how they got out of there, and Henry said, not without pride, that since Ian left, he had become a better pilot, plus intuition. Then he smiled slyly and reached for the photo. He could burn it, but with a stern face, Ian put his hand on the shoulder of Henry, who had the photo. Then she gestured for him to return the photo immediately. Henry couldn't hide his pleasure and teased his friend if Ian could see his face. No, it's not just him. All his colleagues should see the face of Ian Connor in love. Henry smiled and told Ian that she was alive and okay. She was not a weakling. But after he said that, with a photo of the island where his beloved Ian would cherish his love, he received a slap on the back of the head. But afterward, Henry added, quite seriously, that if Ian ever saw Rosen, he should get on his knees, beg, and cry so that they could live as a young couple on this island. On this island, the old faith has been preserved. Witches are not hated here. They pray to them and will gladly accept them for the protection of the island. But Ian ordered him to stop talking nonsense, to which Henry sarcastically added, "Well, who could have thought that Ian Connor would turn out to be the very first and most devoted fan of Roan Walker?" He teased Ian about how nice it was to see the indestructible Ian Connor jumping into the pool of love. It was night. Ian was sleeping. The moonlight was falling through the window. Suddenly, Ian opened his eyes sharply and quickly got out of bed. The man broke out in sweat. He opened the front door and looked around the yard. It seemed to him again. Despite the fact that he is much better off here than in the capital, his insomnia has not gone away. It is almost impossible to fall asleep. Every time it is the same dream, but this is the kind of dream from which you don't want to wake up. And when you wake up, it's very painful to realize that it's just a dream, and she's in this dream. Rosen comes up to him, and he hugs her tightly. Then he tells her everything he wanted to say for so long. How good it was to hug her. There are so many things he wants to ask her, but in his dreams she never speaks. But he continues to ask questions, even though he knows he won't get answers. Did she get to the island without incident? Was it cold there? Did she finally see Emily? Is she happy now? And then, overcoming her shame, asks if she has forgotten him, and if this made her happier. Does she miss him and think about him at least sometimes? But when Ian wakes up, he realizes that the dream is just a dream, a reflection of the subconscious. This is a recognition and acceptance of his thoughts. This is a reflection of inner hidden desires. But what matters is what happens after a bunch of questions. A smile appears on her face. He strokes her hair. He doesn't know whether she heard him or not, but he loses himself in her so much that he can no longer control his heartbeat. He presses her flesh to flesh. His lips greedily kiss her skin. Her breathing finally becomes ragged and quickens, and her body simply burns. And the end is always the same without exception. He wakes up. "You're crazy, Ian Connor," he tells himself every time. And so every night, all day long, self-hatred and remorse. Today, everything will be as usual. Maybe a large dose of sleeping pills will help. Suddenly, Ian's hearing perks up, and he hears movement outside the window. Coming up, he saw that someone was knocking on the glass with a tree branch. What the hell? Opening the window, he saw 3 children. What were they doing under his window at such an hour? When the boy said hello, Ian sternly replied, "What hello? Now is not the time to be walking around the streets. Their parents are going crazy." But the boys quietly chirped that they were having an adventure in the woods. And in the sun, it wasn't fun at all. Oh, and they saw his airplane, and they could go for a ride on it. Ian answered the children looking in the window that of course not, firstly. They wouldn't all fit there. And secondly, children need to sleep at night. But the children started talking indignantly. He always says no. If he doesn't give them a ride, then they won't carry out his orders. What other orders? He sees them for the first time. But one boy answered in a businesslike manner that the orders were given by other people. What the hell is he talking about? Ian thought. Henry sailed 2 days ago. What normal person would send their child on an errand in the middle of the night? And there are no vacationers here. It's a forgotten island. Then Ian replied that it would be impossible to get a ride on a plane by deception. But the children were indignant. It was not a deception. 2 ladies were looking for him. They asked where he lived. Then Ian's heart started pounding wildly. He began asking what they looked like, but the child did not remember. The boy only remembered that one of the women was a blonde. After these words, Ian froze in place. Ian frantically began to pull on his robe, and the children began to whisper that they shouldn't have been told this. When they said that the ladies had said something about coming to tell about the eternal lie, Ian ran out into the street like a madman, and the children got scared and began to doubt his sanity. He ran to the houses closest to him, where she was. If what the children said was true, then it was she. It was Rosen. He knocked on his neighbors' doors, asking if the stranger was looking for him. But people looked with alarm at the man who was knocking on houses at such an hour and replied that they had not seen any stranger. He returned home and sat down on the floor in defeat. The children apparently just said all this out of fear. But on the other hand, how could they know the details? But she is nowhere to be found either. You just need to go to bed, although the chances of falling asleep are 0. She came up from behind and hugged him tenderly, smiling. Ian jumped when he heard, "Hello, Ian Connor." He apparently fell asleep again, but it's strange when he managed to do so, and she says this has never happened before. He looked at the vision with some kind of numbness and horror, saying nothing. Rosen said with disappointment, what was wrong with his face? Where there was a joyful smile, she thought he would be beside himself with happiness. But Ian said gloomily that if this was a dream, he would like to wake up. It hurts so much when he wakes up, so let him go. Now she stood in complete bewilderment. "It's incredible," the girl exclaimed. Now that she's personally here, he doesn't believe that it's her, but at least he knows what she had to go through to get here. And as a sign of confirmation, she kissed Ian. Remember, They promised each other that they would meet, and now she can tell him that she loves him. And these words were said with a clear conscience. She also missed him very much. Not believing in this happiness, Ian kissed her, and Rosen remembered that Emily was waiting outside and it was cold there. All Ian Connor could say was words of gratitude for her returning to him. This could truly be called a landing. Rosen was really looking forward to this honeymoon, but Walpurgis rules made their own adjustments. The witch's apprentice is not allowed to stay on the island for 2 nights in a row, and Rosen was no exception. They spent the whole day together, and the next day, Emily took her away, leaving Ian with a dog who needed help and an owner. Walpurgis isn't that harsh, really. Rosen could have stayed a little longer if Emily had allowed it. It was hard for them to part, but as the training progresses, the days off will increase. The girl was getting dressed, and Ian handed her the bag he had packed for her. Rosen asked if he was really okay with that. 1 night was enough for him, but Ian, kissing her, said that he didn't say that it was enough for him. He was just able to wait, that's all. Emily yelled at Rosen to hurry up. It was time for them to go. Rosen shouted to Ian that she would be back soon, and Emily glared at him with a disdainful look. Oh, it looks like Emily is still wary of him and doesn't trust him. Ian watched them with a smile. It seemed like she really was like a sister to Rosen, but he didn't expect that Emily would soon appear at his house. Rosen was not there, and Emily was looking at him with a piercing gaze. Ian couldn't even imagine that Emily would come to talk to him so soon. When she entered the house, she said that Rosen would not appear for some time. She sent her for a walk with the dog that lives in his garden. And Rosen really stands up for him and keeps telling him to be gentler with him. Still looking at him suspiciously, she suggested talking face to face. Ian had just recently cooked dinner and put it on the table. They sat in silence. No one knew where to start the conversation. The tension was growing. Emily finally introduced herself, although she was sure that he knew who she was. The man bowed politely and stated his name. She said that she had heard a lot about him, that he was something of a celebrity. And then, Ian thought that perhaps for the first time in his life, he missed Henry so much. If he were here, there would definitely not be this awkward silence, this disapproving look of hers, as if she dreams of finding a flaw in him. But Ian understood everything, knowing how much Rosen had suffered at the hands of men. Then Emily, in the tone of an inspector, asked if it was his plane in the yard, and if he had bought it with his own money. Ian confirmed that he was receiving a pension after his dismissal, and also inherited a small inheritance. And he was on tenterhooks. He had never felt this way before, even standing in front of the highest ranks of the army. Of course he did not need to impress any of them. Emily asked him sternly if he drank. Ian replied that he didn't like drinking, but he could have a glass with her. "It's a treat for the ears," Emily replied, taking a bottle out of her bag. At the same time, the girl said that alcohol was the cause of many troubles for both herself and Rosen. Ian, still nervous, replied that he had heard. Pouring wine into glasses and smiling, clearly unkindly, she stated, so he had heard. They took a sip. Emily continued her interrogation by moving on to his hobby. Ian answered that it was probably aircraft maintenance, and he was also working on a pilot's manual. An order had come in, so he was writing a little. Emily continued to look at him suspiciously. Then Ian, like a schoolboy taking an exam, added that he also liked to read newspapers. Emily decided to dig deeper. And didn't he like to gamble? Horse racing and all that? But Ian replied that he was not very good at games and preferred to avoid them. Emily went over the food. It was very tasty, the housekeeper cooks. But Ian replied that he cooks himself. After the interrogation moved on to the topic of whether he smoked, the man reported that he used to smoke, but now he quit and does not see the need to smoke. Emily was clearly losing her temper. She slammed her glass down on the table and barked that he knew about Rosen. Ian thought about how best to answer. He never knew Rowan as well as Emily, so he said that he simply loved her very much, and he loved her much longer than she probably thought. Yes, he understands that he will have to wait a long time, but he will cope with it. And it can wait forever if necessary, he added with a charming smile. When Rosen returned, she saw Emily and Ian completely drunk. While Emily was already lying face down on the table, Ian reacted to Rosen's arrival. Barely moving their tongues, they tried to say something to Rosen, shocked by what she saw. Emily squeezed out that Ian Connor was infuriating. Ian indignantly replied what exactly she didn't like about him. Rosen had a hard time getting a reluctant Emily to sleep, who found an argument that she didn't like how good Ian looked. Rosen asked why they had drunk so much in such a short period of time, and Ian sobered up a bit. Pulling the girl towards him, he asked if she would need to return tomorrow before sunrise. Rosen nodded. But Rosen doubted that Emily would come to her senses before morning. Ian sat her on his lap and asked her not to leave, to stay one more night. Rosen smiled, but he really did get drunk. And if he stays, what will he do? Ian replied that he wouldn't do anything. They would just lie next to each other. because that's not the only thing that was going around in his head. The girl playfully replied that you couldn't tell from his dreams. Realizing that she had let it slip, she justified herself by saying that she hadn't even thought of following him. She just needed to practice her magic and had screwed up a bit. She just wanted to visit him because she missed him very much. And this way, she would also get rid of his nightmares. Ian darkened and replied that he really thought it was just a dream and asked her to never do that again. He can't control himself in his dreams. She hugged him, asking if she would even miss him very much. As he said, he can't control himself in his sleep, so let him come only if he's sure he can leave in time. They looked at each other silently, in love and happy. Ian hugged his beloved and kissed her, not wanting to waste precious time. On her next visit, Henry arrived with Layla, who told Rosen that he thought Ian Connor had gone mad. Rosen held Layla on her lap and told him not to talk nonsense, but Henry insisted that she admit that Ian Connor was completely different from the moment they first met. He knew Ian had gone crazy remembering that incident in the bathroom when he had interrogated Henry and forbidden him to approach Rosen. His thoughts were interrupted by Rosen, who pointed to Layla. Although she had grown up a little, she was still a child, and a spat ensued. In the style of Henry and Rosen, they quarreled over Henry's accusation that Ian was in the whirlpool of love because of her. Layla, as always, turned out to be a peacemaker, telling Rosen that there was no need to listen to her uncle. Henry reminded her of the fisherman's son who had recently given Rosen a ride. He always addressed her as Madam Witch. And Eric from the grocery store, who gave her fruits and vegetables, also disappeared somewhere and began to avoid her. Ian drank his tea without turning around, and Rosen actually noticed that they had become very modest and had stopped greeting her as they used to. Henry couldn't calm down, nodding at Ian, pointing to what he had found in Rosen. Rosen couldn't resist teasing Henry by claiming that there was a fatal attraction between her and Ian. Finally, Ian turned to Rosen and Layla. Ian greeted the girl, noticing that she was apparently tired from the journey, but Henry yelled that, in fact, he had arrived too. Ian replied that he came too often and that he had no work. Then Henry got indignant. How could he even bring himself to say such a thing? He brought Layla, to which the girl interjected that she could travel alone. Rosen and Layla started talking about a plane. It would be great to go for a ride. Pointing at Ian, she noted that no matter how much she begged him to take her on a plane ride, so far he was only making her learn all these rules and regulations. Apparently, these were all excuses. But Ian denied it. He was just afraid. Afraid that an accident would happen. Of course, he will never let her get into it. But he is still afraid. This means he still wants to take her on a plane ride, but if he's not ready yet, then they don't have to rush into it. Ian assured her that the plane was originally intended only for her, and if he didn't want to take her for a ride, he would have said so right away. They looked at each other with loving eyes, and Ian chirped about how he wanted to show her what it was like to fly. They were pulled out by Henry's voice, who indignantly noted that he and Layla were actually still here. Afterwards, he grabbed his resisting niece, declaring that it was time for them to leave. Ian was chopping vegetables and fruits to prepare a snack. Rosen came up quietly from behind and hugged him, smiling. Ian said that we just need to be patient a little longer and everything will be ready soon. Suddenly, Rosen pulled a black box out of her pocket and showed it to him. It was a gift. She opened the box. There was a ring. The girl showed the stones. Not that they were precious, but they were frozen tears of a magical creature. While putting the ring on his finger, Rosen noticed that these stones were very rare, so only a witch could give such a gift. But she noticed that you couldn't tell from Ian's face that he liked the gift. Or maybe he wants to pretend to be lonely while she is not on the island, so everyone knows about them, but the man denied everything. That is not the point. He's just too handsome, Rosen noted, not without pride in him. Ian assured her that she had taken his heart, so she had nothing to worry about. Ian began to kiss her passionately, but Rosen stopped him. He had not forgotten anything. Reminding him that they actually had guests, he replied that they had left. They could come back at any moment, Rosen countered, his argument being the fact that he had locked the door, and if they have even a drop of conscience, they will go spend the night in a hotel. All he wanted was to be with her and not be separated for a minute. She couldn't help but laugh. Ian asked why she was laughing. Then the girl mysteriously said that maybe Henry was right, but she would never admit it to him. When Rosen woke up, she didn't immediately realize that it was already deep night. Rubbing my eyes sleepily, I realized that my finger felt somehow unusual. When I looked closely, I saw 2 rings on my finger. The dream disappeared instantly. They were so beautiful. And why were there 2 of them? And most importantly, where from? Ian was no longer asleep and admitted that this was his gift, and that this precious stone was mined near the island. Now she understood why he had been upset by her gift earlier, because she had given it first. He admitted that it was, but his ring wasn't half as beautiful as hers. He prepared one for himself and one for her, so that they would both wear 2 rings. Rosen asked what the stone was called. Ian replied that it was primrose, which means stars in the night sky. And also magic. Wow! The girl looked at his gift with admiration. What a suitable name. Ian looked at her with love. That's what happens when you see a landscape that cannot be described in words. When unexpected happiness falls on your head, people call it magic. Rosen fully agreed that they were in a situation that could be called magical. A war hero and an escaped prisoner smile happily at each other on this peaceful island. What is this if not magic? Because love is something both magical and beautiful, like the stars in the night sky.